Hello, hello. How are you doing?
Four teams will be put to the ultimate test today, as two will get the chance to make playoffs and the others will be sent home. Hello everyone and welcome back to Masters Toronto, coming to you live from the NK Center.
Last day of groups, chat. Last day of groups.
Stage. I am your host Yingsu, and speaking of final day, it will also be
Ovi Hart, thank you so much. Thank you. We're
as
the activity feed.
So I want to get your
Nero Power.
What kind of day
This is Sarah, Rex, and Ovi Hart. Thank you so much. Dude. Appreciate that.
Where all the maps are close and every single series go map 3. I want to be here as long as possible, and I just want to see good Valorant.
You know
what the hell?
I just want to make sure all the players and teams just have fun out on the stage.
No wrong there. No wrong with that.
Crazy Valorant. All right, we got PRX coming up later, playing every single comp underneath the sun. We've got a China.
I read the message. I read the message.
To start the day.
I don't want to say it out loud just in case they read it too.
I want to test the jinxing power, because I think that somehow both of you are going to be wrong after saying the kind of day that you want.
That's you.
Somehow.
You're the one that's always been wrong
happened.
today.
We have a track record.
We do. It's a good one. It's a good one. Now I have a very bad stats that I want to put to you guys.
Say, where's
as we
my
take a
YouTube
look at the recap and what happened yesterday, because Team Heretics were eliminated first, and out of all the
Are we
times
feeling
they
today?
got
We're
to
feeling
the
alright.
tournament, they
It's a
either
shame we
get
get the.
eliminated, first, or this
It's a
early,
shame that we
or
get the
end up
regional
they
matchup
finish
and.
second.
They finished second, yeah.
PRX against
the
Liquid.
First losers or the first losers.
But it is what it is.
It depends what you look at.
But never first.
But never first. And honestly,
you're not first or last, right?
Did I go for
That's
Billy
how it
Billy or
works.
Wolves?
No,
I went
honestly,
for Billy
pretty-
Billy
it was
just
pretty
because I think they
unfortunate,
play the
'cause I think,
game
like,
a little
my
better, and
expectations
Wolves have
for Heretics
been
were so high,
smashing out
right?
pistol
Domestically,
rounds.
they looked almost untouchable
So if they
up
kind of
until
lose
facing
them, I
against
think that
Fnatic,
maybe
but they
Billy
never
Billy
were
played a
able
bit
to
better.
find their form here in Toronto, and
It wasn't
after
much.
just
They're
2
very close teams, to be
performances,
honest.
4 maps, they go home.
I think this tournament is just set to be just destined for upsets and crazy games, no matter how you slice it. And we're not even
Pack a little bit of Prime as well.
We're in
Thank you so
Swiss,
much.
and crazy things are happening. Like Team
Sad
Liquid's
day
going
today,
down, so
yeah.
I'm here. I'm strapped in.
It's,
I'm ready to see all these games.
We
And
lose.
a lot of people felt
We lose
like
one of
the
PRX or
CN
Liquid.
region will be the first to be eliminated, maybe both teams being eliminated, but because of the way the matchups are working, we're guaranteed one, no matter what, as we head to playoffs. This is going to be the schedule down here, starting with Billy Billy versus Wolves, followed by PRX versus Team Liquid, and make sure you guys stick around after the second match, because we will be bringing you another draw show, and this time around the #1
Dude, this is the
seeds
big
will
draw
be
show as well. This
picking
one's gonna be
their
fun.
opponent, and I think we're gonna have a Master Shanghai thing again where nobody picks Genji.
Yeah, no, you don't want to
Yeah,
go
no
anywhere
one's
near
picking
that team
Genji.
protection.
Whoever gets
It's
last
just gonna
seeds
be
picks
so
Genji.
Spicy, you know? G2, are
Dude,
they
this
gonna be
tournament
trying
has
to
so
pick up
much
severals?
RNG.
'Cause, I don't know.
It's
they've got a
the
pretty good
it's the
track
most
record
RNG
there.
tournament ever, I
They've
think.
been good on that, to be honest.
I think the more and more I watch the Swiss stuff, I kind of don't like the Swiss stuff
What
anymore.
would you do in this situation? Would you go for the Genjis?
I think if we're gonna do Swiss, we gotta do
And I
no
know,
head
like,
start
you
into
know, like, I
playoffs,
saw
and we just
someone
get
from
16
Genji in an
teams or
interview
something.
saying, hey, like, there's a saying, we want to take the most difficult path, or you want to get the hardest part out of the way. But for me, it's like I'd probably just watch all.
I think there's enough. I think there's enough room for upset in the game anyway, with the double econ and winning pistols and snowballing, that we don't need to do this kind of stuff.
It's a little tough, so I'd have to watch a lot of VODs before I can make that decision.
Well, we'll find out at the end of today.
Like, we can get upsets anyway, so to do like a format that can benefit a hero run from a team that maybe wouldn't beat other teams that get knocked out earlier. I don't think we need to do it from at the moment. But I think it was fun last year. But I think this one, it's just like, I don't know. We're just upping the amount of RNG. Who do you think beats Genji at the moment? That's interesting. I think there's teams. So I think, okay, I think RRQ,
He's so consistent
Fnatic,
too, whether it's his
and
dominance on alerts on the attack,
G2 beat Genji first time they play, but as soon as there's some demos, then I think Genji might be good for it.
You know you can trust him to hold it down.
And the other guy,
Like, if Genji have to play one of them straight away, I imagine the other teams have something so good they would win. But as soon as that demo's out there, I don't know, Genji looks so good that it might be able to do pretty well now.
Making it through Swiss stage with a 6-man roster as the IGL, he's going to be in the running for sure.
I feel like he has such a strong argument for the
Jumper, thank you so much for the gifted, dude. I appreciate that.
Player,
thank you,
right?
thank you.
I mean, when he's not here, they lose. When he's here, not only is he the MVP statistically, but he's also IGL.
Would a 12-team bracket be better? I don't think teams...
The actual definition of the word in terms of being so valuable that they cannot win without
I think I don't mind teams going straight through to playoffs, but I think when you have a Teo like change like this and it's like a hard reset, I don't think we should be giving the teams the extra time.
There's so many moments. I feel like Nats is just so many iconic plays and so much prowess and dominance for years and years now that I'm surprised he hasn't.
Yeah, Nats will be taking
BLG, they at least only played 4 maps as well, so that's good for them.
To the topic of today's MasterCard fan poll question, we want to know which squad you think is making it to playoffs. Scan the QR code and cast your vote.
That's already got more kills than Aspas in one best of 3. That's mad, isn't it?
And VCT, so we
Dude, MIBR was so off this event. Like, so off, to the point of where I'm convinced something internally is going on.
On the topic of featuring you
There's
guys
no
here
way.
on the show, Vansili is actually
There's no way you play like that.
catching up with some fans ahead of our opening match.
We are now at the final day of group stages here at Masters Toronto, where we have a big regional matchup between Bilibili Gaming and Wolves. Let's go ahead and check out who the fans think is going to win the match.
They didn't do a post-match interview also, yeah.
I do think the odds are a little against them, but I think they're going to win for sure 2-0.
2-0 for Wolves.
Yeah, after yesterday's game, I believe in Wolves. They look really good, yeah.
Wolves take his 2-0.
Wolves, of course. Yeah, definitely Wolves today.
Damn,
Their
everyone's
game
Wolves
yesterday was
believers.
Really good, and I feel like they have a good chance. Yeah.
Wolves again.
I think Billy.
Billy?
I think Wolves. I'm going for Billy today.
Okay, and Wingman?
What an amazing take from Wingman. Based. Wingman versus Cuba.
I was gonna
Wingman
say.
wins.
I like how he was trying to do the whole ventriloquism thing, but he was just still moving his mouth. Like, you're not fooling anyone, buddy.
Honestly,
yeah,
he can't be good at everything. At this point, you know, Vans is good at everything, but maybe he needs to work on that.
99%.
Is it possible it's nerves also? Sure, there can be a bit of nerves in there, but everything else is also really off.
One miss of his entire career. But you heard it from our fans and from Vans here in the arena on who they're rooting for. And
Like, MIBR felt like just a mix of so many things going wrong. I don't think you can just isolate one thing, but I do think there was internal issues.
Let's start on Wolves. What are some of the criteria and things people can relate to if they want to support this team?
Well, look, I'll tell you right now, if you're like a Ascent fan, or you love the guys that get up out of their chair, you know, go nuts, like a Zelsis or a Smoggy, Wolves is the team for you because So Fat BB is matching Zelsis' energy out on stage, right? Standing up, yelling and
Comps were simple. I mean, they kind of looked like they didn't have much stuff down as well.
But if you like that energy, you want to be a fan of Wolves.
You do, and in VCTCN, a lot of the fans,
Radicals, I'm not sure.
Smoggy,
We'll do one
Spring
most likely this year.
Comes to his aura and attitude to Smoggy as well. So if you're really sad about EDG not making it, and you're a Smoggy fan,
which is worse, Heretics picking Pearl. I mean, they didn't pick Pearl, they just floated Pearl. I think Heretics...
Billy, how could we relate to this team?
I think they looked at it as well and thought they would have lost Split anyway, so... Side by side comparison, you wouldn't think it's that bad.
Like Baby Bay from the phase
You would say MIBR's performance as well.
Billy. Or if you're someone that is maybe not so in tune with running it down, maybe you're someone that likes to play the back and surfs up, throw some waves out, throw some cascades, you love Harbor, then Billy is an obvious choice.
Yeah, I really like Billy because they kind of cover
All was
all
close,
their
yeah. I
bases,
think they were
right?
made the right choice and they had a better chance to win that.
You know,
Looks like their map was pretty rough going into this, and they didn't throw enough curveballs, in my opinion. They went pretty safe. Same with MIBR.
Very simple. If you also like to hate watch Americas, Billy is your team. Easy as that.
No one hate watches America's, Sue.
Are you sure?
Me when I lie.
I think America's
when I
hate
lie.
watches America's.
yeah. I feel like you have sometimes, just a little bit, you know. Just a teeny bit. I've never hate watched Americas, you know. Famously, a very big Americas lover.
Let's do the next thing.
Yeah, and before we get into today's first matchup, we're going to test your knowledge of our Toronto pros and play Who's That? Can I get a Who's That?
Who's that?
Who's that?
Who's that?
No, and who's that?
Who's that?
Wolves or Bilibili? I went for Bilibili. Not like I'm very super confident with it though. This one's very open.
British impression. You should have said that.
Okay, Mel is gonna do
Again,
the next segment in
I can't get that Wolves Lotus out of my hands.
We're
getting some new American.
It's crazy. It's crazy how low level that Lotus was. The Heretics Wolves Lotus. The fact I didn't see an A re-clear is so insane to me.
At this event, who subbed into his first Tier 1 stage and qualified for a global event.
All right. I mean,
sounds like me.
Take a look here. It's like, I mean, you've got to go Patman here, no? Or is that? Am I mixing it up with someone? Let me think.
Are we counting Patman as a sub in? Because he's on the roster, you know.
Okay. Now we're just making me laugh and stock of the desk. All right.
Yeah, my American accent is horrible, so I can't do a swap here. But final answer.
What's on PRX liquid? It should be really close as well.
I'm gonna lock in.
You have to. I think you have to side. I don't know, dude. I think Logic says PRX.
Who it was? It was Patman.
Logic definitely says PRX, but
she does know ball. The ball. I
don't know, man. There's a big mentality thing in this game, and Liquid must be feeling insanely confident.
For all 3 global events in 2024.
2024.
I feel like this is a straightforward one.
Well, it's not Sen.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I have to break know for sure. That was messed up.
It's not Wolves, not Bilibili.
It's not PRX, is it?
Yeah.
So where's
our process of elimination?
Is it just Nats?
Process of elimination.
Obvious? Did Team Liquid make all 3 global events last year?
I'm not allowed to. There's no phone a friend.
Liquid, they didn't make the first one.
You want to phone the audience?
I mean, I'll go Nats. Sure.
I'll go.
I mean, Nats. I feel like you kind of have to.
That's
yeah, they didn't make the first.
Like that answer.
All right, you guys, that is horrific. Nats didn't qualify for a single global event last year.
Oh my
God,
missed
all 3.
That was like the point. That is actually
that's awesome.
And you know, he even spoke about it. He's like, if I don't qualify for the first one, I will not qualify for any of them.
Okay, in my head canon, I'm such a bias.
The only imported
I inserted him in my head into all of the global events last year. I made it happen.
To be fair,
technically John, I guess.
I forgive you. Last one, who's that? The only imported IGL.
QT.
Yeah, that one's obvious.
Easy clap.
Yep, it's really
shout out Morocco.
Yeah, shout out the fact that we claim him.
We really do.
Sentinels is an EMEA team. I don't think if you realized.
Okay.
Yeah. We claim Sentinels.
Okay, sorry. You can't go from hate watching Sentinels to now being their biggest fan and claiming them.
I have never hate watched Sen.
Okay, yeah,
That is a lie.
That's crazy.
It's because they're an EMEA team. You know,
you literally voted for Wolves in the opener. What are you talking about?
Righty Lucy, thank you so much for the 4 months, dude. Thank you, the tier 1, appreciate that.
Are we locking in John QT? We've locked in.
Getting off the train.
Let's take a look.
I'm throwing myself into the furnace, man. I'll maybe give him a pistol round with the momentum of the coal of my body.
Are we not counting John
as soon as that game starts, I'm going straight into.
I have a bone to pick here. That cannot be real.
That
flag on the play.
Outrageous for not.
I'm going straight into the engine.
Do something like that's not correct.
All right, we're gonna the end of day production meeting. We're gonna have a lot of notes. We're gonna be bringing a lot of notes after that. But yes, if all of that doesn't really convince you to be a fan of the spiel.
With yesterday's results, Jen is 8-0. Yeah, I think that might be right.
Perhaps this will. Neff and K9 were not shy to express some of their opinions. Check out what they had to say in this game of Agree to Disagree. Welcome to Agree to Disagree, the segment where we put bold statements to our players and they have to pick a side. I am joined today by K9 and Neff from Bilibili, and they're here to do some translations as well. I'm just going to jump straight into this because I think we're going to get some juicy answers out of you guys. First statement, agree to disagree.
I can't remember which one of them got it right.
will not be played this tournament.
Oh, I agree. There's no way teams would play this agent.
Oh, you both agree. Why? Do you think that it's really, you know, the nerf was a big deal?
It's the worst agent in the game.
I think that with the nerfs compared to last patch, like, I mean, Teho in the past was like very good in post plants and taking map control, but now that it's reduced to like only 2 missiles for the whole round, I think it's definitely unplayable. And with Fracture being out of the bull, it's definitely not going to be played this event, I think.
And
this is
for
returning.
You, K9, do you like that? Do you like the fact that we might not see a lot of Teho?
你觉得这是件好事吗？就是在世界赛上，可能太湖的出现会变少了。
我觉得是一件好事吧，因为确实对于队伍来说，或者对于选手来说，比较考验你有没有新的
what's the hit rate of this?
世界赛上表现出来吧。
Of this
I think
Twitter.
it's a good thing because it's always a good thing for all the teams and players involved this international event to show some different comps, to pick different comps to show different things.
Sadly, pretty good.
We'll see. Now, next one, of course, you guys know EDG did not make it, so
But
it proves
they'll get rid of Icebox
that
for a bit.
CN is not a one-team region.
同意还是不同意 ？CN 不是一个一枝独秀的赛区。
They can't have Icebox. Dude, imagine champs and we got Icebox Abyss and then the new map's not good as well.
So, Neff, what can the
It would
fans
probably be the worst
expect,
map we've ever had in Valorant.
Players and teams that they haven't seen before from VCT CN?
I think that the rest of the teams in this tournament, haven't faced any of us yet. Prior to, because previous tournaments only has EDG, right? And then for us, there's 3 new faces. I think that they should be quite excited, I guess, because we are definitely bringing a new style of gameplay that they probably might not have seen before compared to the other 3 regions. And I think that we'll put up a good show this tournament, yeah.
And K-Knight, Crashies did make it this time, and you've given him some nightmares in the past. So how do you feel about going up against some players that you have played against before?
这一次 Crashes 也来到了世界赛嘛，然后之前你们是击
What would
败
be the
过
worst
他，
map
给了
where you
他
can
们像
get in
噩梦一样的体
Valorant?
验。那这一次再遇到他有什么样的感想？
Abyss.
我觉得 Crashes 选对了大腿吧。
Icebox. Breeze.
Crashes is only get someone to carry him.
Oh, I really hope we get this matchup.
Sunset.
Okay, all right. I'm glad you gave me a little bit of trash talk because this links into my next question, which is trash talking makes this game more fun. Do you agree or disagree?
你觉得说垃圾话会让游戏更加有趣吗？
See, I kind of like Bind.
Okay. I mean,
Fracture,
I think
Pearl,
you're a bit of a trash talker already.
And then
from what I
potentially
just
new
heard.
map if they mess it up.
Would you agree with that? You like to trash talk personally?
你觉得自己是一个喜欢说垃圾话的人吗？因为刚刚你已经放出了一些狠话了。
那我觉得我算是一个比较喜欢有这种互动的人吧。
Kind of.
Yeah.
So I like to interact with other players.
Ascent, Split, and Pearl on the maps for this, okay?
Personally, I don't think that I'm like a trash talker, but I think before I was a pro player, I think like as a fan watching, I think the trash talk just makes the games like more fun and more entertaining for the
New
fans.
map will go in
I think
straight
that
away? Yeah, which
trash
means we
talking in
get
this game,
2 for 2.
I mean, it's all just in the game, right? I mean, outside of game, everyone is just good friends and competitors. So I think it's all just no hard feelings when we trash talk, yeah.
Makes it more interesting. I mean, K-Knight's going to do the trash talking for you. Don't worry about that. So thank you very much for joining me. And thank you, Vera, for the translations. And good luck.
All right, thank you.
谢谢。
They have every right to trash talk ahead of today's game because Mel, they've already taken down Wolves pretty recently in stage 1.
I mean, if anything, though,
I think Pearl is still that bad. I don't think Pearl's that bad.
Get on their stage. I mean, we've seen their energy.
I think Pearl's pretty good, to be honest.
I think we can really look at the stage.
I think ever since they fixed B, I think Pearl's not too bad, to be honest. Do I think it's as good as like a Haven Ascent Lotus split?
In a best of 5 lower final, right? But previously, before that, Wolves did get the upper hand.
I kind of like Pearl.
Played a best of 3.
I know EMEA probably hate Pearl,
so it's
but
not so
I think Pearl's pretty fun.
I think, as that last series indicates.
Yeah, and all-time record is a 4-2, but different rosters, different players, so on.
Patsuki, thank you so much for the Prime, dude.
This stage is going to be very different, Mel.
Thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate that.
Against each other regionally, there's just something about the global
But I think it's the best
stage,
Valorant map. I still think it's Haven.
These players play differently.
And
it just makes the most sense.
Stage is the chance that opportunities you get to play against other teams that aren't from your region. You can learn so much, and it can give you a new perspective on the game. Things that you
I think
aren't
Bind's
used to
grown
seeing
on me a
in
lot since they changed the TPs. I think Bind's got a lot better.
And really useful when you do
to be honest.
rematch against your domestic opponents.
For sure, and coming into this rematch now, I think that Wolves have actually fixed a lot of the issues that were plaguing them in that 0-3 loss versus BLG. You know, playing
Augusto, thank you so much. Do you think MIBR will be making changes? I don't think so. I don't know what's going on internally. Obviously, if there's big internal issues, then sure. But I don't know. They can. It's an easy fix, to be honest. Like they didn't really come into this with anything good, so just give them some good strats and whatever's comfy. Make sure you actually get Aspas and op, because buying no op in a whole tournament for one of the best oppers in the game is criminal.
Yeah, and I feel like we kind of have to owe a lot of it to the coaching on Bilibili, right? I feel like he has really done
how do we didn't get
bind
during the Teo meta?
A lot of
That's very true.
Improvements from the last time I've seen him on the global stage. So really big shout out to the coaching staff on Bilibili.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to have that coaching staff making sure that their game plans are staying fresh when you're coming into a regional matchup. You've got all these player tendencies that Wolves are going to be aware of, right? When YZ comes out on stage for the first time and is just running down all these teams around the world, that's maybe a little bit less expected.
Zin TV, thank you so much for the 4 months, bro. Appreciate the 2-1. Thank you for doing that.
How much do you read into
Spring? Yeah, Spring's been really good. He had that one half on split defense, where personally I feel like he was responsible for a lot of lost rounds. But other than that, I think he's been really good.
Performances in terms of actually challenging Sen, especially when it came to Wolves playing their attacking halves versus Sentinels. So even though BLG, you could argue
Desp
that
says Kang hasn't bought an op in this event either.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of use Sentinels here as a metric just
That's
because, you know, we saw Bilibili play them when they had already played
Pranto,
Wolves, and I think that kind of shows the first match is always jitters for everyone. And so I do put a lot of stock in that second matchup more than anything. And me personally, I guess I'll lean a little bit more towards Bilibili just because it went the distance.
Yeah, and speaking of that matchup, we actually spoke with K9
I just hate Brazil. Dude, I really like that MIBR team. But I'll tell you what, if they'd played that kind of Valorant during the run-up here, I wouldn't have been a fan. It was awful.
然后我觉得是在我们预期之内的吧，今天他们的表现。老大强队其实能想得到他们在进攻的时候的协同，包括控图能打得特别好吧。然后我觉得他们确实在桑塞的这张地图上面的进攻打得让我们有一些措手不及吧。因为其实赛前我有说过，就是在大师赛上证明自己的机会其实不多，我们要争取好每一个就是来之不易的机会。我们应该会
Wait, is that true, Saint? That's kind of
自己的
nuts.
心态，全力就是准备好下一场比赛吧。
Do you think Heretics are going to change roster for 2026? Depends on what the org decides, and depends how the champ run goes. I think you at least consider it instead of 100% not considering it. Like it's not 100% anymore that they'd stink. I think they need to find what they want to be doing as well. Like they need to find their read on the meta, which I don't think they have at the moment, which happens.
Now, if K9 is the big brother of this squad, YZ is probably the godfather, male of Bilibili.
Philly Dilly with the tier 1, thank you so much for the 36 months. My goodness, man, thank you so much.
I mean, bro just kind of called him Unk in a way. Like,
Wouldn't change coaches? Nah, I don't think so. Feels more like a player thing. I would love to know what the big difference is, to be honest. They don't look... They just don't look the same. And again, I think that, personally, I think they can get it back, but... I don't know, something feels a little bit different. I don't know if they're like putting in less time, they want it less. Chemistry maybe, but at the same time, the main thing it looks like is they don't have a good map pool because I don't think they have like a strong read on what they want to play.
That's the ultimate question, right? Because when I'm looking at this matchup in front
don't know,
of us,
I think they don't have the confidence
YZ was up 17 first kills to 6 first deaths. It was a complete difference in the server. And if we're seeing that similar level of performance, it's a Bilibili run away with it.
Well, let's move on to their opponent, however. Wolves, somebody that has already impressed
What
us
change
as
would I make? I'm not sure.
The team
Depends how practice is going. I don't know what the inside of the team is like.
Really impressive stuff from Team Wolves. I think every time they've jumped into the server, I've just loved what I'm seeing.
I think FNS will catch a stray this game because of Bilibili. Oh, for sure, man. The low-hanging fruit, dude. Everyone goes for it.
The really powerful individual talent on this team.
It's really a testament to the level of macro they play at to be able to call against an IGL like Boo, even though Team Heretics doesn't have the most crazy mid-rounds or situations.
I think Heretics could have done better with their veto against Wolves.
Going head-to-head, toe-to-toe with
don't know, do you think they would have won split? I think Wolves' split looked right against Sentinels.
I almost see him as like a mini Nat, you know.
I think if they won a pistol on Pearl, they probably win Pearl.
The front, of course, that is Sufat, baby. The IGL
I don't think the veto was like crazy. I don't think that's like what I would put it down to, even though you do look at the veto from an outside perspective. Even we were doing it thinking, how the hell have they got Pearl and Ascent? I think they just had a bad map pool coming into it.
With each other, so what would it mean for you to be able to beat a fellow CN team to advance to the playoffs?
Again, you can't have like it's not always gonna be a great map pool for you. You can't be very, very good at every map.
其实我们不管对手是谁，我们都会做好自己，专注好每一把比赛吧。
Actually, no matter who we face, we just want to lock in our game and matchup and try our best to win every matchup.
Okay, lock in. Okay, good luck today.
Bacon, he did tricep day today. Chat, Bacon. Bacon cracks me up, man. Bacon has a tricep day for gym. Purely triceps, that's it.
What a exciting head-to-head.
Oh yeah, these are two of
just
the
tricep.
best
I don't even.
I
can't even. I've got no words for it, man. It was so good. Me and him went to go do. Content, and then he was like, "Do you want to go?" He was like, "Do you want to go gym today?" I was like, "I've just gone." And I was like, "What day is it today?" Thinking he'd be like chest, triceps, and he just goes, "It's tricep day." I don't think I've ever heard the word. It's like the sentence. It's tricep day.
I mean, I feel like the obvious answer is Spring, but we do see him on that lurk roll so much. So I'm kind of wanting to look at Russia as like the primary controller.
2,000 skull
I'm
crushes.
really interested to see what he brings because it's such a close head-to-head. I mean, these
singular tricep. Yeah, it's only one arm of the tricep as well.
A little bit different because you're going to see Rusha with the team a lot. He's not going to do a lot of lurking, but he's getting like 3Ks consistently. Like he can dominate a site on a hit.
I do it to keep in the routine, but you want a light day. But how many exercises do you do, Bacon?
On a lot of maps, so solo anchoring sites, and also going to be very effective on the lurks.
He might be my favorite Harbor player of all time.
Next content, I'm gonna have to ask Bacon to show off his triceps. I've got to see the outcome of tricep day. It must be incredible.
A very familiar matchup for Russia, and our very own Jen managed to catch his insight on Wolves a little bit earlier.
The gym one trick. Triceps
Hey
only.
guys, it's Jen with Russia and also Vera for translation. Now Russia, the last time you faced the Wolves, you guys came out on top, but it seems like Wolves have improved a lot in Masters. So what are your expectations for today?
上一次面对到狼队是 BLG 获胜了嘛，但是狼队在来到多伦多大师赛之后，好像进步了非常多，所以你们对于今天的比赛有什么样的期待呢？
我觉得狼队确实进步了非常多，但是我们也进步了很多。
Close grip chest.
我希望
Superset overhead extension with rope and dumbbell, skull crushes and pushdowns.
So Wolves, they indeed made a lot of progress coming to Masters Toronto,
That's
but so
mad.
do we. So what matters is that I hope we can deliver a good match today for all the audience.
Okay, thank you very much. Can't wait to see it.
Nice. I love when they just look at her like, are we done? Like, yeah.
A lot already, but
We're
only
done.
one of them can make it to playoffs. And it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll because we asked you which one of our squads did you think was going to make playoffs. And you, 53.2% of you, said Wolves.
I mean, it's close, but Wolves taking it here sort of, I think, speaks to how much work they've done on the Toronto stage so far, right?
Prodigy, what is this question?
Over a lot of
what do you
fans.
mean?
Their close game against Sentinels with taking down Heretics. I really like what this team has shown us.
I really feel like they've absorbed a lot of the Team Heretics fans at this point. Surely, if they're going to take them down, the team that did it to them, it makes total sense.
Minnie should have done tricep day so that he can shovel the coal quicker. That's actually true as well.
And I'm honestly expecting a little bit of grungy street Valorant at times just because there's so many mind games in the rematch, and also they've learned so much here already.
Yeah, the vibes are going to be really important as well. You know, we've even heard some of these players talk about how we had to work so much on hyping each other up, making sure everyone's comfortable. And I know Sufat said that Lysol was super down on himself and he had to try and pull him out of a negative mindset. And that's going to be important on the day, especially, Mel, if you start losing, you know?
And I think that's a testament to Sufat's
Is this a limb? Yeah, I mean, this is everything, mate. Winner goes through to playoffs, losers go home.
Onto the stage, and what better time than today to do it against your fellow Chinese brethren?
Damn, 8-0.
To knock them out, but for your team
8-0, and he went with Wolves and PRX.
Okay.
You couldn't pick, so you had to choose the VCT China logo?
Yes,
that makes sense.
Because, I mean, one of them is guaranteed to make it. I had to cop out.
Yeah, but one of them's also guaranteed to lose. So.
Yeah, that's life.
What is this?
Yeah, you know, it's true. It's true. Honestly, I really like Wolves' chances here. I think compared to the last matchup, I'm expecting Juicy to play much better. I'm also expecting a ton of late round situations.
What is this?
And that is where my guy Spring is going to be showing up in a big way.
Yeah, you guys
if in my pick'ems I have to pick either Liquid and PRX,
I can't wait to see who's going
the
to be
least
right,
that can
because
happen
BLG, WOLS,
is
PRX,
Yinsu can
and
pick a
Liquid
side
have
here.
already overcome every challenge to make it this far. And if you are in the building, you are about to witness the final fight for playoffs. Day 5 of Masters Toronto starts right here, right now.
But that, dude, we're just letting that happen? That's insane.
Nuts' arrival heralds victory for Team Liquid. 1-1 in the tournament.
Unfortunately, we're going to be facing our friends, PRX.
It feels like they are kicking things into that next gear, on pace to make the playoffs.
So many international events we've been on the same tournament and we never faced each other. I knew that this moment was going to happen one day. I wanted both of us go to the playoffs. But on the next match, do or die.
We don't really care who we're gonna play versus. There's no more second chances.
It's such a difference.
I don't wanna go home. So I guess I need to take you out.
That's so funny, dude.
The most important thing against them, you cannot let them play their own game, and you need to force your own play style.
PRX, traditionally not afraid to get weird.
If PRX is playing at their best, and if another team's scared of us, we are doing something right.
I didn't come here to play one match. Let the better team win.
Dude, that cracked me up so much. Liquid just like, we didn't want to play our brothers. PRX just like, fuck them. Don't care who we play. That was awesome.
我们一开始的目标到现在也是一样，就是想打好我们自己的东西，展示好我们的队伍的实力给大家看。
Billy made a serious go at it.
然后作为一个队伍里打得比较久的人，没有打出很好的表现，确实就更让人难以接受吧。我觉得我们应该会就是调整好自己的心态，全力就是准备好下一场比赛吧。
因为我经常跟他们说，因为我的 character 我是 in game leader 嘛，我是指挥嘛，所以我会跟大家说，就是有我的声音在，就是不用管任何的东西，执行好我们的东西，站起来，一起站起来，就是大家可以再打得再放一点，再兴奋一点的话，我们就会打得更好。这个就是我们狼队的能量。
就是在大师赛上证明自己的机会其实不多，我们要争取好每个就是来之不易的机会。我也相信我们大家也可以一起调整过来，扛过这一次所谓的生死战吧。100分100信心，我们一定拿下这一场比赛进入大奖。
Damn.
就是对我
WG Psycho, thanks so much for the Prime, bro. Appreciate that.
害怕要回去啊，或者我一定要
And Prism Mike as well, the Prime. Thank you for that as well.
任何的
Appreciate 3 months.
会像我们狼队的口号一样 ，Fear nothing.
Fear nothing. Abyss is coming back, did you hear? Yeah, I'm really hoping it's not true. Tom Powell, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you for the 26 months. Chat, if I have to watch all the regions and it's Icebox and Abyss, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Versus WOL.
Ario, thanks so much for the Prime as well. Thank you.
These two CN teams know each other very well, but there's only room for one of them at playoffs. The gloves are coming off today.
They absolutely are. We got VCT CN stage 1.5 in the house right now.
Don't even know how to fix Abyss. Just shrink it, man. 50% smaller. Or just scrap it and just get a new map.
Off on Ascent now.
Yeah, and I love watching Ascent. Like I was saying in the
Ascent
matchups yesterday, it's
split.
really a map of who can make the least mistakes. Really fundamental Valorant going to get played here, so that's a great first map to start on. And also going
Wolves
to
are very good
at
at split.
Yeah, split will definitely be fun to see in terms of what we've seen, especially with Wolves liking that
I'm not
map
sure,
and
mate.
going for
Hopefully.
slow plays
See what happens.
The lurks. But in terms of Ascent being in the pool, I just love that immediately we're getting a test.
Is Breeze fully scrapped? I don't know.
And it's so interesting because the last
Probably
time
not.
they faced each other, they didn't want to go to Ascent. Ascent was map 5.
Right.
We didn't even get to see it. And Icebox gets banned this time
I really
around
don't
well.
think they would
You
leave.
gotta think
I
about
really don't
maybe,
think they would leave
there's
Abyss
some game
and
plan, but also
Icebox
the fact
in
that
at
they
the same
haven't
time.
played in
I really
so
don't.
long. I know they did
I
play
think they're
against each
too
other,
aware
but they
for
had
that.
to wait the longest before arriving at Masters Toronto.
It's very true. All these things going through their heads, but I don't know. I think I'd be banning Icebox too if Lucius Harbor was an option to play against.
Especially considering the performance against Sentinel, it makes total complete sense. On Ascent here, if it was map 5 and the last time they saw each
I think
other,
Valorant
and
should
now
just let
kicking
people
it into
make
map
maps
1,
and buy
you
it
have
for
to
them.
wonder, what are these teams going to pull out? Especially
Yeah, I think it
the
would
team
help.
that picks the map.
I
Are
think
we gonna see a
to
comp
think that
difference? Are we
you
gonna see a
are
new
always
player
going to
take
make a
over that
banger
normally
map
doesn't? Anything can
as
happen
a
here on the
map
international
designer
stage.
is
Yeah,
like
especially when you
a
have
little
two
bit
teams with such a
delusional.
history facing off against each other on the
So I think if you look at every game that's been out, that you always have bad maps. So having like input from multiple people is pretty good.
Extra layers of mind games and understandings and playing to those tendencies that you expect from your opposition.
And we don't really even have to worry about what they're going to play because they never adopted any Tejo things on this map. There's no many things that they need to change. And Billy have been stupidly dominant if you look at their record on Ascent in the past.
Yeah, absolutely lights out. And it makes sense, right? When you've got a guy like YC.
Are you supporting PRX or Liquid? What do you mean? I'm supporting both.
I stand by it.
That's like asking if you had kids, who's your favorite kid? The kids are on two different football teams, you're going to support them both. You're not going to go, he's my favorite kid. Hope he wins.
Matchup, especially that duelist matchup that we're all looking towards.
You can support both, it's fine.
You know, with the history behind Naf and Juicy having
Who's your
played
favorite
together
mod? Same
before,
question.
Yes, it was years ago, but knowing those
My favorite mod's
tendencies,
Smoothie, man, obviously.
even that can shine through. The smallest of details can make or break the difference today.
Yeah, and if there's one thing that BLG are going to know
He does
about
too much
Wolves
around
is
here.
that on all the maps they play, really, they love taking mid control because they want to make sure they're always keeping their options open for mid-round pivots. This time, Wolves are going to be starting things over on the defense side, so that won't come into play until later.
This is the comp that we expect. They are so dominant here. In fact, their win streak is crazy at this point, but Wolves know this. They know how to play against this comp at that point. At this point, they've had experience into it, but I wonder if they're going to make some changes.
The Neon is something that's so unorthodox, and it's
Deadlock
something that
Cypher
Billy are
comp.
familiar
Ooh, I like
with,
that.
but something that the rest of us really aren't. We really don't see this,
The
especially
Deadlock
in
Cypher
Americas.
comp's
This is
nice,
something
but
that's completely
honestly,
different, and I wonder if that will shift their focus maybe towards
a KO is like
A-main.
really good against
Although
it.
the mid control is strong, I equally believe that A-main is something that Wolves is
Sure.
going to have to shut down.
Yeah, 100%, because, you
Let's see what Wolves have got, especially starting on defense with this comp. They can put up like a really strong defense.
You're just not going to be able to really stop this guy from getting into your sight. Again, Billy Gaming have been very successful.
Michael in the YouTube chat, thank you so much, I appreciate that.
This match will be the definition of friendly fire. And speaking of fire, bringing the heat over in the caster booth, it is Uber and Wyatt.
The Liquid Viper Sunset in the works.
This is the
PRX's Icebox
ninth
Omen.
time that
Missing
Wolves
anything?
and Billy have faced off in the history of their rosters, but this one, of
Nah,
course,
I don't think
has
so.
the stakes
I think
ratcheted up to 11. They've got to
he'd
go
be
against
reaching if
each
he
other.
tried to
Two
do
teams
anything else.
intimately familiar with one another for a spot in the playoffs. So to make it
You could
to a next
maybe
phase
do
of
the...
play, go home
If you
and
needed
get
something else, you could do the Genji Sunset. It was kind of nice.
That they exchanged
But it's not going to hit as good
victories.
second time
It
round.
was Wolves that knocked Billy into that lower bracket in their own qualifying game, where then BLG had to defeat EDG, the all-time best team from the region, to even make it here. It's been volatile affairs from both of them. These teams experience high highs and sometimes low lows because they play a risky play style. But both of them at this tournament,
Thoughts on Neon Ascent? I don't mind it, to be honest. I would rather a Neon than a Raze.
These guys have been absolutely
I
phenomenal.
don't think a Neon's too bad.
So, you know, we've highlighted Juicy on multiple occasions, starting on the defense side of Ascent. He'll be on that Yoru. It's a risk to pick Ascent because you are giving your opponents that choice of side, and naturally, Wolves say, we will start on the defense side. We will try and build that big lead with this double Sentinel comp to try and lock you out of the map.
It's bold from Billy to pick this into Wolves, who last played this comp. They know they have to go up against a powerhouse on defense, and an already defensive
Thoughts on double sentinel? I love a double sentinel. I think the Vice is a little stronger, but I'm a big deadlock believer. I think the deadlock is very hard to play against if you play it right.
Against Sentinels, especially working the map on Lotus, for example, and others, and taking a long time to start to make a move. But even from their coach in the press conference, they've said this change of meta, this move away from the Taeho, is actually allowed Silfat to call some more up-tempo rounds. So we saw this unleashed
a good deadlock is broad to play against. Yeah, if you have a really good understanding, I think deadlock's a nightmare to play against, to be honest.
Two teams in the middle of an evolution now.
Especially when you're like on the server first time against it, trying to work out what to do. I think it's very hard.
Two teams from China in the playoffs bracket. No one expected Wolves to be in this position. They might be able to make it against all odds, defying all of those expectations here.
Time to descend into beautiful, inscrutable Chinese Valorant, folks.
Okay, here we go. We've got Wolves on defense, we've got Billy on attack. And slight bit of mid pressure. Knife goes out and just straight up B hit. Again, Wolves should be able to get at least A on defense, to be honest, with this comp. So losing a pistol will be pretty devastating.
Their way into this B site. Why are you trying to play from behind this cyber cage? But K9 is dealt with Juicy. That's a play towards mid. Now, there's less of a timer on Billy. Awareness, of course, of a play through market. They've got to get going, and YZ waits no time. Touching on down, but can't play off the flash.
Wow, the double hold back of sight is incredible here. There was an Omen flash that came in that kind of stopped them from hitting so fast over towards stairs, I'm pretty sure. That was nice. I'm pretty sure Spring had a pretty underrated Omen flash. I think it stopped everyone from going stairs. He smoked it and then Omen flashed. Then they just all had to go lane, right?
Those two players in tandem. YU also kind of ensuring with that swing out that no one could trade onto Sufa, who was wide out in the open.
Stupefies!
Doing the both there.
Okay, respected.
I'm watching.
He's spoken about how much he admires some of these top-tier IGLs.
Space and space. Thank you so much, dude. Wait, is that your name? Space, even. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. Okay, Wolves 1-0 with the pistol, and again, this comp is no joke. It's good for like 8, 9, 10 on defense here.
Because the operator is pivotal to getting this double sensi look rolling. Get it in the hands of your Yoru.
Yeah, especially when the op comes out on this one, it's really hard. There's a lot of walls, right? Especially if you use like this wall as an example, you got this wall over towards B. There's a lot of walls with deadlock where you have to be like pretty heavy committed in a position to try and break it. And you can have like an op that can punish really easy behind it as well. So the deadlock on this map is insanely strong.
Definitely have what it takes to slow that Neon
Move
down.
cam a bit. He's got right.
0 Point does reveal some defenders here, but nothing out of the ordinary as far as Billy are concerned. But with 40 seconds on the ticker, they've got to make a decision.
Hey, where is he?
See them already prioritizing, trying to get
oh my god, he's jumping everywhere.
Death. You are going to want
he's going to be floating for a bit.
Against the comp Wolves are running.
30 seconds
get those strips deactivated so you can try to get a clean exec later in this half.
The stack up towards that heaven side as Juicy takes first contact, knows now. The Billy are trying to push up into upper. He's going to have to work them down. Flash might have been available, but Spring is handled. Right. Juicy tries to fall back off the line. Relay Bolt forces it back to a degree, and YZ is dealt with.
Wait, why is this? Oh boy, that's a really important kill. 1 HP for the Omen. Oof, what a kill. Yeah, do they expect the Omen to go over towards heaven? That was a great flash. 1 HP against 9 HP. Comms can come in about HP, sir. Oh, that shock's good.
I like that. He's on the edge of it. Rusia with a solitary point of health. Now looks to challenge. The shock darts expended. Standing ahead. No connection for Silfat. He himself is...
Damn, bro. They ecoed them. 1 HP on this. He managed to get 2.
Get any closer than that.
Oh, boy. What went down there?
And
he needs something?
That little play in the 2 versus 2. That underhanded flash up from Neff at the exact timing. Rusia had worked through window to swing out with a classic. That was a lovely play, making the most of the minimal amount.
Yeah, where does my camera need to go? Is it okay now?
In that situation, but where are the trades in the heaven fight? Where are the shots? Nothing is connecting from Wolves.
The relay bolt forced Juicy
off of it.
And Billy got to take these, XV1 scenario.
What's the actual buy against? Okay, fast over towards B on the eco. There is 3 people here, so you kind of need to pay attention here. Yeah. Gone.
Able to get this Spectre involved. Juicy's dealt with it Speedway now, running headlock into Spring and dispatches him with ease.
And that's a YZ moment early on. 8 HP. What if I go for more anti?
Yeah, that'll have to do, chat.
7 more than he needs.
Continue to hunt.
Okay, 1 armor rebuy,
There from
1 gun rebuy.
BLG, impressive shot from YU, but no real economic damage done.
Dude.
We were just talking about the
Didn't Wolves have a similar...
Wolves
Wolves had a similar... When was this? Pearl? Pearl against Heretics? 1 pistol, lost the eco again? They've lost a few, like 4 ecos. It's pretty rough.
Well, they are going up against a pretty strong bonus because Billy already have a stupid big economy.
Defense Odin comes out, and there's not many angles anymore. There's like 1.
Without an economy running, there's no op prospects for Juicy just yet. He's posted pretty far forward towards the mid part of the map, but has to get crash out. Big damage wise, he dinks down to 10.
That's such a brutal fadeaway. Okay, Odin over towards spawn shot.
Picked up that Odin, which is still
Where are the ults? Got KO ult for this round, so we got anti-KO setup. Yeah, and it's a strong anti-KO setup, right? Deadlock stuff over towards A. Deadlock here. Cypher stuff over towards B. Cypher on A. So if you did hit the sides, you got the other Sentinels util to help you out.
Himself against potential spam from Sealfat. Sealfat not shoulder peeking this. He's waiting off another form of info gain. Does have Juicy watching from an off-tank. Oh, buddy! Finds the time absolutely perfectly.
Perfect on this one. They got the recon ready as well. And at one point, Billy have to kind of commit. And with the first kill going down, are they even going to use their ult? Is it real question? With that kill as well, he gets Sova ult. He gets Sova ult, and in this setup anyway, he is the rotate. So it's pretty nice.
K-Knight is trying to really sell this presence on
Obviously, the Sova ult could get cancelled by the KO ult, so he needs to be kind of careful.
A couple of deadlock trips. There are multiple Wolves players there.
Dude, that might pull a lot though. 15 seconds. Give me the A hit. Give me the A jaws. 10 seconds.
Here from Main,
yeah, they can definitely get plant here.
Neutralized in the dying seconds of the round. There's a plant here from Billy.
How are they still winning these fights? There was very little time left. The pressure to run into the site. Juicy has multiple flashes to try and get out of this dark cover as soon as the molly expires. But BLG, they're playing anti, shouldn't get blinded up.
Turret, of course, firing at that clone. 4-8 here from Tree. Juicy makes a bit of noise, but the door is shut.
Yeah, they've split up. You has to
yeah, it's going to be 1v1s basically.
Door is down, but that is time that has been bled off the clock. Levius shrugs off the flash, is ready to take the fight. A second one comes
nice
in.
kill, man. So important.
Lysor, the veteran, on the site. Gives it a tap. And he delivers.
What a shot that is.
No stranger to criticism.
What that is. That was nice. The straight up jump is a little rough, but it's a great shot,
he
man.
delivers a stunning round like that.
Yeah, I love it. He's got the most casual stand-ups. It's so good.
His team is still behind him. He still has that self-belief. He comes up in a round of the utmost importance. I can't believe that BLG were able to get that so close. It was bizarre. Late in the round, they got so spread across the map. Look at how little time there was. Multiple anchors on the site. And it feels like Wolves coming in a little bit cold right now with the aim.
Wait, he went for a full jump. He didn't even crouch jump it.
Eat my words at the end there. That was a disgusting snap
yeah,
shot.
it was a really nice shot though. 1, 2, 3, 4 that can't buy next. We got
Billy have that economic base
pretty much only one.
Had to be a gate crash out there for Juicy lest he be suppressed by the 0 point.
Okay, with this setup again, we got anti... Oh, we don't have the anti... Well, kind of anti-KO. The Deadlock's a little bit committed over towards A, but it's just a Sova setup. Grab net over towards short into Sova ult.
From those blasts, Levius that was handled on the B side, he just walked into main on his own. Lysor turns the flash and there's trade potential, but it's not necessary. Lysor is having one.
Yeah, I think Billy are going to do a timeout and do some kind of set strat with this here.
He's had enough of the chatter online, the criticism.
Especially with a Neon ult up.
Stepping up when they needed him most. YZ trying to even things up.
2v5 at its peak.
There's another potential double
and
up for the
there's a lot
YZ was gonna be. What is this? Okay, Annihilation drawn out. YZ trying to play ahead of it. Gets rid of Lysol, but can he save his compatriot?
It was a good try.
To save him from the cocoon.
It was a good try.
Wisey has to play through 3. Has the spike to hand at least. The time is not on his side, Wyatt.
Where will he attempt to go? Or at this point,
home.
Probably just save, yeah.
I still think the start is pretty good for Billy. I would love to see a timeout here, because they still got 2 kills, which means that the money's kind of low on 2 for the rebuy, and they got so many ults that if they can actually win this, it might be worth 2 on a double Sentinel comp. Like, they're still kind of close to Reckoner money-wise, the big rounds.
It's a solo walk up from Levius there in main. Good trade architecture set up here. It wasn't necessary in the end.
The Wolves comp? I really like the Wolves comp. It's good. The only thing I would change is I would use a Vice instead of the Cypher, but I think the Cypher is pretty nice.
Takes a gander.
It's only a small preference. The Cypher makes it a little bit easier, to be honest. Okay, no timeout, so maybe he's happy with the call. I want to see all these ults. Like, I would be so fine to all in this. I can't believe they're dry swinging over towards mid of all these ults.
From the rest of Wolves there.
Still, though, I can't blame him. He's happy to try to take these fights when he has
Paranoid Cow. Thank you so much for the Prime, dude.
He was close.
Thank you with the 4 months, mate.
YZ.
You prefer Yoru on this map? I would play Yoru on this map at the moment.
Here comes the null command. Hit coming through. Hey, I love this from Wolves. Double up in main. Try to get a kill on Rusha.
I picked the wrong player to try and collapse on, though. YZ instantly is there. Russia bailed out.
Yeah, and Wolves pretty much have to try keep their money good. Both of these can drop as well. 3k. B28. 1-9 loss bonus on top.
Especially with lockdown being earned.
That was the right pivot attempt from Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, that first kill changed so much for them.
Try to isolate the one guy on that split in the for the 4-1 hit, but Arusha crucially just wins out that duel. Yeah, for me, one of the players who has stepped up the most from watching the playoff run in Toronto.
The pillar blocked the flash, and then the pillar owned him by blocking his grab net. It's incredible. Okay, they save none, so they all get 1-9 loss bonus. They can get 3 OK guns.
Unfortunately, 2 in that moment. Lysa was pushed up kind of close to B main on the mini.
Bring back summaries? Nah, probably not. What I was thinking that because we got a day off tomorrow, I was thinking of doing some kind of video, just to summarize like my thoughts at the moment of some of the teams. Might see if Mini wants to do it as well. Just talk about teams for a little bit. See what his thoughts are.
With that fight that Wolves took in main, but not going to be the case. This is going to force them into
I think I have a lot of thoughts on teams at the moment.
Shown to Wolves is, of course, they really want to stack up these
Glamorgo, thanks so much for the tier 1, mate. Appreciate the 60 months. The recap, yeah, it won't have many videos. It'll just be like my thoughts on teams.
Puts them in a little bit of an odd economical position. They're winning these rounds when they do with a couple of guns, 2, maybe 1 sort of Phantom in play. Now, this has really knocked them down. They do have a dimensional drift of Juicies to try and play around.
Are we looking so far? Yeah, it's a close game. I think Wolves, dude, Wolves won pistol Pansy, then got insta-eco'd after.
Just a walk up on mid.
The classic.
Standard stuff, but a lot of guns trained on him by Billy. No chance for a trade to come in from Covey.
I would definitely want to give Coach Fade over on Wolves his flowers.
Will their attack be bad? It's not a bad attack.
Like,
it's not a bad attack at all.
He's given them the right adjustment. I think of even that
it's one of those where like everyone thinks that the double sentinel shouldn't be good on attack, but honestly it is, because like if you end up, depending on how you use your util, if you get one of these alive over towards site, it's pretty good for after punt, especially the deadlock. And then obviously you can do really good defaults at the moment with these.
With an off-in-hand last round, Juicy.
What's the actual eco? Okay, I can talk maybe we talk a little bit when we get over towards attack, but I think this comp on attack is pretty good, especially when you have like a deadlock that can kind of default over towards B. When I have Yoru on attack, I'm more tempted to smoke over towards the mains, because if you can get over towards these corners, you like double the amount of TPs that are doable into the actual side hits. So I do think that taking mains is pretty important when you have solo Yoru.
YZ gets very far up on site very early. Spring trying to get on.
Especially as everyone thinks that you have to take middle, which you do kind of, because a lot of times you're splitting. But I think you can site here for a little bit. Holy bro, they hit so many shots and no one hit this recon as well.
In front of K-Knight and he's got 3 guns to get past. I have the spike. Dimensional drift just to confirm. Yes, K-Knight is here. We'll set up to close the net.
I'm even pinged by the cam. This is a nightmare.
Can't go under just because that cam's gonna wreck you. Guy, that was a nice util on this one. Yeah, got some gun upgrades as well. Get all 3 of them. It's a lovely round. The thing that I do worry about, honestly, just the Chinese teams, I've seen them both do this at the moment, is when they're playing against ecos, there's loads of times where they don't scout. They don't feel out sights, they don't give themselves any options, and they just straight sight it. So when you play against these kind of Chinese teams, at least like Wolves and Bilibili, you can insta-stack over towards sights, which most teams stopped doing, to be honest, for the past 2 years. Like most teams just, because most teams would like feel it out a little bit. Oh, he refaced.
Unrecoverable for YZ, but you were right. That save in the last round from Lysor, definitely trending towards an early op into the hands of the Yoru.
And don't even end up needing that cash when they just recover a bunch of rifles, win out.
EDG have this issue? It's very common in China, to be honest. It's just the fact that they're just like a little bit behind on certain things just because they got the game late. That's like one of them.
Immediately won that eco of their own.
Cobbs, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 31 months.
The use of this
Thank you,
Lysor
Phil.
might have just been arbitrarily thrown out, so it doesn't have much longer to stand. It will be cleared anyway. Gravnet caught. YZ wants to go for it. Relay bomb
great stun.
now. Hunter's Fury, but Lysor is trying to dodge away from it. Now YZ's
Big duel on short. What can the Omen get?
Some connection off this overdrive, but Sufat's waiting for him. Spring's gonna be there. Spray under the door.
What is that?
Comes down, and a Bilibili.
That's one of the luckiest kills I've ever seen in Valorant.
Now with their sentinel down, pay attention to YU. He's wrapping all the way.
Okay, at least they've been proactive on this one. Flashed over towards short was the timing at the moment that Omen's adding flash.
No, they need to get proactive, but they're punished for it.
And Cypher gets killed no matter what.
Then
no matter what, he got dinked.
Bilibili off a decent start, trading.
You get a draw for the playoff games today? Yeah. It's a really important draw today.
Both teams really went for some great little plays there towards Cat. That was some impressive stuff, to be honest. Again, I like that Wolves, when they're recognizing when these splits are coming in, that they need to just be active on one side of it to catch a player off. That was YZ. He was paranoid up, but then he sends in the
this one was
and they get an immediate
insanity.
Hunter's Fury used to save him, kill Lysor when he's stunned. That is just some lightning fast awareness of how to take advantage of the ults and abilities that they have. That was fantastic. Again, Wolves, their economy is...
Yeah, and when this comp starts to get money, it's very hard to get rounds.
Went 1 for 1.
Again,
greedy.
normally good for 8 this comp. Anything more is like pretty nice.
Lockdown for Levy is still being held on to. We'll see decent spots to place it into a Hunter's Fury.
Okay, flash, war, knife, trying to make it look like you're going for a B split, but then there's no smoke over towards middle, so they insta-clear all of that info straight away. It's kind of interesting now that you can go back and do like your original Killjoy ult in the corner that actually gets all the sight. Just can't spam it anymore. Omen ult straight over towards side so you can get the plant early. Dude, how? Oh my god. Oh my god. He just sent it all the way. So many comms going on that he didn't hear him running at him.
To try and get in there with the spike plant. They just can't get out of main. They're stuffed in the choke.
Yeah, I think there was a deadlock grav net here that wrecked everyone. I was too busy watching the Omen absolutely send it.
At least wants them to get out the way, and then Wolves just flood back in. Lysor is on one, by the way. Another
it looks horrible.
Big round, multi-kill, 3K.
But we got to talk about it. There's a massive timing issue there for Bilibili. They, use that
yeah, they just got stuck in the choke.
Barushi is so far ahead of his team because they don't
I think they need to just a bit more of
and
map
the fact
control.
They're getting sprayed down by a node as they try and push out. So there's a massive gap in spacing, and it's just the solo planter for Bilibili on the site. So far, we've seen them be so good wide at working the map, using the time in the round to passively clear some of that Sentinel util without offering up anything. This time they run headlong.
Did Vice Deadlock fall out of meta? No, not really. It just wasn't many teams using it.
As you mentioned, taking it a little
It
bit
never really
slower,
was meta
and then
as well.
Going for some splits onto the site, just a straight up B main rush. I get it. They feel like we have the lockdown, we can force everyone out and then get into the site. They just didn't calculate for the fact that they would be stuck in choke. The lockdown would expire, and that would give time for Wolves to flood.
EDG ruined it. The EDG performance wasn't great. There was a couple of teams that absolutely butchered the Deadlock Vice. If you're looking at pure results, it doesn't look good, to be fair.
They come up so short.
And these floods for Wolves behind Sufat's utility have been sublime so far. They are terrifying on those retakes.
Okay, faking a little bit of pressure. We got a recon to maybe set an op up. Kind of like this change up. Recon, make it look like you're doing some kind of pushover towards here, and then you have a deeper trip that you can play off of.
Just takes him out of the game instantly.
Once you push the op off the angle, you have to actually like clear a bit of this as well. It's not too bad.
Just got the trip for mid info, pretty standard stuff. Juicy is rotated to pick up towards Tree. They've really got their eyes on everything. There's such a deep trip in B main that had to be cleared as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see that Billy after that round spoke about the fact that they have to like default a little bit more.
Diligent clearing of this Sentinel stall.
Yeah, get the wall out of them, but insta smoke, you still got the Sonic sensor here as well. Still got the Omen TP. Sorry, the Yoru TP. So at one point they can heavy lean over towards here.
Contacting to an op line's always dangerous in that situation too, but Juicy doesn't land the shot.
Keep an eye on the B walk here. Keep an eye on the time as well. There's a lot going on. Fake over towards short into B split. Yoru's already gone for the rotate, and there is no vision block for this. So yeah. And they double hold back as sight. So even if once they get through the choke, they still got to deal with back as sight. 10 seconds. It's nice from Wolves. They look good in this map. They're at least playing like the comp pretty well. They're very, very nice. Yeah, they got Sova ult last time they did the trap over towards short. Let's see. Sova should be rotating here. Slavy, thank you so much for the 16 months, dude. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for that.
It just ends the round. You're trying to rotate around Ascent against an AWP.
Without smokes.
You're cooked in mid. You're so cooked.
Yeah, it's almost guaranteed that Juicy was going to have another chance to take contact somewhere on the map. He makes a good rotation to mid.
Defaulting takes time, yeah. That's one of the issues with this one. You got to try and find the deadlock wall, break it, without losing anyone. Because it's like the whole thing of, a little bit like the Chamber Vice stuff that I was speaking about a little bit, right? Where it's like, you have to you have to default to find like this bit of util, but at the same time, you have to have very methodical defaults to make sure you don't get opt. And a lot of teams will do stuff that, like, honestly, a lot of teams when they're up against an op will just go fast. And if you're up against a comp which you can't go fast against, and the op comes out, like, you're forced to do a default. And then if your default's not good enough to make sure you push the op off by being safe, then you just get wrecked. You just get picked. So it definitely, like, the deadlock into an op on defense definitely, like, forces, and a Vice as well, forces teams to do stuff that they're pretty uncomfy at.
So good. Flash is crucial to get Juicy out of there. Lysor wants to fight. Can Juicy get back to action?
The great Gravnet.
Lysor didn't want to give up the space. Eventually, though, he has to. Juicy just takes a further back line. Relay ball's got to be respected, and here comes YZ to collect.
Okay, big change up. 30 seconds on this. Omen has to get, honestly, maybe 2 here. It's a great trade. That was a fast trade, by the way. Like this change up from Billy, and they don't smoke this, they actually like take it.
To spring to the side.
Just waiting to see if he even just risk ripping the Hunter's Fury to try and kill the planter in this situation. Doesn't want to. They're definitely going for this.
This was a nice round from Billy, really.
Eyes on this over. YU Cam, that'll be cleared. Zufat spray has forced K-Knight out of the open somewhat. Bolt going to be cleared. YU, there's a ping, and Russia is handled. Sufat trying to find K-Knight in that direction. He's considering even diving in for this one. Confirms his location. It's K-Knight v Sufat. A shot, he gets the job
Just out of time. It's a really nice try for them on the retake. That recon nearly did it for him.
Walk away with bragging rights and nothing more.
This was a good round from Billy though. This was really nice. It's a good change up from them.
They really are able to make the most of this util that they've got. That recon again gets so much value. Neither player able to break it. So
the comp is really good on defense with the Yoru, but on attack it's a little bit harder. Yes. But I still think there's loads of stuff you can do with Yoru at the moment that's like not explored, really. I think you have a lot of options. Most teams will just go for splits, but I think the side hits maybe are a little bit underrated.
He's determined to actually try and take these fights. Juicy still has the upper hand, but the protocols from Billy for
I'm excited to see their attack, to be honest. One of those comps that's like pretty fun to come up with stuff.
Juicy has full control of B main. I will say Billy are doing a great job of breaking the
double up
in this. Yeah, why not? They have
got the money.
So much money.
Last round of the half. Juicy wants that.
No, it's so unlucky.
What a timing.
Gate crash expired, so needs to refresh it. Still an opportunity to take that contact peak, but I don't know how aggressive Levius intends to be here. Juicy might end up walking into his line. That'll mean the Tyrant can take contact for him. Inching ever closer. Neither player wanting to blink first.
Might have to switch to something else, Prius.
Over at B main. Check back in with that one. Levius gets out. Okay, why is he caught inside a Sonic Sensor by the looks of things, but a relay ball catches Lysor in main. Off the line in B. No encounter there, but Rushi has dealt with him. That's your controller down.
Oh, that is that is the kill. They've really heavy rotated on this one as well. They're going to get over towards side. They're going to have Sova ult. Sova ult for Sova ult.
That was such a fast maneuver from BLG to get over to this B site. That was a moment again where they were lacking.
Oh, they got 5. It's pretty good on attack.
To protect them when they had to cross through mid. But K-Knight wins that duel and Levius cracks the site open. What a high impact kill on that lurk.
200's Furies in the pocket for both sides. Okay, here comes the attack side one first. K-Knight looking to scout, see where this retake might originate
from. Just
from.
delaying a lot of it.
Sufat wants to try and light up with a recon.
Might as well do yours back, mate.
Instantly into Boathouse. This is looking dangerous. Already get hit. Lysor handled those springs, trying to get ahead of the action. It's all on Sufat now. Stand out player.
Okay, nicely done from Billy. I think that timeout really helped him because that short run they did the round before, this was really good. And then here, that was just a nice fake over towards A. And then most important 1v1.
Absolutely be happy with getting 5 here against this composition on defense.
This kill was everything. But you gotta give full props to Levius here and just his like patience over towards B main as well. I felt like he was really on top of the fact that the ult was here, potentially holding that aggro angle. I was impressed with that.
We'll be back after this.
Very good timing. He was really aware that he was B main holding a deep angle. Oops, sorry, chat. It'll be hard for Wolves to win this. Yeah, they might have to get double pistol. Or they got some like really cool stuff on attack. Or there's still a chance that Billy misplay it, because you just need to make sure you can't really retake that well against this comp. They need to make sure they fight heavy over towards sites. I think this is a good game to break down this comp. It might be. You might get a better example of this one. But it at least like covers a good amount of the basics. Abyss will be in the queue. Yeah, we spoke about it earlier, man. Which means that 2 maps are going out. But I strongly think it will be Icebox that goes out. It's been a rough year for teams. There's been a lot of changes this year. Teo instantly at the beginning of the year. Then what do we have? Double map change. Then you had mid map change. Teo nerf. They changed everything. And then you get 2 extra maps on top of the sunset now.
Coming back just ahead of the round 13 in this first map, we've got your Coinbase Econ.
Western Sky change. I'd say it was pretty similar to that in terms of how much it changed up the meta. Waylay didn't do too much. Waylay's not strong enough to be a big switch, like big change up.
Has big impact, has the performance you expect as Neon on this Ascent attack side.
He does the best iteration of this comp.
On attack with the Econ report because he's
there's similar comps to it. I think C9 do something pretty nice with a similar comp.
Rebuying a lot, but in this game, and in many we've seen before, he's still getting enough value out of everything he's spending because he's getting so many great opening kills that his Econ report is always still looking good despite his crazy aggro playstyle.
He actually has the least number of deaths on his team, so less of those rebuys being required. And he's been a big part of being able to dig Juicy out of some of those entrenched off positions where he's trying to take contact.
All right.
Played around it very well, and as a result, Juicy has
1-0 for the Pistols. And honestly, with this comp, they might have to get another, but we'll see. Dude, 14-6? What the hell? Wait, the tag's actually pretty important. Push them off the angle, they can get close and bust. Hurried into Shock, the Shocks are doing good damage. Oh boy, out in the open, ate the Omen Flash, and he just didn't think anyone was going to push over towards side. This is a double pistol.
This attack side pistol exemplifies that.
Oh boy, Shocker.
Red-handed util.
Oh boy. It's not nice to watch. Not nice to watch. Wolves, pretty good at pistols. 2-0.
We said his name and Spring has appeared in this round.
That was a weird play over towards lane here.
3K. That paranoia connecting
also getting hit by that camera actually like changed a lot considering they wanted to just pounce over towards B.
Here. There's no way this should be winnable.
Right, there'll be
you think this econ stat matters? Nah, I messaged some people to try and get it changed. You can do so much with it.
Neither the time nor the wherewithal to clear out Wolves.
Gave him some ideas.
And there's the pistol picked up by the attack side.
And even in just this first round, you're going to see something that will become a consistent theme if Wolves are able to get into the sites pretty much, you know, I'm not going to say for free, but if they can get into the sites easily and then get all of the sensitive utility down, Deadlock will thrive on attack when she's alive, she's in the site, you can get that barrier mesh.
Don't get ecoed.
Going to be used at the door, which it was in that round.
Shorty.
Sonic sensors placed as well. Those are the situations.
Shorty, and we got double sheriff
on attack, or you know, syncing up some of those grav nets.
And normally the double sentinel composition in the past with Jet was pretty flashlight and had to use that controller util to take map space, but we know that Juicy comes packing a couple of flashes. Billy opted for a pretty far forward.
Okay, we got the old school Envy TP, I want to say, into the corner with a recon that clears over towards mid. You got to smoke deep as well. Nice.
Just opting to take things nice and slow, absorb.
And then we got a fake clone over towards short, and then you can create pressure on mid and then TP back over towards B. Yeah, not too bad at all.
Does K-Knight dare to push ahead of an Owl drone if it comes out? Cam, cleared.
Is it optic?
Trying to back off.
Were they not Envy when they were doing that? I can't remember.
He and Levius take an absolute beating. Now, of course, that smoke over towards that CT side. And we're going to see the walls explode out of B main. Gravnet looks like it did catch up one or more players.
I think this is a little bit risky on the eco, but
there it is, Juicy. Eventually catches Neff.
Paid off.
Cutting them off there. Just going to call for the rest of the team to...
Yeah, time's low. Let's see. You check this corner, right? Guy in heaven should at least trade it. Did he pre-fired it? Hello?
So the ghost
Isabella, thank you so much for the 8 months.
The pistol round looks great
Thank you
there.
for that.
YZ belatedly gets to the party. Wolves now distribute 3 players towards that A main direction, leaving Juicy in the site for this expected retake. But what is there to be done? Billy realized it's going to be pretty hard to get any traction in a situation like this.
Yeah, looks like they don't want to give him anything else.
Start a game plan for these upcoming rounds.
They did invest into a couple sheriffs, which is of note. We'll see how that affects their buy.
Oh,
they get to the
what
first
a timing!
Round. Oh, that is
bloody brilliant.
Brutal for Sufat. No one watching his back.
Lysol trapped here.
Was.
Oh.
No way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, imagine you got another here.
Completes the kill contract.
Oh, guys.
Levy's with the drop on them though. This has got to be
It's really costly. Dude, their anti-ecos are really rough. They got some. they need to work on that a little bit.
Things getting so scrambled for Wolves, not playing together, trying to get out tree really late. No one watching the flank that was wide open.
I mean, Too Fat was for a time watching towards that gelato direction, but like we said, it's a Wisey catch a timing on him. It's a stranger Red Bull clutch, I will admit, because the way was paved early by Wolves in this round very cleanly.
One enemy remaining.
Well, BLG are going to be happy with that. What could have been a
okay. I mean, it's not a great bonus in terms of the money. They definitely could have gone Outlaw route if they wanted to, but probably don't want to risk it.
Looks like they want to accelerate.
Recon gets dodged. K-Knight's gonna 12 HP. Foley's gonna get wrecked by it. Hold up, you gotta kill 2. Oh, his team flash wrecked him. Damn, it's a big 1v1. The team flash ended up being brutal. Don't know what the comms are like with it.
No info on where Rusia is though. Now he knows he can look over towards the side. Are you kidding me? It's ridiculous.
Oh, bullets hit.
A higgledy-piggledy little bonus. Weird buy for them.
Everyone stood up after that. I can't blame them.
Dude, that was a low bonus as well. Nate quit. Thanks so much for the 10 months, dude. Oh, that flashing up being so rough. Dude, that was a nice shot, though, from the server.
Sort of the very end there, Sufat continuing his reign of terror.
Think of MV. Have you watched? No, I haven't watched enough of MV. I've only seen some of the Yours stuff.
They connect some sick shots. I know, it's hilarious with Spring teleporting it with a Bucky.
I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more.
That was awesome.
This is dangerous for Billy. That's the round where they want to start to build that defense
side. The replays are sick.
This gets Wolves to 10
there's actually a tweet that I wanted to show you. This is a good time to do it. Dude, how am I gonna find this?
I'm still a little bit stunned that they won that. Remember when Billy took all their guns away on round 2 because Wolves kind of tossed?
Yeah, this is pretty cool.
Really bad.
This is the replay guy, and he, you know that we were asking for the POV of when Mini Boo gets flashed. He has our chat up, and because you guys were asking for it, because we were asking for it, he played Mini Boo like eating all the flashes here. So we got this replay because people in chat were spamming it. Pretty cool.
After Levius kind of paves the way. Sprays down 2 with a Vandal.
And he's a beast.
Can't springboard off of that into a strong position, and now for an outlaw there for YU, maybe reconsidering. But in general, the weaponry is looking pretty darn good. Might be an outlaw for Juicy. Yes.
I mean, Pansy can try it, I guess. I don't know how much you listen to it. Okay, bit of a change up for Billy. Want to go aggro on this 4-person walk over towards middle. They got some hero guns. They get early info over towards B, so they can react however they want to, and they shoot the recon, trying to make sure that they can't TP over towards middle if they want to do a default.
Just an alarm bot to catch this.
A good off angle, but
Juicy takes that contact. It's going to be traded out. Good enough for Wolves for now. Shrug off the relay bolt.
Dude, they're just B hitting a lot.
Something Wisey could capitalize on, and here comes the overdrive. He takes a lot of damage.
Oh, he knows where he is.
But takes YU off the map. Still 3 rifles active.
Do you want to wall send it? Wall to B main teammates over there, or are we just going to wait it out? Just going to wait it out. With the plant Sova 1 kill away from ult, definitely need to keep an eye on that. Not sure he's going to have the freedom to do it, but...
Fully pivoted towards the site, they could get overwhelmed. This is dangerous.
Oh my god, the timing of it was insane as well. I thought he was going to get wrecked. Dude, Spring's playing so good. He's playing so good. Again, I've only seen him have one bad half. I've only had one bad half. That defense on split. That was it. Everything else has been really good from him.
On defense, but has accelerated to 100 miles per hour on attack.
Lizzie Glazer 69420 with the prime. Nice name, dude. Thank you for the 2 months. And Joe Bungo with the 8 months as well. Thanks for that.
Down the players rushing out of B main together. Feels like nothing can go wrong for Wolves, even when it starts. When you start seeing them on the precipice of disaster after YU just goes down to YZ with the weird cage play.
Definitely in the Bilibili timeout, they've been told to go over towards middle, make sure that they can't do the TP default. No doubt about it.
Now they're playing catch-up. Juicy patient on this, suppressed as he was. Flashes into tree.
Ooh, they get away with it though. Yeah, into the group over towards B, and I mean, B hasn't been stopped yet. Why would you? Yeah, they can actually hold him at the choke. They're doing a good job. Yeah, okay, now this is where the comp kind of gets wrecked a little bit. Omen all reactively over towards A, and they want to go for an A split up short. No vision block over towards middle. Prius, give me the... Yeah, nice. Big jewel on A main here. Oh, this has to be Sapphire. Way too on it. Damn, look at the minimap. Look at the minimap. It's a complete masterclass. The heavy rotate with the Omen all committing, just a little bit of pressure of them going over towards mid and then calls them back. Oh god, and the entry as well. Dude, Wolves are completely outplaying them every round on B. And Bilibili are playing against a comp that you can't let get into the after plant. I feel like every single time I'm seeing them go for some kind of retake here. And it's probably one of the reasons why they over-rotated. Oh, what a shot.
Immediately decapitated. Sufat, he wants some information, so the Hunter's Fury comes out and Rushia was caught as he made his way down. 2v2 now, Levis. Looks like he was caught up inside that sonic sensor though, and Lighto has a graph net where that came from. Now to play off this slowing util. Levius and Neff, time not on their side. They have to make a move. A tap on the spike, and Sufat tries to deliver.
There's no time on this one. Nicely handled. Really, really nice, man. Really nice from Wolves. The calling here was awesome, man. Awesome.
They've done it.
God, they're really outplaying him.
A mid-round call from Sufat that from the shadows that was used to get Spring over into Wine. It looks like they're going to peel off, but they leave the Cypher insert in B main. They kept their options open. They pivot back to the open site. Sufat gets the Hunter's Fury with the spike down. What a round. What a beautiful call. He is putting on an Ascent masterclass right now. Still topping the board for his team.
Okay, 7 goes at it.
With the kills. And Bilibili hemorrhaging as a result. No round wins on this defense side. No chance to breathe, to stabilize, to take stock of things. Again, they're thrown into it. As Wolves are knocking on the door of A.
Okay.
Comes a dimensional drift.
The site here. Only got 2 here.
They are fully stacked up, wanting to
Killjoy rotate. Omen flash hits the Omen. It might be a kill, right? Dude, they won the solo duel over towards Heaven. How did he get that kill? I think they got it though, right?
Solution to the problem.
I don't even know how he killed Sufat.
They can definitely re-hit over towards site. They still have Omen smoke. They don't know if they could have gone and re-cleared everywhere though.
Push through. What do Wolves do? It looks like they want to just cut noise and try and re-hit into A.
Cypher ult, bodies are pretty far away. Smoke goes in. Bilibili didn't take any extra space.
Knight doesn't have recon. He can't light this up for Levius. He's going to have to be flying blind, literally shooting in the dark.
They absolutely wrecked him on this map.
Gets off the plant now, aware that there's a player caught inside this wall. Levius has got nowhere to go. He's stuck there.
He's boxed. He can't even move.
And it's on YZ for the game. For the map pick of Bilibili, they won 13-4.
Yeah, it's very nice, man. I'm seeing Deadlock have a lot of impact at the moment. I just think, again, teams struggle against it.
They are just playing with
it's not the norm.
Attack. They look fantastic right now.
Brutal stuff. YZ. Dispatch.
Really, really nice. Really impressive from them. It's good.
Gauntlet thrown at Bilibili. You want to pick this map? Fine. We'll not give you any attack side rounds.
And bear in mind, the last time these two teams faced in that lower final on their qualifying run, it was a sweep 3-0 for BLG. And here Wolves have swung right back, stealing away their map pick.
We're going to step away for a moment. Up next, Yinsu and our analyst desk are going to break down this map #1 of Ascent and set our sights on our second map.
I mean, they had to hold side stronger than they did. I miss coaching sometimes. When new metas come in, I miss, for sure. I think there's loads of fun stuff you can do. And I think that people maybe stick a bit too standard. And everyone... I don't know, at the moment I feel like teams get rewarded for being brave. Teams got rewarded for picking Teo. Teams in this event are getting rewarded for trying a couple of agents that are strong in terms of like Deadlock.
Let me show you how to focus.
But again, I still really like Premium Amberson.
Spike defused.
Okay, let me spam some ads.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So far, still think she's weak. Yeah, I mean, I can understand how people that haven't been in a team can think that. I could understand how people with a good caller who have been on a team could think that as well. But trust me, going on a team where we didn't have like strongest IGL presence, an agent like Deadlock will completely wreck some teams.
And now, just like last time, just like yesterday, actually, we're going to make sure here. I'm going to explain the rules this time around because I'm learning from my mistakes day after day. So we are going to play rock, paper, scissors. Do we know the gist of what rock, paper, scissors is?
Did he just ask, do you know how to play rock, paper, scissors?
So before we start, please select your agent. Please get together.
That's criminal. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
And it's rock, paper, scissors. Again, it is rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay? We got this? Crowd, Toronto, we got this? Perfect. Oh my God, that's awesome. All right, let's go. We'll do this quick. So we'll do a best of 3. So who do we have?
Marcus.
Marcus and? Ripley. All right. Good luck, gentlemen. Please go head to head here. And we're going to get ready on shoot, okay? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, that's a tie. Oh, where I'm getting trolled again. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. That's a shaky hand. What are we doing here? Is this? Okay, that's a close. So we got one over here. One more. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. That's a tie. Man, that hand's shaking. Are we nervous? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, 2-0 here. Congratulations, Ripley. Still, you guys still have some participation prizes. Let's get the flag from Billy signed up over here. And also this sign from Wolves. Thank you so much. Right fist bump. I learned from this one as well. Right fist bump. Right fist bump. Let's head on to the next of the game.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Fade. Fade, congratulations on Ascent. I gotta ask you about the double sentinels on that map. Was this specifically to stop YZ's Neon, or is this something that just happened to have worked in your favor with the new meta?
I'm the founder of the double sentinel Ascent comp, so it's just my comp.
Alright, thank you for your insights. Good luck.
That's my coach right there. That's my coach. I'm back again here on the desk, joined by Ender and Mel after map 1. I personally did not expect that kind of performance to come out of Wolves. What about you two?
No, I mean, especially that second half, it was crazy the Wolves are running away with it. But the way the rounds actually themselves played out, that was kind of the expectation, especially early on. There are so many rounds that are coming down, just 1v1 clutch moments towards the end that Wolves are just getting the better hand on.
I was honestly shocked at how the first half really panned out in favor, I would say, in Wolves, even though it was only 5 rounds for them, because they took a Thrifty, and that Thrifty could 100% shift the momentum of the game, but they somehow came back and got 5 rounds on the defense and had a really, really good looking attack from my perspective.
Yeah, the momentum shift was kind of crazy in that game. Now, let's talk about this HyperX reflex moment of the day, and it goes to Lysor, who had a lot of tough moments, I think, after that loss, Mel. The fans were really not very nice about his opening debut on the stage.
And I mean, what better way than to show up like this? We were talking about it earlier on the desk. There's so much pressure on him, and his IGL took him aside, was like, hey, like, I believe in you. Like, you are capable of these things, and he's showing it.
Guy's just playing whack-a-mole right there. Sees the little head, knocks him down. I love, too, that Lysor's also just constantly standing up after a big play like that. Yeah. Not doing anything else, just like yeah, I did that. Fist bump.
I love how Siuba is always so hyped for these teammates, too. Like, it's great to see.
And I love them, you know, standing up, too. But we saw this quote from him at the press conference yesterday saying, after we lost, my bros helped me a lot. They said to me, Lysor, you need to believe in your own capabilities. And that's what you were talking about, Mel. And we're seeing the change in confidence and the importance of having an IGL and teammates that actually lift you up when you lose.
And I like the fact that Wolves is really not putting too much pressure on themselves. They're just kind of focusing on themselves and their own team, blocking out the noise. I know similar in the press conference, Siufa himself was saying, I don't really hear the doubters. I don't really care too much for them. I just have my game speak for itself on the stage.
And here's the thing, and the map didn't start badly off for Bilibili at all. So what happened?
The second half happened, unfortunately. Wolves just run away with it on the attack side, even with this double Senti comp. And it came by abusing this B site early on. They win the pistol. Spring has a 3K in that one, I think. And then he has a couple of just absolutely insane rounds to keep this team's momentum going.
I mean, let's take a look at some of those rounds and the clutches as well.
Exactly.
The plays were just crazy. I heard, you know, the audience in here, they were on their feet as well, and they gave them something to cheer about.
And keep in mind, this is the bonus for Wolves. They come into the site and they were using these Cypher cages so nicely on their execs, both to block off some space and also to get some TPs going. But really, it was Spring with this shotgun. He TP'd up into market, that comes back, wins out this clutch in the 1v2.
They absolutely wrecked him on this.
Immediately in the next round as well. There's a flank coming in. He's not even looking at that angle first, but he snaps over.
They just didn't know how to play against the comp, it kind of looked like. Is this Elim? Yeah, this is. I mean, this is 1-1 through to playoffs or go home.
Getting them into these positions where Spring has his opportunities, right? Getting him into that post-plant spot. Although in the 1v1, Bomb wasn't quite down yet, but in the second example, it was looking really good. There were so many intricacies, and I
defense side of comp, it's okay on attack.
Exactly,
again, if you get over towards the site, you win the after plant.
Early rounds of just showing B hit after B hit after B hit, and then that next round, Mel, they were using the Omen ult to make those fakes happen.
Yeah, I mean, it was so cool to see where they faked B, and then the Omen ult into Wine, faking A, and you look on the minimap, all 5 players of Bilibili completely sold on the fake, a completely open B site for Wolves.
Yeah, it's a fantastic start for Wolves. Now, I'm going to get a little bit worried for Bilibili because we are
I'm going to get very worried for them because I kind of liked how Wolves looked on split.
And it's a little bit tragic.
Yeah, it was looking tough. I mean, even if you just look at the last time BLG played Wolves on this map, this is a map that was going Wolves' way, and I think that Wolves have actually really liked to play this map. Again, they take a lot of these slower rounds, their lurks and their pivots, their cutbacks through mid. Like we just saw
David, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 24 months, mate. Thank you for doing that.
At beating teams like BLG in the past.
I mean, they even pick split into Sentinels, and I mean,
Deadlock is good in ranked. I think it's very good in ranked,
right?
yeah.
Like, we see Sentinels play split so many times.
I think as long as you have a good understanding of how you should be using it, it's probably going to have a pretty high win rate.
Despite the loss, have a great showing.
If there's one man that might have the answer into this, it is going to be Coach Bale. This is what he had to say ahead of Mat 2.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Bio. Coach, you 3-0'd this team back in CN, but in Masters it seems like we have a new meta and a very different pace to the game. So what do you think is going to be different today compared to the regional matchup against the Wolves? 감독님, 3대 0이라는 스코어로 울부즈를 상대로 중국 리그에서는 승리를 거뒀는데 마스터즈에서는 메타도 많이 다르고 페이스도 많이 달라진 것 같거든요. 지난번에 만났을 때에 비해서 어떤 점이 가장 달라질 것 같으신가요?
일단은 뭔가 울부즈 선수들이
Flo, hello Flo. Thank you so much for that, Flo. I appreciate you, dude.
선수들 개인기량도 많이 올라온 것 같고 팀워크도
Love the videos recently as well, man. Thank you so much, Flo.
상대 선수들이 일단 침착함을 되게 굉장히 잘 유지하는 것 같아요. 그에 반해서 저희 선수들은 뭔가 좀 많이 끌려다닌 것 같아가지고 저희가 주도권을 좀 잡고 게임하자고 지금 계속 얘기를 해서 아마 그래도 스플릿은 좀 변하지 않을까 싶습니다.
Well, yeah, when it comes to Wolves, you know, they stepped up huge compared to how they were in CN League. In terms of their mentality, they were able to keep it cool and keep their composure. And they also had a really, really good form. And when it comes to us in our first map, we just felt like we had no control. So we talked about how to gain more map control and staying calm in the second map. And I think we can put up better performance in map 2. Thank you, Coach. Good luck.
Better performance.
They don't have a choice. They have to bring
Saboteur, thanks so much
better
for the
for
Prime
Map
as
2,
well, man.
otherwise,
Appreciate the
and they will be
17 months. Thank you for
eliminated
doing
and
that.
they won't have a chance even to go to playoffs.
Yeah, then that would be a big shock.
Let's get more oiler spam for the 5 gifted from Float.
The split map will be
Get some
interesting, I
oiler
think, because of the
going.
questions
Thank you so much
what
for that again,
Billy
Flo.
Gaming are actually going to be playing, because previously playing it in VCTCN versus Wolves, they were of course playing the Tejo, but since then we've had nerfs, and we got to see them actually play it one time versus Trace in Asia Champs League, and then they went back to play the oldest comp in the book: Omen, Viper, Cypher, Raze, Sky.
Yeah. Right.
Is that what we're seeing? I mean, they just lock it in instantly.
Damn, everyone just insta-lock straight away.
How much map control can they gain with this? Because that's what Coach Bale was talking about.
Well, I think similar actually to Wolves' composition, both these teams have that double controller and the Sentinel, so you should be seeing a lot of lurks coming out from both teams. And Billy, I mean, I'm going to be honest, all logic here would point to a Wolves slam dunk on this map. Billy does not have a good record.
I think what I'm keeping my eyes on is how impactful Sky's mid-round info, or Neff's mid-round info can be on the Sky pick. They're starting on defense. They know about Juicy loving to go for the ramp lurks. They know about Spring trying to explode the B site with that lurk orb popping out either side. But BLG cannot leave gaps in their defense, or Wolves are going straight to the Swiss stage.
Yeah, and they
doesn't
will
look
be
great.
making history if they do here. They've never been to a global event before. They've never obviously made a
Avanox,
playoff
thank you so much for the Prime, dude. Appreciate the 7 months.
Why this is going to be a good one.
Considered by many the least likely team to make it into playoffs here in Toronto is one map away from doing just that. And Juicy said after the last 7 years and all he's been through, his drive, his climb to this very stage, it means so much to him. How much more incredible to make it into the playoffs in that debut globally.
Just over the last couple years, him ascending but unable to play because he wasn't eligible due to his age. And then when he was, just couldn't find a spot to play in.
Okay, Billy on defense, Wolves on attack. As we just saw with the stats, Billy have a really rough defense record at the moment. And Wolves kind of play this map a little differently to like what people are used at. There's a lot of passive pressure over towards B with the wall and the smoke, and then there's a lot of passive pressure over towards A with the Cypher as well. Fade Eye clears all the back of sight as well here. Yeah, they don't even need to re-clear anything. The smoke's good though. The smoke kind of saves them a little bit, otherwise they had full vision the whole time.
Send out that Prowler, feign some
Dog goes over towards middle. Might
IGL
have heard the Omen running, I'm not sure. They got a camera that in theory sees over the wall.
This is dangerous. He could get caught.
Oh, the timing was pretty good from Spring. Just after the clear had come from the Trailblazer. But why is he at least
good rotate from Billy. They got everyone here. We do have a Fade that's lurking and going to create a little bit of pressure over towards B, but
hit punch couldn't actually.
Don't think they should win the jaws to get over towards sight here.
That's a very weak wide.
It's a really good nade.
Has to get out of the way. Just going to damage up like so. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. The entirety of BLG are here.
Wolves low. They are beaten
the
back
pivot.
Black and blue by some of this util exchange across the map. Are they going to go for it? Leviaso's waiting for them. Into his clutches falls YU.
Really good Omen flash.
Just finally get rid of that 10 HP YZ in heaven. But Rushia simply steps up into
Nicely done. Okay, they kind of wrecked them here. As soon as they lost this first duel over towards middle, it didn't really look like Wolves had the best plan. Eventually then the end call was like the Fade was just making sure held over towards B for some kind of reaction, and then they tried to go around the world over towards B, but 2-1 on the pistols. First pistol for Billy. Chloe _ Shrimp with the Prime, thank you for the 2 months. And Caffeinated Katie as well with the Prime, thank you for the 3 months, dude. Attack Smoke, yeah, it's really one-sided. The idea of the attack smoke was to double block vision.
They know how to beat Wolves, but do they know how to beat them on this map?
Even Sentinel struggled with this attack side from Wolves, where they got to
What if the first map isn't uploading? Okay, let me have a look at it.
Spraying him off wildly, haphazard, has to back away. Catches YU though, as he steps
yeah, the nade was nicer as well. They do kill sight, so they could maybe go sight.
Pretty devastating impact from the duelist on ramps, leaves Wolves down to their last 2 players.
YZ with a good amount of kills, 2 away from his ult.
Spring inside his poison orb is hoping for a pot shot. And he's got nothing to see as it clears.
Double stacked up on BLG. They should make light work of this situation, and they do. We're dropping a couple players. YZ was happy to take several engagements towards ramp, get very close to that showstopper. We're 2 orbs away, very early into this half.
And to put this map in context a little bit more, Wyatt, just as, you know, BLG have gotten off to a great start.
Yeah, let me try and re-upload
Not a good
it.
map for them historically. In China, they got 13-1 by Trace. They lost to this very Wolves team 13-8 in that upper bracket semi. So historically, it's not favor them, but this is the perfect start to turn the tides.
This is going to take everything they've got left in the tank.
Tech balls? Dude, tech balls for me to upload the VOD, it's incredible.
Make it back to the playoffs. He knows what it takes. He's been there before. So is K-Knight. Against a Wolves team trying to make this kind of run for the very first time.
It should be uploaded now.
Just got an audio issue down on stage. Be rectified momentarily.
Yeah, just by the time.
I mean, there's a lot of history between these two teams. We definitely delved into that at the start of this game. But the fact that BLG, in order
Going to Iceland next week, you have some Rex, mate. I haven't explored much, man. I got nothing for you, dude. I think honestly after Toronto I'll explore a bit more.
That we'd be looking at an event.
You're asking someone that rarely leaves the house.
So long ago, they stood at the top of the world. That speaks volumes about the depth that's starting to develop in the Chinese
Maldebard was in chat. He might know a little bit.
2 teams from China still alive in this Swiss stage, still fighting for their playoff spot, speaks volumes. And remember, big brother Shilai Gaming awaits in those playoffs as well. We're in for a treat in this game, and we're going to see much more Chinese
What? Ma, someone's asking for recommendations of what to do in Iceland or where to go. I feel like you're the guy.
How good Shilai Gaming are. Waiting, watching this Swiss stage. Some absolutely sick players.
What's the longest period without leaving the house you've been through?
Who's just been tearing up.
What's the time span?
This year.
Because in COVID, I definitely tanked staying in the house for a long time. You talking like last 2 years, last year?
It smacks of sandbagging, but
Ain't no way, but my humble king.
I will allow it. But again, with these two teams showing us what number 2.
I don't know. The thing is, I go to gym.
Get you more excited. Only whet your appetite for what
Ever? God, I would hate to think what it is ever.
Later on this week, but for now,
never leaving the house in my prime. I would probably say it. I reckon I've done a month.
Want to secure a tight little bonus.
When I didn't go gym as well, maybe over a month, chat.
I'd love to get close up some of these angles. They've got fair control over towards B main. Is keeping Wolves back towards mid-engagement from YU, and YZ thinks better of taking that. Just collects the orb
Rookie numbers.
from the showstopper.
Okay, let's get back here. The bonus isn't too bad. A couple of the Spectres. These, especially when they're good with the Spectres, they get 2 kills each. Well, sorry, 1 kill each with the Spectres. Big duel over towards B main.
Now needs to kind of wait for his teammates on the extremities to give him a little bit more of an inkling where the remainers of Billy are arranged.
YZ is currently pressing up towards A main, if you look at that on the minimap. That's going to keep BLG interested towards timing. This side of the map, wow, they're rotating through mid right now. YU just catches the first.
Yeah, they wanted to be proactive. I can't blame them. Don't think it was bad.
Too happy to explore on
Maybe I would react somewhere else in the map, but
bolster that mid presence for Wolves pays off beautifully. It sees YU emerge on the perfect timing to unseat them. This leaves YZ in a position. Paint shell still at hand. Sufat relatively low. It's a big ask for even the best in this situation. I count YZ among them. He too feels that discretion might be the better part of valor here. Wyatt, they have to fight another day.
He did full invest into the Phantom this round, so certainly wants
save on this. Sure. I mean, he invested a little bit too much into this round anyway, so saving's so fine here.
Billy just
save the gun or die for the ult here. No, I mean he invested too much. I'm saving.
And maybe it's a nervousness about. Knowing the A side of the map
I do think in an ideal world you push the sides.
Instead of sort of rotating,
like I think the right reaction here is double push B main with 2, but I didn't fully look at the minimap.
In theory, you'd be considered reasonable for that decision. It blows up in their face though.
Or you push over towards B main, you have 1 B main, and then you double stack over towards A. But again, I don't want to like flame them too much for being proactive because you want to be doing something.
I mean, Sufat has to respond very quickly to that call from YU. Just in time.
Really just serving themselves up. Here's the full buy from BLG. Max investment still.
Okay, wall over towards B, and normally the smoke that goes over towards here kind of forces Billy to play in front of it.
Right now, solo. Wolves, no emphasis.
We have instant tether over towards B to make sure they're not taking over towards B main. They put the smoke here, so they create pressure once it goes up, and then they insta-group to A, or are we...
Absolutely happy to make.
Okay, we're playing slow on this one.
There is a...
I was thinking with what they did, they kind of created a lot of pressure that they could just insta-group.
As attackers on this A side.
This is like a good example to start talking about the passive pressure, right? You got Cage over towards here, means that they can go over towards Heaven, as we can see. Camera's going to spot them. And then at the same time over towards B, you got the wall smoke. Speaking of B, Flash went over towards B, hit the Viper, so they know there's some kind of pressure over towards B main.
And YC was drawn out of mid back to sort of reinforce this position, so mid's a little weaker now as a result. And that might be Wolves funny.
Camera's still not broken over towards Heaven. Still getting info over towards B. Skydog goes out, spots the Viper.
A Heaven, so at least we'll know if anyone's walking
yeah, with that info, knowing that there's one over towards B main, it keeps them strong 3 over towards B, especially with the early info of the camera on A.
With the tempo. Juicy is getting into vents right now. We'll take an engagement.
Oh, that timing is unbelievable. I think he saw him when he satcheled across. It was nice either way.
Heavies has pushed up now. Net closing on Sufat. He's able to deal with YC, but time wasn't there anyway for Wolves. It would have been a struggle for them to get anywhere on the map after that.
Yeah, it was nicely done from Billy. This camera saved him a lot, and at least Wolves found it in this round as well, so they can kind of work out why there was such a big stack over towards here. A little bit unlucky with timing.
That timing is just going to have Juicy sick to his stomach. What was that? Just milliseconds away from him getting an easy kill with YZ on the rope. It's an early
timeout. There we go. We got the Iceland recommendations in the chat from Malabard.
This was the map I called out earlier when he was going for timeouts. Had significant impact. Those were moments where Wolves began to go on
Travel agent, yeah, he's got it done.
So close. Almost had the most unlikely upset win to open the tournament for them.
I like the early timeout here.
Last time we saw Wolves, for example, on this split map with a lot of action over towards B.
They can definitely talk about the fact that maybe if they go A default, they got to break this camera.
Spring was finding really good opportunities actually just to win straight up duels against that Sentinels Yoru. Here though, Wolves have not been emphasizing that B part of the map really at all. We've seen Spring try and get that Poison Orb far forward, sort of past that B main choke, but there's been no fighting for that part of the map at all yet. Mostly that early probe towards A, and then pivot up mid. Wolves definitely feeling like it's time for a bit of a change.
Spring's lurks were so high impact. He was absolutely ruling B main. He was finding timing windows to go deep into the site so Wolves could pivot late. They love the late pivots on this map. Absolutely love them. And Billy knowing that, just need to not overcommit to rotates. That's what Sen were falling for often, because you just wouldn't expect Wolves to pivot back to B with the low time remaining that they do.
Fade's taking the hit.
They actually,
they decide to force into this one. You got Wolf Smoke to create pressure, and Billy again stood kind of doing the higher low over towards B, expecting someone to swing out for this.
This has definitely been more methodical.
Got no flashes to push them off this angle, so they're going to feel good. They just have to shoot whatever util comes in front of them.
Just going to throw up that poison cloud, so Sufat can likely get onto this orb. It's just one away from the knife.
Oh, that was nice. Yeah, this is good though. Billy coming in a little bit prepped for this. They have an idea of how to deal with this stuff over towards B.
Rushia had the perfect location there to punish that poison orb. Found a gap just above it.
And like the Prowler that locked on here, it doesn't give you the info that they're up at the top. Like Boombot will bug out a little bit so you know they're on higher grounds. The Prowler won't do that. And was he just face in middle?
No doubt about it.
Okay, it's a good bait in for the Viper though. Has to get two. Meanwhile, double push over towards B.
Really trying to get into heaven, I think, with some burst of momentum.
Wait, what a kill that is. 16 HP.
Now it's K-Knight. who doesn't quite know really if the plan is to stick to B, but Lysol's going to reveal the intent of Wolves
yeah,
now.
knows he's low.
He wants to keep this Cypher as busy as possible for as long as possible.
No way. Drive by with a shorty is a big round, dude. Respect.
Feel good, and that's a 4v5 conversion we were saying that was sorely missing.
Heroic play.
I thought maybe he would get like 100 damage off here. I can't believe he stays alive.
Juicy gets that initial 1v1 kill here against YZ.
He picked with the dog. It wasn't too bad. It ended up being a pretty nice shot. Maybe I prefer some kind of double swing.
Snap is sickening. He called out the importance of that 1v1 win with YU taking his time. Such high impact.
So how do you build off this foundation? Got a buy here for Wolves. They look towards B this
1, 2, 3, 4. Can't buy next. 1, 2, 3. Can't buy next. Huge round.
There's a drift here through sewer though from Wolves.
K-Knight missed his trip for middle and ended up putting it. I've never seen anyone do that. Putting it across here, picks it back up, puts the proper trip down, and we got a judge close. And this is the classic. This is actually the reason that they beat NRG back in the day. YZ's judge. Fatal goes in, but they don't capitalize off it off the site. It's not a great fatal.
Post nightfall. K-Knight there. Oh, the spray through the cyber cage is sublime. Levius also to his right can assist.
Oh my, that's a lovely kill though.
You can't account for those, you can't count on them. That's given Wolves another way into the round.
They want to press forward. Juicy wants to break the crosshairs a little bit ahead.
Yeah, you're a lunatic.
Goes back in,
Low HP, decided to swing it, maybe because he realized that the judge is just in the worst spot ever if that happens.
No chance to make good use of this weapon in this round. And even here it's all good. It's long
Okay, ended up being nicely handled by Wolves, but that, yeah, a couple of misplays. How did they get this kill? How did they get this going smoke? Was it just pure spam, or was there any kind of
and now Wolves,
tag that I missed?
They were looking for on this attack side starting to build. Great util usage to clear that close angle. They suspected a judge might be waiting.
Juicy is turning up right now. Gets the trade with
just straight up, sure.
Able to collect this kill.
Wait, Juicy's kind of opening it up 2 rounds in a row, no?
So
he did this in middle as well.
Absolutely punished for that. Wolves had no other options, by the way. They had no map control elsewhere. Yep. For all they know,
yeah, they keep giving them like a really important kill to get back into the rounds.
They can feel themselves potentially.
And that's why he's getting a little bit annoyed here. And there's another opening kill.
This eco spring back to doing what we know best from him on this split map, which is just playing B main, taking it over.
This time Rusia though steps pretty far forward. You can see where the omen for Billy went down. Spring on a passive line is able to find an easy kill.
I know exactly where.
Juicy, man, I'm getting excited about him, White. He's been out of
Russia save money for the ARP. Yeah, that's true.
4 versus 5 to give Wolves away into the round. Now they get a rare situation where they start from the front.
This is a misplay from Levius as well. Cypher, oh, and he holds the judge. They know he has a judge here. Should always get that pistol out.
Easy B take for Wolves.
This round is as good as done.
Yeah, Wolves had a good... I mean, Billy kind of had a good start, but... I also like the fact, if you just look at the 2 Wolves comps at the moment, it's very different to what teams play, right? The Ascent, like, their comps a lot different, and their split, at least, like, the way they play it with the passive pressure over towards B with the Viper is different as well. Like, teams will... It's not normal. It's not what you normally play in prac.
They've got a bit of bank, a bit of cushion. It's only a stinger that Neff would be maintaining. He'd have to cross in the dying seconds, I think, to pick up this rifle, and Juicy does not want to allow for that. But at some point, Wolves have to get out of dodge. They've got to get off the site. Juicy checks it. It's not good enough. Neff finds him flash, eventually handled. And Wolves get 2 players out. Costly, yes, but these attack rounds don't come easy, as we've just seen already.
Fair amount of damage.
Question from our fan, do you think the CS method of having many teams in tournaments would work for Valor? The only reason it works for Valor is because of skin gambling money and gambling sponsors. It would work if you get those kind of sponsors and you allow that stuff, sure.
1-2, get into a site with a showstopper, use the pit for the post plant to win things out.
It's the only reason it works though.
The heat early on. They've seen what Wolves have been able to do on this attack side to
and
the opponents like Sentinels.
And they got the Saudi money as well. Saudi bought out ESL and FACER.
Is expending these timeouts early. We've seen him be one of the very animated coaches in some of these games. He's shown some serious frustration at times. He's got to hold his nerve. The team has to stay calm. Have to find a solution, find an answer, find a way to deal with Spring in B main. That's going to be crucial.
Couple things at the disposal though in a round like this. They've got the classic
yeah, you're not wrong, Slasher.
Mid-play.
But we got them.
Force Wolves out to the extremities.
But eventually, I mean, eventually they'll, I imagine they'll just open up to everything.
At the very extremities, which the Viper's Pit would force the attackers out to
In 2027, I think they'll do less of like a league and more like kickoff tournament style thing. Because I think it makes more sense.
A lot of these rounds, and Op would definitely help him in a situation like that. And he is going to pick it up. See where he decides to post up B main, so likely hoping to just deal with Spring if that Viper, who has been an absolute nuisance, decides to continue to contact push up.
All right, round number 8 coming at you.
Okay, we've got the Viper lineup. Good spread.
Thinking ahead perhaps just a little to what playoffs would mean.
And then we got Op on defense as well, playing over the top of the smoke. So at the moment they've had like 2 different ideas of how to punish the passive pressure over towards B. Yeah, it's kind of nice. As soon as you see this ult down towards here, you kind of know the... Like, as soon as you see this ult as deep as this, you should know where the Viper is. They forced the Viper away. This was handled pretty well from Wolves. It's an ult for an ult.
But they can slow things down. They don't need to right now. Going back to what they
in reaction to losing middle, we get a little bit more aggro over towards B.
YU towards A. Go for a late pivot.
This whole approach to the round for Wolves has left YZ kind of stranded.
Yeah, getting very proactive on this one. Are we ready for close right? Timing on the camera is really unlucky. They might insta-react over towards B. The Omen's going to get hit. Does have Omen Flash. Could be a really strong Omen Flash. It's 1, 2, 3 on Heaven. No peek.
First shot connected by YZ.
Oh, I spoke too soon. YZ gets the action he was hoping for in this round. Rushia on the side.
Nice shot.
In there. YZ get another one with the op, and Juicy has a round collapse all around him. Okay, Levius here should be unseated.
Okay, nicely handled from Billy. I didn't mind the idea from Wolves to force through the ult.
Deal with the Viper's Pit a minute at the start of the round. They end up getting forced after this exploration down ramp onto B, where YZ is patiently awaiting them.
I think that is a good little adaptation out of the timeout as well in the mid-round to try to punish one of the solo players on the extremities. The Wolves have been so happy to play 1-3-1s, commit very heavily with the pack towards mid.
Shaky, thank you so much, bro. Appreciate that.
Billy happy to
thank you.
Still maintaining operator for YZ. Angle down mid right now. A lot of stingers here for the Wolves side.
Here is a gap for YZ to exploit. Growlin, of course, is something he's got to respect. Lysol wants to fill that
Did you see? Really going for it with this thing. It takes a little bit of a timing to go all the way. Nah, that would have been pure madness. Oh, no, he does go all the way. Gets the camera info from Heaven. Omen Flash on top of this. No way. YZ handled this pretty well, and he might have to do more. Ended up being a really nice round from Wolves on this one.
Bizarre round, absolutely ridiculous. Heaven maintained by Lysol with an operator of all things.
I wonder how the 2-person hold here had to get way more. Also, playing this close against an eco is not what I'd suggest.
Back to safety now, anchored deep in this A side, and it's the loose end of Spring. That could be a problem.
The crunch here was pretty nice. As soon as they got this info with the cam over towards Heaven, this pounced. Flash was good. They're gonna lose it. Lysol op. Big peek from you.
Lysol needs to connect this op shot now. They have one chance only, and he delivers. That leaves it on Levius's desk. Fortunately, in this round, he's feeling more like a paperweight than anything else. Off he goes. And Wolves, it's a ham-fisted, haphazard round.
Yeah, this was nice from Wolves, though. For Billy, these two have to do better, but I liked how they handled middle. You got smoke that kind of vision blocks over towards here. Once they realize one was close, they just pounced fully. And then the Omen flash into send it was awesome. Oh, that's how he got the kill? Damn, bro. Did good on A main. Yeah, they went too aggro over towards A though against the eco. No doubt about it.
With just 3 stingers. Might be too much here.
There. Otherwise, spot on.
Are you trying to call out the Widow's Peak, bro?
No, I didn't say that. That was you. As a member of the large and in charge forehead club.
Where are we at? Where's the money?
Juicy with that.
Damn, dude. If Billy lose this, it's a rough half.
The A side.
But again, this is like hard to play against. I like putting the Cypher over towards B. I think it's strong. This is the default that I would recommend the most, because especially as like the passive pressure that the cages do over towards here is like only once, so you can kind of clear this with the Sky util, whether it's one flash, whether it's one dog. Then over towards B, this is like the one that can perma do pressure multiple times, so putting a Cypher here makes a lot more sense.
Man, again, he makes the opening. Gets caught out by Nep.
Big Joe, just absolutely sends it.
Somewhat efficiently into this A side.
That was a slow trade. Juicy getting a little bit disconnected from YU, who needed to win that duel and does come up. BLG, do they risk this?
Luck on Heaven as well. They got no idea, man. Spring might have two.
Their economy in the balance. It's teetering, and this time Spring has the timing. Rolls in reverse.
Three?
Spring delivers for flying 2.
He's really good, man. Spring's been really good.
To 2.
BLG were hoping to find him alone.
Nice, nice timing over towards Heaven here as well.
Spring,
dude, every single half it feels like he has a really impactful rounds. Obviously, I feel like this one was pretty much won as well already, but
yeah, in this half, typically was just coming from A main.
Oh! Oh, the heel turn. He's too quick with it.
He has a whole bit planned.
BLG, they are relegated to a bad bye. Things feel like they're beginning to get complete.
That's incredible.
Spring has gotten another
He's playing both of them.
For a post plan. They're nearing the nightfall, nearing the showstopper. You know, a couple collected orbs, kills for the right players, spike plant for the right guy, and there could just be a sick array of ultimates for the last buy round in this half.
Okay, force him down to an eco as well. It's nice for Wolves.
4, unless they can come up with something on this eco round.
Last eco for Billy.
Why is he bringing out the judge? Yeah, he did it a couple of rounds ago. They lost though. Wolves handled it well and they went heavy Heaven.
This time it's a more passive, more patient start, but now we have an encounter brewing amid these smokes. Oh, Rushi is spotted. Spring hardly takes
Sitting in a Viper smoke. Dude, this guy's confidence way too high now. Gets that info as well.
Spring a little bit low, but he's done the most.
Damn, dude. Back-to-back 3Ks.
Distributing catnip amongst BLG. So Knight has to step up, try and stop the bleeding. It's not possible.
30 seconds left.
Spring, just no doubt, has been one of the best players of this Swiss stage. When we watched him online,
Spring, yeah, he's been awesome.
Get here, oftentimes volatile because of his willingness to just take fights on lurks, on defense, play a lot of off angles. He loves to take a duel. But when he's playing like this, he just looks like a god among men. He had games like that online, but when he had misses, that was putting the rest of the squad in tough positions.
Yeah, and honestly, with this at the moment, 1 point Juicy can just go farm because it's worth dying here.
I mean,
it's worth
if he plays like this against some of the other top teams, which I mean, to be fair, he already has. It feels like the sky is the limit for this guy. What a debut on the international stage. Just cleans up another. Why not? The spray control for that second kill in Heaven.
Got Viper to get over to one side as well.
That's mental. 14 and 8 right now.
There's that first encounter. Yeah, Rushi just can't really find that level of purchase. That is astonishing.
Playoffs draw tonight? Yeah, it's after this. Well, after PRX Liquid.
Swing, whereas elsewhere there wasn't a whole lot to do for the rest of Wolves on the A side.
And that map 1, it was in terms of the fragging coming down to Lysor, unlikely hero, stepped up on the deadlock. IGL Supap, but now we're back to what we expected. The duo of
okay, change up for Wolves. They do their wall over towards middle now.
Again, just use that first raise ult to get into a site. Viper's pitch trying to close things out. Supap drawing some attention towards mid. Center the Prowler breaks the boom bar. Here comes the aggression towards A.
Juicy needs to clean over.
Dude, how many opening kills are they going to get over towards spawn? The discipline levels are like non-existent.
Here at ramp and can't get out. Caught up, Russian. Nice timing. Zulfat dealt with, and now it's Juicy. Deep as he is. Just got the ping on Rushia's location and takes the challenge. He needs yet another one.
Oh my god, they're way too calm. They won that as well. Oh, big 1v2. I feel bad for Billy, but honestly, the amount of free kills they're giving him on defense, they deserve to have a rough half here.
Dominant half on attack here. Again, they are so sick on this map.
What a way to send yourself into the break. Then around like
Calm,
this,
though.
clutch for Juicy. Feels like he's got that main character energy right now.
Yeah, they look good.
And it's history repeating itself. 8-4 scorelines, all the same from Wolves against Sentinels. A great attack side. Have they shored up some of their weaknesses on the defense side? That's something Coach Fade, who's feeling good right now, I'm sure, has to start thinking about as we look towards them taking an opportunity to qualify for those playoffs. More to come here after the break.
On the Wolves team, yeah. Again, they play some maps pretty nice. They do play some maps pretty nice.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in.
Eight 4 after losing pistols. Yeah, the Billy defense stats didn't look good coming into this, and it didn't get much better. I don't even know who this dude is, to be honest, Sonia. Ray dude, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you for that. No berries with the prime. Thank you for the 6 months as well. I appreciate that as well. Nido 66 as well. Thanks so much for the 9 months, mate. Thank you also for that. Wolves? Yeah, Wolves look kind of hard to play against, some of their stuff. I love their approach to this event, to be honest. I still think they have some weak maps. And even though they beat Heretics on Lotus, I think Lotus is one of them, but... Jackdaw with the prime. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 30 months. And Ray Graphics Live as well. Thank you so much, Ray, man. Appreciate the 2 years as well.
Here's your Coinbase Econ report for our first half of Split.
How far can they go? I still think they're probably going to get first picked. But there's a couple of maps that teams will struggle against if they don't have a good game plan.
Pretty extraordinary in that first half.
Yeah, I mean, there's that spike early because it goes off in the initial couple rounds where not a whole lot is being invested, and then from there it's just consistent.
Schwester as well. Thanks so much for the 5 months. Thank you.
For this Wolves team, hitting so hard mechanically. He's looking like one of the sharpest.
Okay, they're gonna win a pistol and just end this.
Stage that we've been going through. You mentioned it before we went off.
My guy's still thinking about the Bren sideshow cosplay thing. It was pretty good.
That's where things fell apart. And when Coach Fade called the timeout late, when they got back into the game, it was too little, too late. They were already down by too much of a significant amount. BLG, they have an opportunity to get back in this. They weren't able to beat Wolves the last time they faced off on Split.
What determines the pick order for the draw? It's RNG, yeah.
Much of their success in their first half was on the back of YZ.
It's not great.
Even going as far as to pick up that operator.
I do hope this is the last time we see 18 Swiss with the head start. It's too much RNG, man, for one of the 3 tournaments a year. The Herald says with the prime, thank you for the 9 months, dude. Thank you. Nice little native right there.
Spring here by the Trailblazer, stunned up for K9 is going to be a problem here, emerging from ropes.
So many here, though.
Spring had to find a way to
okay, let's see what Billy got.
And so it's Lysor, someone who we delightedly highlighted
they
in
need
the first
this, yeah, they needed this.
Play.
Double pistol on this map, though.
Excellent. A little bit more muted here.
OP_2 as well with the tier 1. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you, thank you.
The Wolves are still going to need him to be at capacity to close this series out.
Excellent flank.
Sophia Valorant with the Prime, thank you so much as well.
An extreme distraction. There was
Thanks for the 9 months. This is a straight shout out to women. Thank you so much, dude.
Had to get out of dodge from. And that just offers him a perfect timing, no information towards mid, and he fully exploits that by putting his mark on the game after having a pretty silent first half himself. Coming up, BLG have needed him.
Is there any downside to having a 12-team Swiss? I mean, yeah. Like, you're getting 2 of the better teams in groups facing off each other in terms of Liquid PRX. You're also getting a giant RNG element coming in at first pick against the Swiss as well. Like, we're just adding heavy RNG elements. Or are you talking about having 12 team Swiss instead of 8 team Swiss? All of it's not great. Again, I should love Swiss as a content creator because the easiest content you can do is live draw as a video and like with the reaction and the pick'ems, but it's just not good.
Truly, they just go over to this A side, right? They kind of hesitated for a moment though, and that is going to allow BLG to get into the side.
16, yeah, I could be down for 16, but I would still rather not have people going through really early on. Okay, cleans it up pretty well. We got the Cypher getting the early ball.
Orb for a player on Billy. All good. That's why he did it. That's why he did it. It was a cool little attempt from Wolves. They throw out that haunt. If it gets broken, the Paranoia want to swing out of the dark cover, but the positions from Billy here were safe early on in that round. Just trying to play around and circumvent something exactly like that. They clean things up, able to just pivot over to that A side, rotate faster than Wolves could, who are now on the full buy. This is a strong bonus for Billy. A lot weaponry to play with.
Okay, first big buy rounds.
The best among them.
This could still get pretty close, so we'll stick with it. Okay, honestly, Cam should have seen like 3 cross here, so they might try and do some different, maybe some reaction over towards mid. They definitely saw 3 here.
But also reveal the trap wire. That is cleared. And again, we'd like this from Billy on Ascent too. Good early moves, clearing that util, not fully.
What about like in CS where teams rank each other? The problem with that is everyone thinks that their region's incredible. Like everyone's so tunnel visioned on their own region that they think that their region's really good. And they don't actually get much of an idea of how the other regions play.
With that attention on mid-weight, is this a timing
and that's nothing against them. You're spending all your time in your own region.
Here's the execute onto the B side. Juicy from Rafter, fully blinded. Shrugs it off though. Just around the corner is K-Knight. Blast back thrown out to disrupt potentially Lightsaw.
Big jaw here, gotta get one.
Uh-oh. But why is he able just to swoop around the corner? Spring!
Oh boy. And the Raze gets a little bit closer to ult as well. Oh, this might get really close. Got a trip over towards spawn that he's going to have to go through as well.
That's why you try and go for this. Can he find a first kill? He's going to have to break this trip wire. Give up his positioning, swing out. Oh, so much damage. Just too many players able to face him after the trip is broken. I love the pathing from BLG on that round. The early pressure on ramp, they leave the insert. Then from there, they go back to mid. They're set up in a 1-3-1. They fake like, hey, we could be getting into vet, but we're also throwing the boombot into mail. So when they actually go 4 people through B main, attention is just having to be drawn from so many players in different locations. You have Juicy scared about them coming through mail.
Okay, force him down to an eco. Time to potentially get some money and potentially get some ults online as well. The focus for Billy here should really be obviously to win the rounds, but I think you would want to try get either of these ults online. Like especially with this camera that gets them B control here, like I'm getting this orb. Tap it once, maybe, see if anyone faces. This is an underrated default, to be honest, from Billy. I like this a lot.
this map, it was
Trip over towards here. We used to call this the K-Corp. This was like the only good thing.
very, very
Sure.
soft.
This was the only good thing that 2023 K-Corp actually did. Like coming up with this trip. Like this was legit. Like this is a strong default.
Here for Wolves. Silfat crossing mid at a time, and that causes him and Rushi to pass like ships in
Dude,
the
my
night.
guy's just run over towards Saint.
Hef has just gotten all the way into A, was running around as well, so
he's calling it too.
Wolves definitely, or rather BLG.
Wait, what is going on?
Totally aware of this. Yeah,
He's had him run away as well. He calls back the team. They've done enough pressure over towards B, and then they're just out of there.
To make this effortless, easy
Adderall, thanks so
round
much for the prime,
16.
mate. Appreciate the 3 months. Thank you.
Would be shocked if they take too much damage here, but don't want to speak too soon. Spring and Juicy do have sheriffs.
Might have been tempted to get that orb. At least give the Raise the plant.
So good. Wolves need round wins on the board.
10 seconds left.
All right, well, cat's out the bag now for Wolves.
Yeah,
Again,
let's
against a team
see.
like Billy, you can never sort of
Again, I'm
second guess.
focusing
They
on
do
these two
like
to try
make
get some of
those
these ecos.
moves and reveal themselves pretty late into a round.
Do they save enough money to buy an
Owners
op? Yeah, they
brought up, and
do.
now with
If
the
they want one.
attackers fully entrenched, anchored in the A side, they're armed to the teeth. Wolves know there's just no outcome that will result in them really taking a round win from here. So set up for what you can. It's a rifle for young Spring.
One gun recovered, another kill for the board, sitting at a cool 18 right now.
It's a question of like what the plan should be going forward for Wolves. This early action hasn't exactly been fruitful. There we go.
Yeah,
Just
big
Spring calls the
jewel.
rifle
Nah,
hand,
not
hopes
even.
Not to perish for the spike.
All right.
So
Do they want a
even
timeout
game
before
now,
this, or are they
folks. 4
cool?
rounds in a row picked up for Billy. Building very nicely off a pistol win into a bonus win. Whereas Wolves have been a little absent. Haven't really been able to unravel things. And we've seen when the pace of the game gets taken away from them, they have at times struggled to assert themselves.
Wait. How do they have so many of the signs?
That is a full
We got so many layers to this, man. There's way too much thought process gone into that. Okay, insta trip over towards middle for Wolves, and they want to get a little bit more proactive. This is, I like this from Billy as well. They're just switching out the passive pressure of the Cypher and the Viper. They've now gone for how Wolves like to play it, with the wall and smoke here. Like, they're not doing it with timeouts, they're just doing it on their own accord as well, which is pretty cool. Big jewel over towards A.
Returning to this point, but Juicy was the one that got Wolves rolling. They had a rough start to this
Okay,
match.
smoke, vision block over towards mid. Dog goes out as well, so they take middle. They also have B main pressure, and they have A having pressure to a little bit, because this side.
Create an opportunity.
They got good map control.
And credit to the rest of them, they did convert on those.
All events just taken for free. Some good map control right now for BLG. Dark Cover
Smoke goes out. They take A control. Prowler goes over towards B. Oh, dude, the late B is going to be nice, especially they create pressure over towards Heaven. Rotate.
Look at how they pulled the rotation.
It's weird because they kind of did the leak smoke out, which means that this person's not going to overstep. So actually, the rotate's always going to be 3 here. They kind of own themselves.
Positioning broken as Nep dives on out. Lysor here has to come alive. And there might just be enough. Stunning follow-up.
Damn, dude, that was nice, though.
Levis here is bereft of teammates running out of
Good
time.
flash, good aim.
It certainly doesn't have a lot of options at his disposal. Wolves finally rewarded for their patience, trying not to over-rotate early, even though Juicy was at risk of doing just that. Levis doesn't have time to plant here. It's done.
That really is the key. Both of these teams just playing that slow style on attack, not over-committing. They are happy to make these late pivots.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, they did the smoke on Heaven, but it ends up, because you end up having to watch them walking into spawn anyway as well. So even though they create the pressure over towards A, because of the smoke, they actually kept one in the spawn, which meant there was a fast rotate over towards Heaven here. They kind of own themselves with this smoke.
Has arrived on the stage.
That has got to feel vindicating. Vindicating for Lysor. Again, having such a fantastic showing on Ascent. He was a little bit slow to start here, but that's composure, that's years of experience, that anchoring on that B
Okay,
side.
change of pace from Billy. Fast over towards Heaven. Haven't had the camera yet.
And if Wolves can follow up their slower approach to these defense side rounds with precision and composure like that, they'll have the stopping power against this BLG team.
If the Sky gets a kill, they get their ult. Still got trip over towards middle, give him full info.
Get him very close to the Seekers being activated in this round. Set up to play off this unbreakable trip, doubled up. Again, it's just this patience from BLG, which does feel very un-BLG-like. When is YZ just going to run it down and just keep pushing?
Yeah, I mean,
really haven't seen.
Again, Billy take a good amount of map control all the time.
In fairness, that kind of requires a bit of a lighter touch.
Okay, now it's a B fake into an A here.
Work the map. They pulled a bunch of early rotation from Wolves in the previous round.
Levius takes the timing. Yeah, they kill and clear this early with the Prowler. Got a trip over towards site. Cage here as well. Might be able to give him a smoke. Woman ult goes in as well. Big trip here.
There's no way to double down on at least secure a trade. Why are you good for the light sword to the rescue? Just the one this time around.
He did good though. They did good back at site.
Down to 33 health for two players about to cost him from that heaven side. This would have to be a monumental clutch. Pinged out by the Horde.
Very nicely handled. Yeah, they did so good back at site here. They got so many between them. It's nice setup though.
But such a good start to this half means they've been inoculated from this sort of volatility. Can still keep the pressure on with those weapons. But Wolves are getting more comfortable in this slower, more anchor-centric approach.
This was great from Lysor to get over to assist.
Didn't really like the timing of the 10 HP luck over towards B.
So even though they got a pick elsewhere and theoretically would have loved to play for a retake with man advantage, that wasn't an option. They needed to help YU. Lysor gets over there with the ult. They double up Anchor so effectively. And now we've got the timeout call. BLG are in serious danger. Wolves
I wonder what their money's
back
like.
Into this defensive half, stringing rounds together much earlier than they could against Sentinels. It was in that game too little, too late. But here, able to get back in the lead, close to so many ultimates that could be used on one of these full buy rounds. Applying pressure to Billy.
And for Wolves, a win here against Billy, or at least having to play against them for that spot in playoffs. Bittersweet, I'm sure, as all these Chinese teams would love to see one another advance forward, but this region has already well and truly put themselves on the map in the past. In 2024, we know what they're capable of. But even still, Wolves being the team that might advance to playoffs over Billy.
There it is, the attack op.
They've shown such
the Chinese classic.
Grit and quality of play over the course of this group stage. Still a couple of rounds from that kind of milestone, but I'm sure they're thinking of it. I'm sure they're trying not to, but I'm sure it's there.
Out of this timeout, adjustment for Billy. YZ picks up the attack side operator. We saw him do this a lot.
At least have a rifle that can shoot this as well for him.
Finding success, some crazy multi-kills.
Oh, this is nice though. And on top of that, they create the pressure that they're over towards B. This is pretty nice from Wolves though, right? They've been playing like insanely passive. Insanely passive, and then the timeout goes in, Billy are changing their own stuff up, and then they go and actually go aggro over towards B main. Like the first time they've done this.
Wolves have not been giving it BLG anything. They're not offering themselves up. They are content just playing safe in these sites, waiting for late rounds. I mean, this could be an opportunity. Maybe YZ posts up, catches a jump spot from Lysor.
Flash over towards A, Heaven with the wall, but as we can see, cameras spawning all of this. Missed a big chance to get that kill. Prowler goes out over towards middle as well. Doesn't see anything that can take a timing. Still got to deal with the trip. Time's going to get pretty low on this one.
Smokes rotated there by Lysor. And the cat's out of the bag about this operator buy.
I could see a situation here where this trip gets broken and then maybe a showstopper comes through. Yep, there it is from Juicy. He can't even get it off in time.
Oh boy. The Omen flash back though, still got 25 seconds.
Season, a golden opportunity to play off that season, gets one, but doesn't expect there to be so many. Almost
Oh, what a savior that is. My goodness. 33 HP, it wasn't convincing.
To stop Billy in their tracks, but the patience from the attackers has absolutely paid off.
Yeah, get Razor into next round as well.
And why he's got no business being on that B side of the map.
Just a moment away from Juicy likely converting two if he was able to get that rocket fired. but Neff was a little bit too quick with the spray down.
Oh, a little bit like Wolves weren't
Juicy was just hesitant.
Super aware of the time here.
A slight moment before
He started getting so much util out and getting caught off, and I think it's like way too late in the rounds to not expect everyone to be swinging.
Wolves. They've still got enough money to buy here. We head into the next round, still maintaining the lead, but just barely.
Good news for their money though. 4 people surviving.
On this map, Billy have looked so much better here today.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, we've really got to, I think, acknowledge the step up from both sides. I mean, the Ascent gameplay for Wolves is light years apart from what we saw last time they played Billy with a really very poor showing on that map. Last time out here for Wolves, Billy having
you wear more TL marks for maximum cast power? Mate, I'm always wearing it. Like the last 5 years, that should have built up something. If you believe in that.
And it's essentially at, you know, give or take a couple rounds, more would ascend, but the exact same juncture in that game where it was very late on the defensive half.
You see, the Sufat doesn't expect there to be more than one player in VALORANT. I mean, Wolves are giving up so much of the map that it's really hard for them to get current and relevant information. So, you know, things like how many players are stacked up, the fact that there was 3 BLG players in mid, they don't have a mechanism with which to find that out in advance. That's why Sufat's caught with util in his hand, hoping to try and haunt to see what else is happening in mid.
Saying you care too much.
In the world, they kind of know there are multiple players there. They play around the seas a little differently. Maybe a more passive angle on the showstopper.
It's a waste of effort, if anything.
One of the adjustments that was made by BLG when they were on defense against a similarly slow-paced attack side was picking moments to double push into B main or A main to try and fight that one player that was stood there. You know, up until this
I was gonna say they're gonna try force. Wait, they're actually gonna try force into this one. Okay, what do you got? Rest of your team's forcing. Sure.
But at some point here, we'll probably want to get more proactive.
It's gonna get insanely close if Billy win this one. They got a lot of ults for this as well. They should be winning it. Change it from Wolves deep smoke over towards A, trying to make sure they don't have this large pressure over towards A that they've been doing all the time.
So Coach Fade, has he been able to cook something up for Wolves in this round number 20? Game is getting uncomfortable. In fairness, it has been uncomfortably tight in the second half. Wolves took a long time to get started, losing pistol and bonus, allowing the game to be evened at 8-8. Since then, it's been haymakers from both sides, but back and forth round results.
Trailblazer is...
I mean, they held the line here the whole time. This pressure over towards B didn't do too much.
If you can find a kill, has that Viper's Pit on this round.
That showstopper could be pretty relevant. Why is he trying to open up mid with this op? Juicy this time feels like a more subtle.
Dude, how many does he get from here?
Room in heaven might be in order.
Why is he going to contact first? Oh no, an off clearing this angle first.
No one able to trade. K-Knight trying to get into the side, trying to make something happen.
We pushed up with an op. Why was out in front of the Wyatt? This time, Juicy.
Oh man, and look at their rolls as well. Yeah, it's one to look back at and be like, well, this is where we lost it.
Juicy out of his seat.
He didn't even like full clear it. That's the problem as well. The half clear with an op.
What they've had to do to try and take the map, pushing up on the op on that angle.
A little movement adjustment keeps the control on the spray to get
Just hold heaven and get someone else to do it.
Swing in. Can feel
and the news for Wolves is just they had so many people surviving here that the money gets good.
To some extent, both of these teams written off, but to a seriously greater extent for Wolves. And they are right within touching distance of making it into the playoffs. More so than I think any other international tournament in the past. China has been written off.
Nice early damage.
We're about to get 2 teams in the playoff run.
Even before that, we have a rivalry renewed. The 9th matchup between Wolves and Billy, one that Billy historically have dominated. 6-2 is their record. But more recently, it's this Wolves team that have come of age, that have come alive, and that have developed a new facet to their game. Billy grouped here with 3 on the B side. Once again, they don't get offered much early. In fact, Neff's on the receiving end of some shots down mid from Silfat.
Big razor.
The showstopper could be just
the straight up send. Oh man.
Decent little intuition, but it's about to back away.
It's nicely done from YZ. That's okay. Does he get traded?
But it's wayward. Levius holds his ground. Neff low, but still being made use of on the A side to keep a couple of players there.
The Omen just sorted over towards A to try and get a plant potentially.
To bolster the attack side forces it B. Neural Theft forces Zealfan out. Now they know where the Fade is playing from.
You could see Suvat really wanted to get in, but couldn't find the timing. Neff.
Yeah, Neff just needs to stay alive.
Required. He can't overplay his hand. Just simply existing in the backline, so Wolves know eventually they'll have to deal with this flank. Look at Lysor, the way he has to adjust, just expecting this flank to come at some point. But Neff merely needs to stay alive. Keep them distracted.
Lysor.
Very early from there.
Critics be damned. Fights 2. Tries to open this up, but now 1v2 for the round and time. Really not working for him at all. Maybe looking to keep a cap on these guns. Get in there and give it a tap. And unfortunately, his contemporaries.
But they got so much money from the round before that they're okay to buy into this one.
Right back to the tit-for-tat rounds we go. Billy get their 10th.
Spring was playing so close with that pit, so YZ had the ideal opportunity to catch him out with a showstopper. Sure, traded out by Juicy, who then tries to make the adjustment. Losing the duel to Levius. Sufat wanted so desperately to get into assists, but just had no chance to do it.
Nice shots though.
I will see you. It's so funny.
The Viper roll? Nah, the Viper roll was fine, to be honest. I imagine he popped it just like a little bit earlier.
This is really looking like a chess match between our teams.
Like, YC just handled it pretty well.
Rotations to pull across the map.
Okay, now this is the round though, because if Wolves lose this, most likely we get 12 on the board for Billy. So the must-win rounds. Omen flash over towards side was pretty good here. Just spam through Fatal. Gives you info, but not too much.
Connecting onto multiple players now.
Despite this, Neff still looking for opportunities to get onto the A side proper.
Yeah, look at this early info though from everyone over towards Wolves. Info all the mid, info over towards B, 3-person can hold strong.
Place in mid, and an AWP picked up from Juicy that's controlling B. They can be steadfast. 3 players ready here on A.
Right now they got the perfect coverage. It's up to BLG here to generally manifest an opportunity.
Look at this Spring aware. Wants to double up.
Gonna get low again time-wise. Spike's going over towards middle. Could be the end of the round right here.
Cleared there, Spring into action.
End of the round.
The BLG now! Spike's in mid, but their players are over on the A side of the map. All but unrecoverable, this situation. Speed will just bide his time. Could trade his life, that's fine.
One enemy
YZ pops up and pops right back down. Not the kind of game of whack-a-mole he's looking to play. He's on the wrong side of that arrangement. Still prevails against Spring, but there are other players waiting
okay, Wolves with 2 chances to close this one out. They've been looking nice. There's been a couple of rough decisions from Billy. They don't give themselves many options sometimes, but
Spring just made such an intelligent rotation there into vents after things were slowed down. There was that noise cut from BLG, pivoting to play the cross with YU, expecting that the BLG team would either try to work themselves into a split or at least try to draw some attention back towards mid to get some rotates off that A site. He is prepped, ready.
Razor as well. They got to go up against a Razor on defense and the op. Trip over towards middle's been causing him a bit of a nightmare.
Doing the unthinkable. Juicy locking down.
Here we go.
With this op. Can he find the opening?
I mean, we're just dry swinging this, it looks like.
Camping down, it's K-Knight down already. And yet, Billy still determined to look for something here at B. Why you overextend? Showstopper, YZ. Oh, he gets tracked by Juicy.
That's impressive.
Now we can fall back onto the side, still with this op in hand. Neural Theft revealing the BLG are all about this B side here.
Sick round, dudes. Just don't overheat. Just don't overheat. You won the round. Don't do it.
He feels the weight of consequence on his shoulders.
So good.
He knows how close
They struggled to plant here so much.
completing a miracle run here through groups.
They have to safe plant. You're all good.
Just one more step. Nap low. Viper's pit up here for Levius. They've at least got that to work with the Billy. They're fully committed. Still no spike plant. Levius has not found a window in order to deploy that. And F is looking for a timing, a way out. Lysor deals with him. And it's on Levius now, all on the Viper, who still hasn't found a chance.
Damn, nicely done from Wolves. 2-0 on this one as well. Really strong. Really strong. Yeah, they just look better on both the maps. Nothing else to say about it, really.
In our Masters Toronto playoffs.
Juicy.
Still a little rough from Billy, some of the way that they handle
waited years to just be able to play in the VCT.
Also, like the discipline on defense is like really lacking. They give him a lot of opening picks.
Has to go over to China, joins this
Wolves. Yeah, Wolves are one of those teams, right? They're going into playoffs, and again, without a good game plan on some of these maps, you might struggle. They play different to a lot of teams.
Advancing, he doesn't fear elimination. And they came out swinging.
TMV? Dude, even TMV didn't believe. TMV is meant to be the biggest Wolves believer. He didn't even have him going through in the top 4, right? That's criminal from him.
He stood up, he clowned around with Zelsis first and foremost, and even after that lost this team, came back stronger and stronger.
Damn, Wolves got out of playoffs, man. I mean, Wolves got out of groups. Mad respect. A big result for them. They came in with just like no pressure as well.
Congratulations!
They'll be the first pick. Oh yeah, you're picking them fast, but it's still impressive from them.
Yeah, baby, we're gonna need you. Okay, first time that we have 2 CN teams in the Masters playoffs, and it's not EDG, and it's not FPX. What does that say about the CN region?
首先，恭喜你们赢下了比赛的胜利，因为这是第一回在大师赛我们有2支 CN 的队伍，而且这2支队伍不是 EDG， 不是 FunPlus， 不是大家熟知的那些队伍。你觉得这对于 CN 赛区来说意味着什么呢？
我觉得我们第一次进到季后赛，我们也是代表 VCT CN 赛区的。我觉得就是因为我们 VCT CN 其他的队伍或者所有人都让我们每一个人都学习到很多成长。其实无论是哪一支队伍进到季后赛，只要是 VCT CN 都会很开心。我很骄傲。
I think this is our first master journey, and it's our first time heading to the playoffs. And I really, to be honest, I really learned a lot from our region, and we get some feedbacks. We get so many things, absorb so many things from our region. And no matter which team heading to the playoffs, I think the whole region will be very happy about that.
Yeah. As competitive as they can get. Now, I want to ask you about the Tejo's absence, because it seems like Tejo's
I like them though. They're super humble guys. They're cool.
Up in the meta, and you guys look incredibly comfortable with this new meta, fast-paced meta. Do you feel like this type of fast-paced playstyle suits you guys better?
因为其实太湖削弱之后，对于整个的版本、整个的游戏生态是有很大的影响的。但是我们可以看到，在当下的这个游戏环境下，其实你们是非常适应太湖削弱之后这个版本，可能是一个相对来说节奏比较快的版本，你们的表现也是非常好的。那你认为当前这个版本，包括说你们比较快节奏的这种打法方式，是比较适合你们的吗？
是，sorry， 最后那
比较快节奏的这种方式会比较适合你们吗？当下的这种打法？
其实我觉得
So many views on Billy. It's really sick for their region as well. Like to have multiple teams to kind of cheer for. The region's just getting better and better every year. It's nice.
很灵活
Great for the game as well.
打得慢，我们为什么打得不好？是因为可能当中一些细节啊、决策啊，或者走位、时机，整团队整个配合很多方面。导致到我们那把的失利，但这把的快节奏是因为我们把其他的细节，无论是沟通、走位、配合、信息、timing， 全部都配合得很好。我觉得大家心态又很好的时候，我觉得这样子任何版本我们都可以认付，只要是做好细节的话，我们可以面对不同的版本，其实都一样的。
I think it's not like the patch issue, and we used to have the slow pace patch. But I think the reason why we didn't perform that good on that patch was like, we didn't manage to focus on our details. We do something wrong, maybe on the decisions, our movements, and some communications. But right now we come to this new patch, and I think the only thing that we did good was on our communication and our decision, and we know how to fix things out, and we know how to fix our details. And if we can do like that, no matter what kind of patch is right now, I think we can do very good.
Okay, lastly, playoffs. Pressure or no pressure?
No pressure.
Honestly， 我觉得其实已经没有任何的压力了，因为我觉得从我一开始来 Master Toronto， 我觉得已经是很开心。我会觉得我只要把我队友的实力跟潜力让全部人都看到，其实我的队友是很厉害的。然后我也很谢谢他们相信我。其实我们已经没有任何的压力了，尽管多么不被人家看好，我们是实力什么排名啊或者什么实力，我觉得没关系，我们还是相信着自己，打好每一把就好了。
I think right now I have no pressure at all. Things are arrived at Toronto. I'm truly happy that we have the opportunity to show our strengths, especially the potential of our teammates to show to the world. And right now we have no pressure, even though we are the underdog, even though they ranked us maybe as the last one of these masters. But we have trust each other and we have proved ourselves and we'll keep working hard.
All right, congratulations against you, BB. Good luck in the playoffs.
Yeah, it was cool, man. It's a sick result for them as well. And again, I like the way they approach some of these maps. Talks more. It was a good interview, though. It was a cool interview. Okay, I will be back in a little bit. Did I miss anything? Oh yeah, Prafu in the YouTube chat. With how Heretics and MIB outperformed, Swiss Stage has been a lot, left a lot to be desired on paper. It's pretty stacked. He got robbed of some bangers. I think it was, well, I'm not saying it was always going to happen, but it was always going to be a little bit of a weird event because of the meta change and the time difference. But yeah, I didn't think MIBR or Heretics would look this rough. I thought there would be some teams that maybe play it safe and look a little rough, but this was like a lot worse than I thought it would be for both.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved.
Let's be back in a little bit. Teo comp cooked Heretics. It might be something a little bit down to that because their map pool didn't feel great. Like their Icebox beforehand, they got wrecked by Fnatic, so I don't think they felt that was good coming in here. Then they got wrecked by PRX on that map. Then their Pearl didn't look good. We don't know about their Ascent. Their split was their permaban. There's like already 3 maps that aren't great. You can't come into a tourney like that, really. But that happens sometimes with meta change. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. When is the PRX game? Should be next 15-20 minutes, mate.
The future of money
okay, back in a bit. Heretics lost all the pistols. I mean, that's, yeah, that doesn't help. That's a big issue also, you're not right. You're not wrong even. Okay, back in a bit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Pretty drastic meta shifts before the event isn't great. I think it had to happen at one point though, so I'm kind of glad we get this instead of the instead of seeing Teo for another event. They didn't lose all pistols, that's true, they got 1 right, and then MIBO went 0-8. I think the meta shift should be during the event. Okay, get Death Bomb Riot, he's got the big ideas. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
I've told you there's nothing wrong.
This is your last chance.
I've told you there's nothing wrong.
I don't know if you're ready to see what I want to show you.
I've told you there's nothing wrong. Except that I'm in a hurry and you're taking up my time.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Wolves have made it through, which means there is only one slot left for playoffs, and it comes down to PRX and Team Liquid. I am your hosting, so I'm back here again with Mel and Ender. I cannot believe there's only one slot left, and it's Liquid or PRX. You would have thought that both of them will be making it through.
Yeah, you don't want to have to choose between these two teams, but somehow that's the situation we find ourselves in now. PRX coming off of a tough loss to Genji, and TL with Nats back are looking strong.
Yeah, and I really thought maybe there just isn't enough time to incorporate their IGL so last minute when he got here yesterday, and I was proven wrong. They came out the gate swinging, and Nats is still in that argument for most valuable player in my eyes purely because they win with him and they lose without him.
And the craziest thing is that these two organizations have met before. Almost everybody on PRX participated in that match at Champs 2022, and nobody on the side of Team Liquid and this current roster was there. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup, and you heard it from Nat himself. He's never faced PRX, so I have no idea how it's going to go today, but Mel, this is definitely going to be one of the most important games for these two teams.
Yeah, I think too, thinking about the EMEA playstyle and how it matches up against APAC, traditionally I would say it favors APAC most of the time. That raw aggression and how they play typically tends to take teams like Team Liquid off guard.
I like that we have the matchup here with Nats coming in, the mind versus the madness that is PRX, and that's really what we're going to see unfold in the server today, because PRX have been continuing to play pretty off-the-wall stuff.
Yeah, normally it's Mind Freak, right? Instead of just the mind.
Oh,
sorry,
wow.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But for Patty, now on Team Liquid, it's going to be a little bit about revenge because he was eliminated by PRX last year at Masters. So ahead of today's matchup, of course, we're going to put him up against one of his opponents. Here's Jen, Davai, and Patatek.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Davai and Patatek. Now Davai, this is Patatek.
Hello.
Hello.
And in case you don't remember, you've been living in his mind rent-free since Masters Madrid. You sent him home once. Are you going to send him home again?
We probably gonna extend the trip here, and on the way back you can think of me more.
Whoa! Patatek, you heard the man, but I feel like you've been waiting for this rematch for the longest time ever. Yes. You know, what's the game plan here? What's on your mind?
Just more experience and just shoot heads, because we're gonna come hard for you.
Oh, redeem yourself.
Yes.
All right.
Yo, Sliggy, which side are you on this time?
Yo, Sliggy, don't forget you are Liquid content creator.
I guess if you switch the train, I guess you are heading to Berlin.
Choo-choo!
Why do we stop that? Why do we even come back to the desk? I want just the entire pre-match to be a back and forth.
It's like they're fighting over custody of Sliggy. It's crazy.
Yeah, and Sliggy of all people. You know, in a world where Mini exists, FNS is out here watch partying. They're going after Sliggy. Damn. Can't believe that.
That was so funny. I really wish I could see more of that.
Yeah, and I also love the way that normally you would expect Patatek to be one of the trash talks a bit more, but on the side of PRX, it's Davai coming out, giving it. Can he back it up? Does he have a reason to be this confident?
I mean, I think so, honestly, coming into this game. But you know, PRX, their opening match looked so powerful. It was all of a sudden like, hold on, this team is a serious threat to go deep in the tourney. That kind of changed, though, and that's where maybe the doubts creep in this match versus Gen G.
There's definitely ample opportunity for doubt to creep in, like you said, but I think if there's any saving grace here for PRX in the mental, I think you could just write off the fact that the team they played against was just so good, and that's the reason why, you know, Gen G ended up coming out on top. They're looking so strong, so if I'm PRX, I'm thinking, I mean, that might be now one of the favorites to win the tournament, so let's just keep it pushing and remind ourselves how well we did play on that first match.
And you heard Patty there, we're going to shoot back harder than they shoot at us. They are shooting against Jing though. Not many people can out-aim and be able to handle the mechanics of this player.
Yeah, and that's the thing, that he actually was a little bit outmatched, it felt. Not on this opening map, it was a very close map of Ascent. He was getting super active, finding a lot of different moments. But when things switched over onto Icebox, that's where there was a change. And to be fair, he's not playing the Raze like he was on that map, he was playing the Omen. But the Omen is an agent that he has looked incredibly good previously on Icebox on.
I want to say that Gen G did do a good job of shutting him down, because like you said, they've looked great in the past, and I personally love having that Omen as a pseudo-secondary duelist on the map, so I'm hoping that Jing can really find his footing, because I really think he has so much potential and really made and innovated a lot of that aggressive Omen play.
Yeah, and PRX do have a lot of different set pieces to set up Jing to succeed on Icebox. Like, he has a lot of very aggressive teleports on the attacking side, especially into the A space, where he's going to be jumping forward and finding timings as he's going to have Sova darts landing, so people's heads turning around. He's going to be on lines before he's going to be expected, but it just wasn't clicking in that match, like we're saying.
And we saw a lot of innovation for the side of Liquid, but they got to respect the fact that PRX were the OG innovators. They were the OG team ender that were not afraid to get weird.
No, and Ascent, this is about as weird as you can get. Like, in every single role except Omen, they're just playing a different agent than you'd expect. Raze instead of a Jet, Fade instead of a Sova. But really what this comp, to me, I think is all about is sort of like taking double smokes to create smaller pockets of space on the map, and then Gecko and Fade are very favorable at clearing those areas out, like up towards Market and into Tree.
I think their Viper Wall usage especially was really cool and unique, and how they were pairing it in mid, like you're saying, slicing up mid, because we were talking about in that matchup how dominant Texture's op was, and having all those smokes can make it really easy for you to slice up the map. But on the other side, Team Liquid runs a lot of weird comps of their own, so I wouldn't be too shocked. And I mean, Nats on the Viper, I'm not sure if he'll be taken off guard by the Viper walls.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You have that like Viper mirror on a lot of maps too, so I think there's a lot of different ideas.
I missed it. Oh no,
that.
what happened?
PRX are usually using more like aggressive
look at the pin.
walls, where Nats is going to have walls, they're like sliced.
We're gonna come hard for you.
Redeem yourself.
Yes.
All right.
Yo, Sliggy, which side are you on this time?
Oh.
Yo, Sliggy, don't forget you are Liquid content creator.
Oh my god.
I guess if you switch the train, I guess you are heading to Berlin.
Choo-choo.
What the hell? Dude, that's so much peer pressure. Why are they both coming for me?
Like, he has just so much experience, and it really shows on a stage like this.
The thing is, Nats coming in did make things a little bit strange in terms of players, right? Team Liquid
What's
using
my answer? Dude, two kids.
And flexing out
You can't pick a favorite kid. Two kids asking who their favorite is. What would the parents say?
It was indeed, and we also,
You're both my favorite.
you know, saw some different faces of them. Maybe they have more.
I want this to end in a draw.
Some of the comms they
want them
brought
to
out
both
we
go
cannot
through.
expect, but we're gonna beat this horse.
Firstborn, that's messed up, man.
But Nats is just so important. He to me is the savior of Liquid, EMEA, all of our hopes and dreams. But we did hear from his coach, however, about
That's not how it works. I'm pretty sure that's how parenting works, mate.
Listen to this.
You can't say one of them.
So
my parents would pick my brother is crazy.
I'm super excited, honestly. No matter what, it's going to be a very, very fun game, to be honest. I mean, I love watching PRX, and I'm very excited to play against them.
Starting with the Phoenix, was that Penny's idea? Did he come to you with that, or was that you and Yao thinking he could do something like this?
Yeah, it was our idea, honestly. It was actually without even practicing with Penny. Like, when we were back in Berlin, we were still like cooking some comps that we could make it work with him, and obviously I had a big talk with
I don't want to
Penny
see the maps.
I'm comfortable, and we thought it makes
Wait,
sense.
when's the maps? We got the maps here already?
Split?
What else is there?
I think it's going to be weird against weird.
Yeah, it gets
I was too busy getting called out by both teams'
That's
players.
my favorite kind of game. What's the counter to
PRX,
W
bans
gaming?
Haven, Liquid, bans Pearl,
Maybe
PRX picks Split, Liquid
like
picks Sunset,
gaming.
PRX,
All right, I can't wait to
and
see
then
that.
Lotus. Split Sunset.
Weird WW
Liquid
gaming.
pick Sunset.
But more importantly, as you guys know, Team Liquid are running a 6-man roster for
Against
the rest of this
PRX?
tournament. And for the opening map,
I
will
don't
be
think that's
Serial
smart.
playing instead of Penny. Mel, what does that kind of tell us perhaps about the map?
I don't
Vito,
think
and
that's
also the comp they could be running?
Unless they think that the A pressure is going to be really good against the Sage comp.
We see Serial really thrive in that
But the Sage is just going to lock down
the
A.
other side of things, the duelist.
Yeah, so when Serial was playing in their
You just
series
wall
yesterday,
behind
it was
the-
on Sunset, right, where they're going to be playing the double smokes comp.
You
with
just
Serial
wall and play on
Cypher.
top of the wall, and then
Penny,
as soon as
on
they
the
spam
other
the
hand,
wall, you swing. I
was-
don't think
oh,
that's a
and
good
of
pick
course,
for
I forgot to
Liquid.
mention,
But maybe
this
on
means
fully
Camo
wall.
is on
But in my
duels,
head,
right? Whereas when
I
Penny
don't think
comes
that's a good
in,
pick.
That was over on Icebox, and he's playing into the
Are you
Jet
calling
of
your
all
kid
things.
dumb?
But
Camo on the chamber.
That's what I wanted
Nah, I
to
just don't
say,
think it's a
right?
smart
Because
decision.
That's where it gets interesting, because Camo could have, played a Killjoy or something. Chamber is not the default agent on that map as a solo Sentinel, but it sort of enabled Team Liquid to play a very, individuals focused style of game and give a lot of agency to Camo and Penny.
And I think, I gotta highlight Penny, right? This guy.
Did I see the call out? Yeah, dude.
He's out here, and it's so awesome
saw
seeing
the
him
call
on the
out. I was
duelist.
too
feel
busy
like he's
eating.
been so successful and so good for Team Liquid in these moments. So, I guess you can't really go wrong. You got Camo in the duelist, you win. You have Penny in the duelist, you win. It's looking good no matter where you go.
What I find interesting is because the roster lock comes before map vetoes come in, is we have a situation where, for example,
Do you think Valorant is ready for agent bans? Nah, man. Dude, look at how much teams are struggling on this one. This is some of the level that we got at this event for certain teams. Imagine taking away some of the agents for them as well. Valorant would be awful with agent bans, man.
It kind of plays into what you said
It
about
would be
pressure.
so bad. The only way it'd work is maybe one agent. You're allowed one ban, and even then I'm worried for it.
To prep and know what they want to favor in the map select.
It doesn't get more important than this match. The prep, the blood, sweat, and tears. It will come
Yinsu went after me too.
Between
Jesus.
PRX and Team Liquid.
Everyone.
We only have room for one of them at
Mosquito,
playoffs.
thanks so much for the
without
Prime,
further
dude. Thank you
ado,
for
let's
that.
send this back down to the stage and bring out PRX and Team Liquid.
Hope you're ready for with the hat, mate. I can't put that hat on. First round, I'm going straight into the engine, mate. You may be getting a pistol round out of my remains.
PRX versus Team Liquid.
If I want to get fired, I toot the horn. It's a lot of power. Good self-destruct here.
This is it, the last ticket for playoffs, and we have two modes of transport.
Damn, they're sending it.
Smooth sailing through Liquid or track by track on that PRX
Most cardio Eamon's done in like 2 years.
Which one are we taking?
I absolutely love it. I am all aboard the train.
Yeah.
I think with PRX, this team looks very sharp in their opener. And Mel, it looks
Okay,
like
yeah,
we're starting
split
things out on
Sunset
split.
Lotus.
Yeah, and for me,
I really do think the Sunset is a bold pick. I do. So who plays the first map? Because in theory, if you were looking at this, you would go for double duelist. Actually, saying that, they're kind of okay no matter what, right? They could play double duelist, they could play Viper, Cypher.
Yeah, Serial makes sense here. And, if I'm sort of metagaming here and thinking about what you're playing on split with Serial in, that could be, probably
Serial?
Viper
Yeah, okay, well, they play Cypher
Cypher
Viper then.
Had that been a Penny, perhaps it's a double duelist, we'll never know.
Exactly. It's just so much to think about, and I feel like there's only one way for this match to really go down, and it's just in pure chaos. How much can you really prep for either team? Anything can go either way. We're seeing Team Liquid change comps the night before matches. They're changing players the day before matches. Anything can happen. It's going to get like some street Valorant.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Now, in previous matchups, we have seen these teams play on the newer patch in recent events, and we've seen double smokes coming in basically mirror compositions, right? Double duelist, Yoru plus a Raze, the only and a Fade in the
6-man
mix.
roster.
The only difference in these
Yeah,
teams
in this
in
context, I
terms of
don't mind the
smoke.
6-man
PRX
roster. That's the
favoring
thing.
Astra and the Omen coming through from TL.
And that's
Liquid good on
because
split. They had a very good record until playoffs, I think. Maybe they lost twice in a row on split in playoffs. Their split before that was like pretty good. I don't know if they've lost confidence in it, we'll see. It's kind of weird because in theory, I think if you look percentage-wise, they probably picked each other's best stat map.
Because in EMEA, a lot of other teams criticize
but obviously a lot's changed.
For not doing anything
Players
different
and
on Split.
comps.
They would just do the same thing over and over again. But what they don't understand is Nat has been playing the same way on Split since 2020, and he has still not been punished.
And also, the patch, we've moved past the need to play Tejo Breach and everything like this every single game. We are moving back into a style of VALORANT.
Which team have the best chance in playoffs? Here?
And the way he likes to call.
The lack of the breach and
Personally, I still think
you don't
PRX.
feel as much threat when you're on the attack, when you're trying
It's
to
just
go
a
up ramp,
6-person
you're
roster
trying to walk out
with
game.
not much
You don't
time.
feel like you're going to walk into a breach Tejo trap, so definitely going to open up more for Nats.
I also think there's a really weird rule at the moment.
Watching him in this matchup and look to him to really carry the game.
Exactly.
For the sake of Liquid going further, I'm not going to say what the rule is. But if Liquid go out, I'll explain what the rule is, which I think completely ruins 6-person rosters.
There's similarities here between the two teams we have on stage now.
Yeah, PRX not messing about insta-locking this. You know, the Divide versus Nats head-to-head is going to be very, very interesting. And I don't anticipate anything different from Liquid, either from what we talked about.
Yeah, PRX insta-locking all of their agents, and Team Liquid, the final picks coming in here. I'm also anticipating the Viper lock from Nats, so nothing from beyond the norm here, but still I'm expecting some brawly action here from both of these teams.
Yeah, nothing. I did misspeak earlier. It had been PRX that had been rocking the
Okay, I think they got wrecked. I think they got wrecked.
So no surprises yet on that
I
front.
think they got wrecked.
No,
Chat,
indeed. And
end of the game, if Liquid lose, I'll explain this. If they win, you're going to have to wait until Liquid are knocked out for me to explain this. I don't want to leak anything that means teams will own them in the future.
The information game off your abilities, it comes from being a human drone on the Yoru, taking those forward
I didn't
lines
like this.
and cutting away the ability
PRX
to
have
lurk
done
in
something
your
here,
sights.
and it's absolutely wrecked
the
them,
importance of the
in my
operator
opinion.
moments like that. It makes duels that are more 50-50 into 90-10% win
Sorry
rate
that I have to
duels.
be so
You wanna
cryptic.
be
I
able to
can't
just
do it.
shoot the Viper lurk or the Cypher lurk and just end it there.
Or you've heard from the coaches, from the players, and the fans from us. This is going to get weird, so I'm bringing you two people to keep us grounded. Take it away.
What is this cliffhanger? I promise it's not on purpose. There's a reason they're playing it like this.
Weird? It wasn't that weird in the end. We've had some, unfortunately, pretty straightforward performances from a lot of the teams. This one, we are hoping to get down and dirty, into the mud, into the glue, and have some truly...
Ender already said there was a roster lock before. Oh, okay. Yeah. Ender's already leaked it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, basically in the 6-person roster, there's you have to tell everyone publicly at 10 PM last night the starting 5, and then PRX can then choose Team A.
Quick start here.
And then play the first map, and you've already locked in that Serial's playing, but maybe you wanted to play a double duelist. It's a little bit rough. And it's, honestly, that rule in general is why 6-person rosters would never ever work. And the fact that not that good. That's stupid. That's a really weird rule. Yeah. Lovely pistol though. Yeah, I can't believe you have to make it public. It's so hard. Okay, double duelist, straight up sight here. PRX needs to make sure they hold this sight a little bit better.
I think the pace catching PRX a bit off guard there.
1-0, yeah. PRX needs it's one of those where like the most common strat for, or like the most common game plan for double duelist is sight hits until they can stop it, and then you can start exploring over towards middle.
To peek that while PRX is trying to figure out how they're going to make this retake go, how they're going to use their util. By the time they're getting to that stage, they're already getting cut down.
Let's go.
That's a great start for Team Liquid, especially going up against this PRX team who has done really well in the past.
They played this before? Yeah, it's true.
Some of the EMEA teams, especially the first time
they played this before.
Trying to get an orb.
Damn it.
Trying to get a push out.
Yeah, it's a nice start, man. Okay, can they get any extra kills? It's just Ghost on the floor.
Stops it from being flawless, but exit out event is going to be watched. Spam starts coming through, and it looks like he's just going to go ahead and look to
Yeah, and Kiko's allowed to hunt here. Gets thrown the Spectre, and they're so fine with it.
This elimination, which would put him just one charge away from having a showstopper.
Switch the 5th player for the next map? Yeah, they can.
He will find it too.
This is Chad. This is what they used to play before, right? Anyway, so I remember seeing the missed. I remember seeing the second missed Astra Suck.
And yeah, PRX tries to use this toxic screen to their advantage to grab an orb, but
Yeah, it's weird. I think both teams picked the other team's best map, which is a little odd.
This is the first time that Nats has ever played PRX on a stage. It's wild to think that, considering how many internationals he and PRX have been at. And that was one of the big things on my mind coming into this. How are they going to
keep them going with the side hits, basically. Just prove you can't. Prove you can hold over towards it. I like this. I like this idea. You fake A heaven default, and then you just wait and just solo swing contact.
Open, straight up into the A side as Patman falls. She's going to try to lurk around the back, but Nat's watching for this, waiting in anticipation and winning it out.
It's a really good start from Liquid. This is a great bonus strat idea.
That pretty much seals the deal on this bonus.
Man, the coaches have done so much work for Liquid in this year already.
I would think this should be a save at this point. Forsaken and Devi.
Toxins going up.
Maybe going for some damage here.
Kiko lingering within the smoke, the corner hold here from Serial. Comes up with the goods, and now it's just Devi. Will not be able to find a damn thing.
Okay, very nice. Again, this was a cool idea. Fake default over towards here, so it's looking like they're gonna go create pressure elsewhere. But actually, you just insta contact with numbers. Yeah, you can tell by the two peaks here that PRX weren't ready. This peak and the other peak that we just saw instantly over towards heaven.
Call it out. If they're left, we go left. If they're right, we go right. You know, whatever we're doing, let's make sure we do it as a team. And you're already seeing that tremendous coordination from Team Liquid here to start. And PRX is trying to spread the map a bit, go for some one-and-done plays, trying to use their natural talent to get some advantages. But Team Liquid is way ahead of them right now.
Nice shot.
Well, there you go. Okay.
Peter of a shot, a little bit short on that haunt, but
yeah, it still kind of worked out.
We'll find an opening kill. On the board in thrifty fashion would certainly be.
How many smashes for Alex's desk today? Probably quite a few. We'll see.
There's something peeking there from the box. Just a classic in hand. Opts to go ahead, back away, give up a bit of space, and then try to escort the rest of the team forward. The flashes try to fly.
Oh, it's a really good Omen flash.
Slows up the approach here. The shots start connecting. Two more kills can be found for the side of PRX, and Kiko down to 6 HP. But PRX now in a fantastic position to convert this.
Great adjustment from PRX. And a good opener kill, able to find that by Patman's way.
Yeah, and it's weird for Liquid because you want to leave over towards heaven, but at the same time you're going to give them guns. 1 upgrade, 2 upgrade, 3 upgrade. Everyone's close here. This Omen flash from Forsaken was so good.
From the previous 3 rounds.
Yep, that's about right for PRX. Why save when you have 100 credits and 0 credits between your 2 last players when you have rifles, when you can just go through and win thrifties like this? I mean, it's just the PRX way, and you just have to.
Dude, honestly, all the flashes this round were nice.
Serial first. Kiko just dead to rights at that point with 6 HP. Able to take down the full health Kiko there very quickly.
Just awarded 3 more rounds of
VALORANT to insta thing. I like this as well. Getting the op out early. Definitely big win condition. Fade eye over towards A as well to see if anyone was here. No one was here, so they can, if they want to, heavy rotate. But at the same time, they lose middle, so the chance they can get over towards heaven. So these two probably need to get rid of this setup. This is nice as well. This was something that I praised PRX for recently. Like first time we saw something on Yoru, he was using it like a jet. Now we start seeing him use it like a Yoru, where instead of like setting up the one, they're actually like using the TP as a rotator to be anywhere else.
Slim up the bankroll here from PRX, but
like a lot of the time you want to get kills and then set someone else up so that you can rotate early.
Be sliding back in towards garage here. Something on the angle. Ready to bring this one to a swift conclusion.
That's great impact from him, man. Really good round. Get the Yoru ult for Yoru ult as well.
Yeah, this is what you really need. The game plan for PRX in the first round hasn't changed to now. It's just they're converting on these opening kills. They're getting that advantage.
The mini impact, him changing how they play Yoru, I probably think that is one of the main things that he actually did. Because he would have watched, can't remember who they played on Pearl, but he would have watched something play Yoru on Pearl ages ago and been like, you might as well play Jet with how you're playing it. And then they did play Jet after that, so. Yoru ult clear sight, the Razor that kind of counters it a little bit. Over towards Heaven. Dodges the fade ult.
Takes him low, but cannot take him down. Camel surviving 33 HP, but Hatman closely encroaching here. Nats around the corner. Dealt with there. Pat attack. They fall. The Nightfall's going to be committed. He's able to avoid that, so they might not be too certain.
Really nice round from them. Got a nade as well if you want it. Ooh, probably should have just naded and played safe, but. Dude, ever since this op has come out, the PRX is looking really nice. Patman did awesome as well.
Up 3-3.
That's a huge win for PRX, and their aggression here as Team Liquid is trying to get the spike planted is what wins them the round. Devi sacrificing himself for the cause. Then Patman and Forsaken finding a nice crossfire angle, with Patman being right at Devi.
Hitting some nice shots.
Something there to clean it up at the end. That's what they need. Disrupt Team Liquid on those timings.
Boys, just see the
that's where you're going to start winning the round.
Okay, Viper lineup, same stuff that we saw on the earlier map. Once you see it down towards here, you kind of know it's this one. Nat should for sure recognize this. Honestly, Liquid should for sure recognize this. They do it all the time. Bro is hitting some absolute shots, by the way. He hasn't missed for ages, which means he misses this one, I guess, because I said it.
I saw the shoulder of the Yoru clone, and he knew it the whole time, knew it the whole way. TP's going around him.
Spots it out, he's trying to clear it. Not able to do so. Still potentially.
He missed on the TP. Does that count?
Is
that my fault?
It's good. That really opens up the map a bit more for them. Something holding the line at B. They can lean more towards A now, and they know it. It's going to be a bit of a fake attempt.
Yeah, there is a couple of things that I'm a little bit worried for PRX. Like when they start leaving A side like this, I don't think you can do that against double duelists. Great shot though, and they still have no idea about over towards site. They might just let him take site and then home and
30 seconds
brings it now into a 3v3.
Big play from Forsaken.
They try to go for the retake, but Forsaken filling the site. Gets that full.
The timing on this Omen Flash was incredible.
Dealt with. And Patatek, likely
good shot.
Should just go for the save. The smoke dissipating. Time not going to be on his side. Gets the spot onto something. Forsaken will be there for the cleanup. PRX now. 4 rounds
okay, Liquid needed a timeout.
Themselves into the lead.
Yeah, they're really starting.
I still think they can honestly keep going over towards A side, though it's open.
Unassailable.
And you're up against the op as well. I think a fast A is fine now.
It's away from the paint shells that was coming his way. It makes Kiko pay. That's a 3K to boot. That's going to ring out a time out from Team Liquid. They want to try to figure out what the heck is going on, because it looked great to start, and then all of a sudden, PRX just got into gear.
Let's see if they opt to go for any kind of half buy here, maybe a stinger purchase for the team, but they are getting into a good position when it comes down to the ult cycle at the moment. So showstopper for Kiko about to be back online for his second in the half. Halfway to the dimensional drift, but the pit for Nats similarly right there. One charge.
I think it's the Liquid know that he's open, mate. They keep walking in. Trust me, the players at the very least know it. The coaches for sure know it.
Like Kiko showstopper, it's something you have to be talking about, I assume, in this timeout. And it's, I think, something that PRX is probably discussing as well. Maybe a little bit of some of their mid-rounding ideas, making sure that you've got your gun outs whenever there is a Viper smoke anywhere near you, because God only knows where Nats is going to be. But a lot of good ideas here.
Would you return to coaching for 500K a year? Throw me that contract right now. I would sign it right now if you gave it to me. You don't even need to tell me who the players are. We'll make it work.
Has got quite a few players of their own to try to.
That's how much you're offering me?
C's at the ready.
Just waiting out the clone here.
Welcome to Furia.
See if they get any more noise coming their way.
That's funny.
Crash set, cleared, flash. Does go through, so he's going to be on the back.
It's a good bait though. Pamans needs to stay alive and just bait for the Jing. What are you doing?
Jing does manage to spray down too. Weapon going to be up for the showstopper.
That is not how I thought this was going to go down, but
might have just turned on its head. If he can isolate one, the showstopper could all but guarantee the kill on the other.
Trying to figure out where that operator was. Was worried it might be up in B heaven. But he's actually going to dodge the players of PRX. Devi considering, do I go over to A? Do we try to split this 1-1? We just maintain this B hold.
I think they know that he's going to have that ult online now, so have to try to play together. Obviously don't want to stack up on the approach, but
something where you're
all
right into this.
By going for the full rotate.
And honestly, considering it's Devi, they're probably switch guns.
Absolutely. That showstopper.
30 seconds left.
Unless he's got it. Unless he just wants to pick up a rifle by him here.
No TPs for something.
Surely he can't do this? Dude, he's in a really good spot doing this. What do you mean? A Razor as well.
Dimensional drift might be a decent way to try to get the spot out.
If he gets one, he just Razors.
Avoid at least one getting taken down to the showstopper.
Trying to make noise.
He's got a Euro with
out
this.
That showstopper with patience being shown.
Hasn't swapped weapons. Likely just have to rely on the sidearm here. Gets the spot out. Showstopper immediately going to be set. They can try to wait this out. Does buy a decent amount of time.
Oh boy.
Out of the dimensional drift, taken down. Kiko holding on the angle divide, needing to get the
damn, nicely done for Kiko. It was a really good round from him.
From Kiko.
Yeah, I didn't like how PRX played it. I think you just gotta wait it out. It's like an ult for an ult. You just accept it.
Something coming out of the dimensional drift into an area where Kiko can get the rocket to land and fall right back to the safety of cover. And Devi left in that 1v1 where Kiko's holding the angle. And that is a nice round for Team Liquid. They are going to have a couple more ults as well. You're talking about that cycle. Now you've got a pit and a cosmic divide.
Take some aggressive space and trying to find a catch here on the Nats.
Okay, insta B hit. TP goes out over towards back side. No. Dude, he tries to spam him back.
Ultimate bait for now. Another one going to be sent though. And Divide, perfect position for Kiko again. Absolutely destructive. 2 quick kills. Something's positioned now.
No way, he got a third as well. Dude, that second shot was so nice. The aim's crazy. Give him that little bit of confidence.
Forsaken just cycling these smokes as Jing gets himself up into heaven, catches a glimpse of one.
Yeah, especially as Nats is alive, the pressure from middle is quite high here.
The repeat though, Serial taken down out of backside, Forsaken avoiding the haunt. Here's the tap, swings in on a perfect timing.
But
PRX
played it well.
Quickly playing off his fallen teammates.
I did feel bad for Kiko here, he did so much.
This is beautiful coordination here between Forsaken and Jing. Never overcommitting to their angles. Forsaken doing a good job being elusive, TPing into a smoke, moving out of it as it's about to dissipate, dodging the haunt, throwing another smoke of his own, and they have no idea that he's going to be so close to stop that plant. Jing hits a real banger there onto Serial with the Phantom from afar, right there for that crossfire, dropping down right as Forsaken wants to swing. Absolutely beautiful work between those two, the longtime teammates.
Still neck and neck though here between
these
the
break of the Prowler here is good for the double setup on Heaven as well. Liquid go down to an eco. Kiko's playing well, so they're getting a hero gun. Dude, his aim's great right now. Yeah, it's a gun down as well. This is nice from Forsaken, but yeah, if they want to hold this, Razor's got to get here early. Jing might even pop ult soon. While it's going on over towards Heaven, Big Jewel, we have a push all the way through spawn. Everyone's walking at the moment. Is anyone going to mess up? Nah, especially as they could be heard from Heaven.
If they had made any noise at all in sewers, he would have been very, very aware, but he is suspecting.
Dude, Patman wanted to go back, but his team said go the other way.
Granted, he'll have that angle open.
Astro ult goes in as well. Jing's definitely should be popping his ult here.
That does allow him to sprint forward a little bit before he has to worry about making noise here. Seems Serial classic at hand, going to be the first point of contact. He's going to try to get through. Pit now invested from Nats. There's the backstab coming through. Just disrespecting this. He pushes forward, but he thought that he finished the kill there. On to Camo. Doesn't it getting taken down, but something quickly trades it back. The Pit's still going to be Major concern here for the side of PRX. Push forward, Kiko shut down.
Ghost
now with a ghost.
Yeah,
Something up onto the rafters. We'll be able to find him. Lead now stretched. PRX.
Good reaction from Patman,
Yeah,
to be honest.
So crucial here that Patman
I wonder how
He
many
has been so good at that, especially on Icebox.
Forsaken saw.
Now showing you that he can
It is a
open
little
it
bit
up
risky to
on
push out
different
here,
maps.
but it was really nice with what's going on.
Angle that they really, really needed. Pulling out the gun. Got there just in time. Forsaken there. Couldn't quite find the second, but did enough damage. Kiko, let's go for the timing off the util. Not going to happen. No. Some
See the
ultimate
frustration on that. Sometimes you think you got enough bullets through. It's back into a buy, and Kiko's going to be bringing.
Kiko gets the attack up. Damn, they're 15 to 7 is really allowed to do whatever he wants. This is a cool idea. Use the smoke that also works to block it. You've got a fade eye that goes deep to try and get some kind of combo. In theory, you've got one set up here, but they go for a heavy rotate over towards B because they saw nothing. It's also very good being proactive against a Yoru ult so early on.
Scout out. Wants a spot onto something. Tries to go for the exit, but he is just not out at all.
Oh, the timing's unlucky.
He's out looking nuts.
This was a really cool round from PRX of how to play against a Yoru ult, in my opinion. Doing something proactive really early on to get info is like great. Most teams will just go for a straight up split with the Yoru going one way and the team going the other to get info.
Backing away now. Saying, okay, you guys can grab that spike. We've got numbers. Let's make sure we're playing for trades. Maybe PRX guesses wrong a bit on which site, but they're just going to sit and spawn and look for that lurk. They're one player unaccounted for, maybe in their mind.
They backed off, yeah. They do this now.
They know where it's at. But
it's weird. It's weird to watch it, but they do this now.
The players worlds apart with just 18 seconds remaining. Well, I'm going to just go ahead and hold on to this, and I mean, you can take a look. The economy is in a very poor spot at the moment here for Team Liquid.
10 seconds left.
With 50 creds on camo. We need these carried over weapons to find some impact going into this next round. But with this win here, PRX guarantee themselves a lead at the half.
Yeah, you're going to have some pretty nice ults, though, for Team Liquid. You're going to have a showstopper. You're going to have a Nightfall.
Last round.
Working into this next round. You most likely have a showstopper. You're one away. So there's a good chance that Kiko's going to find it. Great read there by something.
Yeah, and this was awesome.
Thought he was safe.
Yeah, just a misread.
Might have been something
the aggro was sick. Okay, let's see if Kiko can get a kill, because Kiko getting a kill gets him his ult on this one. Maybe they want to try get an orb as well. PRX are just keeping with the proactivity on this one. Just want to go super aggro on B. Yeah, maybe just going to take this orb away from them as well, I think is so fun. They do it with the Yoru. Yoru gets fast rotate again. We can speak about them using the Yoru correctly recently. Another good example.
You should really...
Stabbers with the Prime. Thanks so much for the 2 months, dude.
Put some pressure down on other parts of the map.
Thank you for that, Stabbers, man. Thank you for coming over.
On A and B side. They've completely
Forsaken gets Judge close set up. And obviously they do have money. Might have a backup gun somewhere, I'm not sure.
Team Liquid, slow but sure. Working their way forward. Nat's going to try to counter lurk, remembering what Patman did previously. But for now, PRX playing very patient. They want to get this Judge going.
Shadows traveling. Big presence here in mid. Peek towards the vents, Prowler. Not spotting anything there for Patman. Liquid now in a position where they can go for a quick pivot if they
There's
don't
a big duel over towards B main at one point, and there's not a chance for Forsaken to ever turn in this corner.
Toxins going up. Cyril at the moment.
Good news for Liquid is the spike isn't there, that's about it.
I think this Nightfall's going to whiff.
30 seconds left.
It's going to whiff.
Hit anybody.
That's going to encourage them to now push forward. The drop down.
Oh, what an Omen flash.
On the back of the paranoia sent from Forsaken.
Oh, this was a nice round.
That's able to fight back for one, but Jing gets himself a third.
This is a nice round. It was dude, what was it, 3-0? Considering how that was at the beginning, that was an incredibly nice half from them. They had so many nice ideas beginning of the rounds as well. And then like this little play with the Omen Flash to drop and swing is so cool. And it's a flash that will get heaven as well, so it's great. Omen Flash? No, the Omen Flash was like every round it was like really impactful, yeah. Chat, let's mute this before we get owned again on the board. Forsaken? I mean, he's just one of the best flexes we've ever seen. Just so good on every agent, yeah. I'm telling you, this was a nice half. Like, the barrier down ideas were good. And this was also, like, a good example of, like, how most teams, in my opinion, should try to use Yoru. A lot of teams are, like, a little bit stale with it. I think, like, in this kind of role, especially when you're playing the double duelist, is really good. Nick, thank you so much for the Prime, man. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Agent bans would be useless in VCT because Forsaken would just flex. I'll do that. I really don't want it to happen. I think it will happen at one point, but kind of dread. Like, I know they're mixing a lot of stuff up in 2027. I hope they don't think it's time for it. Augusto, thank you so much, bro. Thank you, thank you.
Covering from that 0-3 start, we'll go ahead and take a look at the
Augusto, what the hell? Monster Train with the Prime. Thank you with the 5 months, dude. Thank you, thank you. Dude, his thing is just bugged, man. Every time he plays, he always has a 0 econ report. Dude, honestly, highlight him, man, just to see the straight line.
I guess so. But for Jing and Keiko, they've kind of been two of the big bright spots here for current kill leaders on their respective teams.
Absolutely. I mean, Keiko, so hot in some of these rounds. I mean, you can see there early on.
Am I happy with the match? I would much prefer both of these teams to be playing one of the Chinese teams.
Areas the kill count is Keiko, he's 3 behind, but he started to really find
but
some
at least,
found some good trade moments. Really liking that
Jing
in some of those situations wasn't overcommitting. You know, old PRX might just try to go for some of those big hero plays out in the open. This PRX has some good discipline. They're really well tuned here today. Much more than some of the other
Raid Boss Frenzy, straight up B hit. Liquid have a fast rotate with multiple people here.
Half armors on most of the players, aside from Divide.
Prowler goes in, they insta go early. Does. No, okay. I mean, Liquid should be fine. It's a really important kill from Patty here. That's like the whole round, in my opinion.
Full pivot here from PRX, but Team Liquid kind of on top of this. Have a triple stack set up, pushing now in towards Mail.
Not a bad idea, but Patty Tech just outplays Jing there. PRX trying to do a little bit of a fake, a little bit of a double take, but Team Liquid has rotated over. Might have a good opportunity. A weak Patty Tech here on B site. They can get through quick. He might be able to get a plant down and make it a 4v4.
Dude, Patty's done so much damage this round.
Down to 20.
Oh my god, he's done so much this round.
Them here.
Good sick round from Patty Tech. Double pistol.
Take that first step towards recovery here on split.
Well, half armors didn't make too much of a difference there.
Definitely not.
That was just really clean shooting, especially Patty Tech. God, that's good. That's
Yeah,
so
he
hard
melted
to do,
him. Body shot into headshot and stuff. God, what was that shot as well? Smartly, thanks so much for the 4 months, dude. Appreciate the Prime. Thank you for that.
Start mowing players down, and yeah, that one that one's frustrating.
Unblinking there for Mind Freak, just staring in disbelief.
Okay, Outlaw for Kiko as well. Everyone can get one shot. Liquid go for the retake wall over towards A. At the same time, you can like heavy hold here with some combos through the top.
Here in the mid, gets the transfer. Something and Forsaken both can take it down very swiftly.
Oh man, he might be on for an ace here, surely. For God's sake, why do I speak sometimes?
I will be able to shut him down a bit. Concealment. Pulling off a Thrifty from here, looking nigh impossible. That being said, Patman does continue to make this worse and worse overall for Liquid. Kiko will find the final 2 shots. So a couple weapons going to be lost here. It's still going to be Team Liquid closing out the anti-eco.
Yeah, Nat's there. So stalwart. Just holding the line with that Spectre. Taking in something, trying to make something happen.
Enemy remaining.
And then Kiko, good angle. Okay, and an Outlaw cleans it up, and maybe Alex
Man, that's back-to-back rounds.
Maybe the plan there is to just
Nat's gets from the Outlaw, only one person that he can one-shot in this one, which probably means that Kiko's going to be sending it a little bit more. We'll see.
Not too bad still. I mean, that Outlaw not going to find any value, as there is everybody with, well, it could find value, but
PRX go over towards Heaven. They got a home flash if they get any kind of contact.
A bit of noise as they're starting to line up for this hit, but you've got Team Liquid set in, and they're dug in.
3 players in position as the drone eats the damage.
46 HP.
Down to 46 behind it, but Jing.
It's an empty side at the moment though, so kill for a sight. It's hard to retake this. Nats throws down his Outlaw, picks out a gun, so there's a gun over towards Heaven for Zero if he wants it. I'm looking at Forsaken as long as he doesn't overstep. Forsaken should probably win this round. Oops, that's another stop. Yeah, they know he's here. Dude, 3-person heavy push over towards here. I wonder if they've looked into how they like to retake over towards B. 3 here. It's nice. It's a good plan as well, because like even if they don't retake here and they go heavy over towards spawn, you just go Heaven in reaction. Plump for Heaven.
PRX trying to force their way up into A Heaven. And that clone body blocks perfectly for Patty Tech. But Forsaken able to track him down, and then Forsaken sees that there's 2 players here at the top of ramp, calls immediately for reinforcements, 2 swing over to help him out. Patman, Johnny on the spot in this round. It's a really nice job. It's going to give PRX a 3.
All right, this is the round. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 2 and 5. On each team can buy. PRX kind of missed this smoke a little bit. I'm not entirely sure. Normally you do it like more to the right, so double vision blocks a little bit. Like meant to take a timing either way over towards middle. And so I think they might have created pressure over towards mid and then insta-group over towards B. We got a Molly nade Heaven. I think PRX should get wrecked here, to be honest with you.
That's somehow accounted for.
Nade going out, Paranoia not getting the connection there.
Sure. They didn't commit.
Away here from Serials. Patman, it's a Nightfall online with that orb take. Seems like PRX, maybe a pump fake out, but at the very least, not going to go barreling into this B side quite just yet.
We're going to try to.
Okay, last time they did it on the pistol, they created pressure over towards middle, then they insta-hit over towards B. The Liquids. Remember that? Maybe. Instead of holding 2 over towards middle like they did in pistol, they got 2 heavy B. Clear over towards backside. Kiko.
Away Kiko's position here. As Jing goes barreling forwards, able to find the headshot, something covering fire, cleaning up 2. Camo arriving, peeking, finds the kill. Patman now left to his own devices. Spots out the enemy Yoru. Trying to flush him out, the Prowler. Confirming presence from the other player. Tries to fake the plan.
This is nicely handled from Liquid.
Completely, utterly surrounded. Team Liquid deny double digits here from PRX.
Yeah, I think for PRX here, getting a little too thoughtful, to be honest. They probably just could have gone for this hit a little bit sooner, or I liked the original idea that I saw them trying to go forward. They were going to try to push B Heaven. That angle is really giving them problems here on this defender side. The Team Liquid players have been really good at getting those crossfires to go and really good at shutting the PRX executes down on that side of the map. Now you're going to be down onto a weaker buy.
Jing, Hero, Bucky with armor. Where does he send it? Honestly, there's two people that he might be able to get one of them.
That Outlaw can find some value. Serial does have half armor.
I missed the shot.
It's gonna be a colossal
it's a nice kill over towards B though. I'm guessing Serial had light armor. I don't know if anyone else was on top of it. Oh, this was nice reaction from them. Drop the smoke into the duel over towards here. Spike down.
Here in the center.
There's some good stuff going on.
Full armor.
It was light armor.
Does get the hit on the paddock deck to take him low, but that's on the creep.
Okay, Liquid's money's low. This many people surviving. Kind of sick. Money's good now.
I'm curious to see if this is where we get a timeout from PRX. Feel like
Did someone in chat just at Team Liquid and ask if they're on board the train? I mean,
is uncharacteristic.
Exactly. That's exactly it. And I think maybe this is one of those ones where you need to just say, hey, we need to go at them.
That's funny.
We need to come out with some confidence. You know, we've got the dimensional drift, so we can go for a big set play off the rip. Try to really just knock Team Liquid out of the round before it even really starts. That's the PRX classic. But, you know, they're trying to work the map. You got to respect it. They're trying to find their moments, but against this Nats-led Team Liquid, they're reading it every step of the way. They're not finding value when they need to.
It's a pivotal moment here for PRX as they call their first timeout. They're not able to close out this round. Economy's going to be in the dumps once again, and Liquid is really about to hit their stride with the ult economy. One away from a showstopper, the Nightfall, the Cosmic
Said they're on the train, toot the horn.
That dimensional
Hey,
drift, and Nats already has the pit ready to go. This is where
Pretty sure that's entrapment as well, if anything.
give themselves that buffer zone.
Okay. Yoru ult on attack can't buy next. If they lose, obviously.
This one right here, PRX can get it to go. It's going to give them a little bit of a buffer. Some of those ult cycles where they can maybe find some trades, get into an ult cycle of their own. They're not too far away from a showstopper themselves.
Might have some fighting here around B though. Look at this.
Four-person fight. Obviously, they got the Yoru TP if there's any kind of reaction.
We saw after the last time out, both teams want to try to fight over this garage control.
Yeah, everyone's got nice anti-Yoru ult setups at the moment.
Prowler cleared something about the spot out.
Although Omen Flash is pretty good.
Showstopper descended there.
Oi, camo.
With two. Something still creeping forward. His head just kind of completely off.
I like the idea from Liquid. Again, we've seen some cool ideas for like anti-Yoru ults. Nice. Just trying to go very proactive, especially with the Yoru being able to rotate in reaction as well.
1v3. Well, Jing has a
Prius? Nah, this wasn't too bad from him. There's a lot going on.
Takes a peek around. Glimpse onto one as Snakebite goes bounding forward, but something can just ride the rope out to safety. Jing.
Okay, and they got Raze ult for next round, but they're up against so many ults here.
Once again, shove back Team Liquid.
Yeah, but I love this from PRX. They get a little bit of contact. They're able to sneak Forsaken around to another position where Team Liquid isn't ready for him, even though Camo able to find a couple big kills. In the meantime, Something uses his ult to take control of B, finds out that there's nobody up there, is able to set up an extra angle for PRX. So just a little bit of a pause into an acceleration, and now you've got
okay, PRX go for their Heaven default.
Liquid other than the showstopper that was just used. Showstopper for Jing as well. But a lot to consider for PRX in this round.
Prowler sees nothing. Flash forward into the gate crash. Had a tech headshot through the box. Take it down so very low. And there's a barrel stop onto Camo with the rocket. Finds the kill. Nat's going to be spotted. Jing not going to go for the chase.
Whoa.
Trying to push forward, but Nats
that's kind of insane, isn't it? Nice though.
Finds that pick.
Big Joe.
Jing gone. Forsaken ADS'd in.
What an angle.
Cleans up the Viper. Player advantage now to the side of PRX.
Just consider saving if you're Liquid here, no ramp control. I think you gotta. I think you guys gotta save that.
Pretty good about committing some ultimates in this to try to turn the tides of this, but instead it's going to have to be the call to save because the economy is just not in a fantastic position. Team Liquid have to just sit back and watch as PRX get up to 11.
Yeah, this is a tremendous entry here by Jing with his showstopper. Finds huge value in taking Camo out of the round. That's that dimensional drift for the retake gone.
A big play from Nats. It was just cool to see them on the same page, to be honest.
And then Jing, even though he dies for the cause, he buys enough time for the rest of his team to get onto the A site, get that plant down. And what a cheeky angle that Forsaken takes there to get that kill onto Nats. He's been really creative with his positioning here on Omen on this map. He has profited.
It's unlucky timing for Camo. She just took TP.
Okay, Nats gets his one, but
honestly, Jing did Camo a bit of a favor by taking him out so quickly. You can see that dimensional drift was about to come through. Was an opportunity, was an alternate reality where
maybe that happens.
Just ends up getting
I think they still use Sage and Sunset. Yeah, I think so. I think they'll go for their comfort.
It's going to be a final timeout call now for Team Liquid. Still 4 ultimates.
But I also think the Sage will work well against what Liquid does.
Still able to get the rest of the players bought up. It's going to be half armors for damn near everyone.
Well, now I'm just loving what I'm seeing from PRX. Just turning up the tempo here in these last couple of rounds since their timeout.
Double pistol, yeah.
Playing to their strength. That's what they need to do.
It's honestly maybe not as close as the score suggests.
Right earlier in the year and in the off season, they tried to play Valorant as everybody else thinks it's supposed to be played. Didn't work. Guess what? Right back to WG Gaming, and that's what you need. And they have been just so explosive since. Yes, they were the 3rd place seed out of Pacific, but they have just gotten better and better and better through stage 1. And they are trying to take Team Liquid's map pick away from them, 2 rounds away from doing so. Team Liquid needs to get that comeback started. They still have all of those ults that they had in the previous round.
Yeah, I mean, they got a lot of ults to retake, so that's why they play heavy over towards fight middle, retake over towards 8.
See how they try to utilize them. Just be a send off the rip is
Patman, dude, Patman's kind of silently fragging, no? I feel like he's always close to his ult. 12, 13. He's getting a lot of orbs as well.
Yeah, you're real wary of traps here. Saw this a little bit from Team Liquid against MIBR, where at some of these choke points.
Yeah, there's a lot of crate pressure over towards middle, then try burst over towards B at the moment.
And we've already seen what they can do. Some of these crossfires here.
They got that Lark smoke going in as well, so a bit of a change off for PRX in that timeout as well. Means that they can get through the choke and kind of dodge the util that Liquid have been doing.
Something stunned up here for the moment, but no one in position to try to find the punish there. Dimensional drift in play, but teammates falling down around him. Camo having to backpedal himself out the alley safely this time around as the Nightfall's going to go.
Oh, they really go for this.
Decay damage found. Camo re-entering, swings in, instantaneously finds a headshot. It's Forsaken, gets put on the floor. We enter into a 3v3. Looks for a little bit more. The wide swing from
That is the widest swing I've ever seen.
Gets the job done once again.
The confidence to do this is just insane to me. Damn, man. What a round from something. What a round from something. That was sick, dude. Okay, 4 chances.
Shrug off the timeout. Get themselves
yeah, since that fade ult goes in, it's pretty much all in on this one. I like the change up from PRX in the timeout as well. The smoke over towards B to create pressure to actually like make sure that they aren't getting as heavy shut down towards B was pretty cool. It's a good little change up.
In that round, and Patman couldn't convert on the pull off of the spike plant previously. This time he's good for it. And that's got Divide fired up.
4 rounds in a row needed here for Team Liquid. This is going to be a pit to go ahead and lock off mid. Try to limit PRX's options, but
and then flash goes in.
Very much settled their sights on A.
Dude, once they realize they're holding I was gonna say once they realize they're holding heavy over towards A heaven, they can just go sight here. Last time they did a retake heavy over towards back of A ramp, so probably they go heavy through spawn here.
Maybe a counter pit available. Just gonna take it down. Patatek able to go ahead and collect that one over towards screens. But not finding the reveal. Clear on the blast pack, spam through. Camo taken so very low. Just 1 HP.
How is Camo alive? How
he got 2 kills. Pepin and Forsaken both going to be taken down. All falls to Jing. Turns back in. Finds the first. Another paint shell.
I thought it was close on spike.
Another weapon perhaps to use either way.
It's unlucky. It's unlucky.
Swings the corner to his demise.
Dude, I gotta see Camo's POV here. It's insanity that he gets 1, let alone 2.
End of the ult well for Team Liquid. They had to use everything to get this to go, and they do.
1 HP here, by the way.
Absolutely ridiculous stuff there.
It's nice from him and Patty, though.
Just swings out with a beautiful spray transfer.
Damn, that's nuts from them.
7 HP overall, decayed to 1. Unbelievable. It looks like Jing Still a smile on his face, still feeling comfortable, but you have to suspect that Alex is not feeling the same way backstage.
Is this a limb match yet?
Paid the price. One end right there and then, but 3 more chances
Okay,
here.
a lot of ults used though from that one.
To stop that OT.
This isn't a guaranteed hit for PRX. They're just looking to see if they can put these shotguns to good use.
Wait, invents at 125 of a judge?
Oh,
Jesus.
careful there.
Yeah, judge at that range.
For God's sake, mate.
Do a whole lot of anything. Backs away, just get the paint shell out. So for his boldness, Jing does get rewarded a bit.
He gets the boombot and the paint shells out of that, so it's a lot of impact util on a retake. That's on a timing, suspecting that maybe PRX has taken control of Mail, and he is correct. Buy some time.
Backs away from the angle. Paranoia going to be sent, not going to catch it on to Nats, but it's going to be Demise something coming away with one. Serial back sight, finding himself 2 kills. Makes it a 2v2, but now there's going to be
They're all going down. There's still no plant. They can maybe take a lot of space with it, but
gets the plant, has the ult as well, can go on a scouting mission.
that's rough. Fake clone?
Camo immediately dropping down.
Oh my God.
He's trying to fake it. He's just sprinted into back sight, and they have absolutely no idea. The retreat forward.
So sick.
Patty fights forsaken.
That is so sick, man. That is so sick. Oh man, what a beast.
Unbelievable.
What an absolute beast.
The fake clone works the tree. The confidence to do that in that moment. Unbelievable.
It's such a gamble, because if it's anybody else other than the Viper, they likely try to clear it. But Divide doesn't want to give the position away. They don't want to shoot at it. And he actually managed to pull it off on an
That's
international
so funny,
stage.
man.
He's fake clone! That is so damn smart.
Okay, 4 chances down to 2. What a beast round.
1 away from a dimensional drift, couple away from a showstopper. The ult cycle looking decent for both teams, actually.
Exit, Paranoia already committed, and Panic
that's a
holding
little
down
rough.
ramps. Camo ready to pinch in from behind, goes for the strike. Divide
Dude, Camo is pretty on right now.
as the dust will settle, Patman alone. Has to clutch this out to bring this map to an end.
I mean, actually, pretty doable.
Got Serial. Matt's on the opposite side. 72 HP, 1 Prowler, 1 Haunt.
He's had some clutches in Pacific. He can do it.
Toxins going up.
Plays it quiet. Back of sight here behind the screen. Double push forward out of the elbow. Swings in, is good for 1, but cannot get the other.
My.
Serial survives, as does Liquid. We're now 1 round away from taking this into
Okay,
OT.
one last go at it.
And this is going to be a
Your
wild
ult.
final round of regulation on this map. There are going to be a bunch of ults in play. Patty Tech again, able to hold the line on the defensive side. Divide gets 2. Camo striking, being a difference maker on that Yoru once again. Nice! They've got a real chance, and I think, yeah, absolutely, you would want a timeout here as PRX.
Timeout.
Still had 1 more.
It's all about the Yoru ult. So much talk about this. What do they got? They got Fade ult into Yoru ult as well.
From the shadows, as well.
I mean, you can heavy gamble. I think everyone has a Yoru ult, right?
Combo, 1 charge away. PRX.
Yeah, what's the other ult the PRX have? Omen
Take
ult.
this the distance. See what the game plan ends up looking like here for PRX. But Toronto, you guys want to see this go to OT?
Everyone's jumping in the engine. Yeah, you broke the bot.
See if this can happen, if Liquid can continue to persevere.
And
PRX can just close it out now.
They're close to a couple ults for themselves. You can get Kiko into that showstopper.
Okay, good combo for the retake. They're definitely going to have to be on top of this one. What? Dude, look at the minimap. Liquid, go. We've got 2 ults to make sure that we can retake over towards B. So they can play heavy retake over towards B and then gamble stack over towards A. And we are... What are we doing? TPing over towards here. You make it look like it's the fake B, but actually you TP back over towards A and head over towards A site. Sure.
Try to create a little bit of a info gathering mission here for himself.
Yeah, make it look like the fake B. No rotate on this one. Definitely keep an eye on Kiko over towards heaven. Kiko gets a kill, he gets his ult.
Doesn't spot out anyone at all, including Kiko. Showstopper now. Invested as Jinx.
Oh god. Man, he did good. He did good on this. Oh! What is that, bro? It's that last shot. Damn, dude. 4 chances for PRX. All gone. What an absolute map this is.
He is masterful in the moment.
Yeah, he had a good pause on this as well. They did not budge over towards A.
To send it to overtime. And it comes off of an ace. The dimensional drift doesn't see a thing. All of Team Liquid is hidden in their positions, and it isn't read quickly enough by PRX.
That shot is crazy.
Jing tries the blast pack ahead of the showstopper, couldn't get high enough. The upsword there.
He's just cracking up the whole time. Okay, something gets the op out in overtime. It's the main talking point at the moment. They go 3-person aggro. Whoa, what is that? Dude, he's stuck.
Forced up for the operator. Jing now gone. Both duelists dead. Here on the defense. These Liquid are going to look to try to make this a very quick OT.
Not the best Boombot. Whoa, they're ready for it. They know they have to do something proactive.
Trying to clear this out, but yeah, they're just hugging back. Waiting for it.
Triple hold. They know they have to do something proactive. It's very nice from Liquid.
Just felt like Nats has a read there.
Download complete.
PRX wanted to get too aggressive. You know, they were trying to fly high in some of those rounds. And off the rip here, with so many players in mid trying to create pressure, he just got the vibes. And he was ready to rock and roll. 2 players for PRX left to try to do something about this 5-man stack that Team Liquid is going to bring to bear.
30 seconds left.
Right on the timing. A crash forward, divide. Trying to rush forward, catch them off guard. But
yeah, I mean,
just too many players on the opposite side. They
try
haven't
something.
lost anyone. Patman now would need to ace clutch.
Damn, very nice for Liquid. They get that fast go with it.
5 rounds consecutively.
A nice little hold towards bomb mid here.
One away from stealing PRX's map pick.
Kill right there from Patty Tech. That Prowler may be enough to kind of something guessing. Yeah, there's 3 players there.
Enemy remaining.
Forsaken. Not going to go well. And Camo really coming alive here in some of these rounds towards this 5-round run that Team Liquid has strung together.
Hey, PRX for this one. A heaven default, 3 people here for Liquid.
More off course, but it's something dead again. This time Jing is able to answer back. A kill, finds a second.
Did he see him cross?
Play advantage here for PRX.
Wait, they don't think he's here.
To extend this OT, Devi tagged up. Now Kiko's position going to be confirmed. Paint shells will find a bit of additional damage there onto the enemy Viper. Spike now planted. PRX, 4v3.
Oh, you lunatic.
Covering fire, finds the buy. Jing is still able to clean up one.
No, wait. Whoa, that hit?
Jing now on for an ace of his own. Serial tucked in around the corner.
Yeah, he kind of just gave him a free path towards heaven, to be honest here. They are against an Astra though, so maybe this guy gets another smoke.
Denied. Serial now with an opportunity to try to bring this to its end, but Forsaken says no. 13-13. This OT will continue.
Switching sides.
Unbelievable.
That was a mad round as well. Dude, some of these rounds are insane.
The destiny of this map opens up. Solid spray, catches Camo, had it in his mind that Camo had tried to lurk through that particular screen before.
As if that got him.
That showstopper on point. And a sigh of relief there for Forsaken.
Ricky Angle trying to get value out of that one. Manages to weave it through.
Toxins going up.
Tied up once more. Chance for PRX to try to retake the lead.
Toxin screen down.
Liquid wanting to stop that from happening. Orb does get taken.
Gets it. Whoa, Look at that timing. That was nuts. I'm pretty sure he just showed a leg in there. In overtime, gets the judge out over towards B. Yeah, and last time we saw they had the pretty cool setup with the Omen flash over towards here as well.
Quick investigation, 3 players. Rotating in, get the quiet drop down through the vent.
A lot of this is off that early Omen smoke that was deep outside a garage. They feel like
I mean, they found the gap with 3 people.
Correctly.
Something potentially at risk here. That's a gate crash that would take him
Something not even considering heaven.
He'd be dead to rights, because at the moment, does not have the read on this, but now certainly does. The util starts to fly. But here comes the approach in from main, and Team Liquid.
It's a rough setup from PRX. They heavy gambled over towards B.
Beautifully. Hatman gone, just Divide, Forsaken, and Jing. 3 OGs to try.
Look who's lurking.
To close this out, but yeah, and they have to know. There's not much that they can do about
Yeah,
it.
keep an eye on Nats. Haven't seen one of these yet.
The timing. That's some striking when you least expect. Divide, last one standing. Bit of damage. Just wait out the vulnerable. A 1v2.
Yeah, Astra suck over towards heaven.
Break through this opening corner here, but he's not even reading it.
A little bit rough for PRX. I wonder if it's just like the change of setup from Liquid that made him just heavy lean over towards B. Like with the wall going down.
Just those early kills again for Liquid. And it's something here left on an island.
No passive pressure over towards A, so they just walk heaven over towards middle, thinking the pressure on B is enough.
Through mid so quickly until the util was already there. He never got contact over at long A either. So he was just left there with his pants down. Nice!
Yeah, I think at the very least, though, once they lose vision on middle, they gotta throw one over.
Just ruins any real hope of that 3v5 coming through. It's actually a Liquid timeout here.
Wanting to get a good, solid game plan together. One more round on this defending side. Try to bring this map to a conclusion. Does obviously open up for PRX. Get involved, to have a conversation, to have a game plan.
Garlic Red Valve, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 24 months. Thank you for that.
See what ends up coming to fruition here. It's Kiko about to drop 30 with one more kill.
Yeah, this could be a real
map?
boon
No,
here
this map's
going
been
into the
sick,
second
yeah.
map for Team Liquid. This is PRX's map pick. You almost, you were looking like it was going into sunset. You were going to be down 0-1. Instead, you've got a real chance to close it out in this round.
Okay, similar round for PRX from what they did here.
They can't get through here. Another chance, another A strike, seemingly on the cards.
Smoke in front of B to create a little bit of pressure as well. Last time they did, well, I say last time they did this, it was later on in the round, but they did actually burst over towards the site as well. Left but right, thank you so much for the prime, dude. Thank you for that. One person far back breaks it. Okay, 2 different guns fire off as well, though, so they know at least 2 over towards A. That's an absolute shot, mate.
Takes out something once more. Just not been given any opportunity to really find impact in these OT rounds. Consistently dying right off the top.
It's the one player who's played against PRX before.
Yeah, look, comes down to Kiko here.
Jing bounding forward, Nats. Waiting here, striking, swings in towards heaven. Hatman faces back, does manage to find that kill, but now it's a 2v3. Must win for PRX and Forsaken. Evens up the odds.
Didn't get one.
Plan to now come through. Camo trying to find this enemy Omen.
Here.
Forsaken ends up getting tucked back through.
One flash left. Gotta make it a good one.
It's the only bit of util. Aside from Forsaken with 2 teleports. Liquid trying to see if PRX get impatient here. Lob in on that flash. Not able to find anything. The smoke anticipating. Forsaken fighting.
Holy cereal. Big kills, bro. They managed to come back from that. 12-8. To overtime? Oh boy. Big game.
What a comeback here for Team Liquid. It took 4 rounds in a row to
Serial Eye, it's a nice hand shot for him as well. Dude, bang a map.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable scenes and performances here from Team Liquid. PRX gonna be kicking themselves a bit. Sunset gonna be coming up next, and it's a must-win. Team Liquid looks to send them home.
The fake clone, the fake clone was incredible.
And that's where we're messing up, boys. We are not taking responsibility. They poking something into gamble somewhere. They full gambling right now defense. They leaving one side open, they gamble other side. We need to take responsibility, and that's what we were good at yesterday, boys, and we're not doing that right now. Come here, you saw now a lot of people. Where is your tip? You can just fall back. And also on the fights, we need to say what we want to fight. Fight left, fight right. Everyone need to step up on that, okay? Everyone.
Yeah, I felt like he had a pretty good read into a lot of what was going on. Dude, that fake clone round is just, it's so insane, man. Okay, chat, I'll be back in a little bit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey.
Let me show you how the folks does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Toronto, do we have a game or do we have a game in our hands? I'm sure Tarek's chat's saying that right now. We're joined here by Izzy and by Jackie. We have a Team Liquid fan and a PRX fan, and it's of course time to lock in. I mean, we've seen already Kiko lock in before for the first ace of this tournament. This is gonna be crazy, Izzy.
I'm super excited.
Yeah. I mean, what did you think about the first match so far?
Oh, that was amazing. They had a real comeback. I was super happy.
Jackie, on the other end though, this is gonna be sad.
Yeah. There's 2 more rounds to go.
There's 2 more rounds, 2 more maps, so we'll see what happens. So hopefully you're gonna be able to lock in and win for PRX. So let's get ready and start the showdown for the staring contest. Are we both ready? 3, 2, 1, go. And this time I'm gonna take a step back. I learned from my mistake too from last time that every time I looked towards this side, somebody was looking here and vice versa. But now I wanna make sure, I need my panoramic view. I'm gonna take even a further step back. And this is serious so far. Do we have a Bleak? A very far back? Oh. Is it getting dry? Are the eyes getting dry? Are your eyes getting drier? Crowd, can we actually support here? Our competitors, Izzy and Jackie, come on. Oh! We have a PRX winner from Jackie, congratulations here. And that's PRX winning the series, right? But if not, we actually still have some prizes. We have signed autographs from Team Liquid and from PRX. Thank you so much for participating. Right fist bump. Right fist bump, and we'll continue the series here. I'm gonna back up some more.
everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Lohan. Now Lohan, when it comes to facing PRX, people say you got a WW Gaming to beat WW Gaming, right? So was that the approach here today, and do you feel like you guys were able to match up their aggression?
Yeah, our approach revolved around not just playing our game, playing a bit more aggressive than the usual. Pull up things like fake Euro clone, it worked as well. I was quite happy about that one. Yeah, I'm quite happy. Like, we just played our game. We pressed W as well. It was a really exciting game, to be honest.
Okay, thank you for your insights.
It's always great to see Coach Lohan smile. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm bringing you guys a treat. Joining Ender and I for this post-map is a very special guest. You've seen him here in Americas. You've seen him here over in EMEA, but it's actually a Toronto loco, Koala Noob. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, you played against Team Liquid, just a couple times. I don't want to revisit any trauma, but on Split in particular, did you expect this comeback from them? How did they win this map?
Yeah, I mean, I saw how PRX were playing. Team Liquid play a very default style type of game. You kind of want to shake things up against a team like that with the double duelist. And PRX unfortunately weren't doing that, and it was just a clean comeback, and I kind of expected Team Liquid to come back here.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like Team Liquid kind of get to steal away this map, both because of fake Euro clones and stuff, but also they're winning both pistol rounds, even though their attack half initially was dreadful. Apart from the anti-bonus that they won, they only won a single other rifle round, but got so many of those rounds strung back to back to back at the very end of regulation.
Yeah, I mean, look at the scoreboard right here. Keiko, this guy absolutely popped off. 29 and 19, 300 ACS, played out of his mind, and he was a big factor in why Liquid came back here.
Yeah, we talk about Cats a lot, and this is the one half of Cats, right? Kiko here, a bit of a diff when it comes to the duelist side, but certainly for PRX, they let it slip, right? It was 12-8, 12-9 at one point.
Yeah, PRX didn't seem to be able to find the right answers when it came to their own attacking side, even though I felt like they were able to get a ton of space on the map pretty consistently. They weren't running into a lot of forward lines being held by Camo or anything like this, but just got themselves in awkward positions, right?
Yeah, I mean, PRX, they on their T side, it was just I felt like communication was lacking. There were a lot of rounds where they were able to get some space or lose space or even fake space, and they didn't even call it. There was one round where he fade-eyed A, fake TP'd, and all of a sudden they're going to hit B when there's 4 players on Liquid towards B. They just know it's a fake, and I feel like it's not getting calmed.
Yeah, it becomes an even bigger issue when Kiko starts heating up towards the end of the game, right? Gets the ace in that round, consistently a problem for the team. PRX kept going for these floor hits on the A site, not finding themselves able to get control over A Heaven, and that came down to the fact I think Jing a few times died entering up into Heaven, and they kind of gave up on that area of the map. And even when they were splitting in, they were still having timings where Team Liquid were taking it through a smoke, shooting them in the back. It felt like they were always getting picked off and not even looking at members of TL.
And it's time for an EMEA special, a fake Yoru clone from Camo here.
Dude, they come back at the perfect time.
Koala, this brings us back, right? Durka pulled it off in EMEA, and Camo's doing this on a global stage.
Yeah, I mean, these EU players got balls. They just are not scared to do this. This is insane respect to Camo. This is something I always wanted to do on Na'Vi. Unfortunately, I haven't, but the fact that he's able to do this and pull this off on the international stage and actually pull Liquid into this comeback is just something super special, and they'll always remember this.
The worst part is he doesn't even have clone in the inventory. He'd already used it in the round, and they didn't realize it. It is brutal. It just slips away, and that was the start of the snowball, because after that comes the Kiko ace. It comes round after round. It comes OT. Well, all of a sudden, Team Liquid solve their attack woes and win the map.
That's gotta shake you, right, a little bit. That's when you're 12-9 up and you lose the whole map because of that one play Koala Noob. Very difficult to regain your composure.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that the IGL has to actually just rally the troops back up. Guys, it happens.
But what if you don't have an IGL?
I don't have an answer. I've never experienced
then it's harder to rally the troops.
I feel like their mental must have been just destroyed from something like that. And then when they got to overtime, it's just oh god, everything's just spiraling in their head. It's what do we do?
What are we going to do on Sunset, Ender?
Well, that's the question. I hope PRX were studying what they saw just yesterday from Team Liquid running their composition. I think one of the things that was working so well for TL was how Nats was using his Viper walls on the defensive side. It seems like their opposition was never able to get full control over the B site because of the way it divvied up the site.
I love to hear what Coach Alex has to say ahead of Sunset. So take a look at this.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Alex. Alex, we were very excited to see the clash of styles. Of course, Team Liquid bringing in extra aggression to face you guys. So what were some things that you emphasized coming into today's series against Team Liquid, and what do you think you need to fix heading into Sunset?
Yeah, I think they've been playing Split for a while, so we kind of knew how they're going to play. We wanted to attack the B and also I think they had a really good game plan going. They want to make sure that they try to stop our random aggression. So I think it was a nice clash of ideas. What was the other part of the question?
What do you think you need to fix?
Yeah, we need to play our game. I think we try to reinvent the wheel a bit too much. Normally we'll be a little bit more free, and I'm hoping that this Sunset game will be a lot better.
Thank you and good luck.
If
That was the first series. Ah, it's such a banger, man.
You know, in some,
it was such a banger map.
As of late, when it comes to the Sunset,
we talk about the actual.
Would you like to see them bring the stage?
China off.
I think it's something
Dude,
that'll
Wolves just kind of outclassed them a
they
little
faced Sage really at all on that map, and it's they've had pretty decent results with it in the past. I think
playoff draw after this, yeah.
Make it a 1-1, and you can go to Lotus, which I
big
think
draw after this. We get to see who plays who.
If they get there.
I mean, I think a lot of people are going to.
We get to that RNG buff.
Should have taken that one, to be honestly, and I actually like the Sage as a stylistic matchup to how TL play, especially like on the attacking side of things, because usually, again, like I was talking about earlier, TL place a really heavy premium on always maintaining back site control on B with their Viper setup, and with the Sage comp, PRX often don't even care about taking
deserves a
back
third
site,
map.
they just put down walls, they give them the
So
free
if
fence,
PRX
they
do
can
the Sage
play
comp
that
here, I think the
long
Sage
front
comp should be
side,
pretty
play
good
back
against how
row.
Liquid want to play this.
They're not even going to worry about it.
Yeah, they do the Sage comp.
Yeah, what do Liquid have to look out for now? We know the Sage is in play.
I mean, A control is going to be probably a very important thing on
The Sage Wolf should absolutely own the Viper default on attack.
Nats is going to have to maybe change up how he plays.
It really should.
They don't really like to fight backside. They like to plant the bomb, play post plant. So
if they perma put the wall there,
that is. A little bit
is.
more in the early game. You have the Neon. You can really win that control with this type of comp. Making sure you always have that A line, because coming back in with a comp like this is something that's going to be very taxing if they want to refight A. So that's going to be very important for PRX to make sure that they don't fall into that trap, and Liquid have to really pay attention to the way that they want to play with the Sage.
Oh, we should get you in the coaching booth, Koala. Thank you very much for joining us here on the desk. Let's send this back to Achilles and Paperthin for map 2.
Alrighty, do or die time here for PRX, needing to win on Team Liquid's map pick of Sunset if they want to extend this all the way to Lotus. Historically, Dusk was talking
I think
about
Liquid would have bought up all PRX spots for this. You at least would have looked at it, I think.
Sova, while he has played it, is not something that we see consistently.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you think back.
I think they played EWC qualifiers with this as well, maybe.
Gecko, typically, so we're going to need to see him innovate, find some success. You know, maybe not getting into those ops. Who knows? It's PRX, so why am I even saying that? They're probably going to do it, but it's going to be pretty precarious here on this attacker side. If that Sova utility isn't really impactful, I can see Team Liquid.
Okay, Liquid on defense, PRX on attack.
Out through B main. Maybe get aggressive. Kiko off the rip, a headshot on the Jing.
2-0 on the pistols.
This guy is just on point today.
Yeah, Kiko looks so good.
Immediately finding that kill. Sagan gonna be looking to try to shut him down, but Kiko has other ideas. It's another headshot. Another pickup, another death. It's PRX.
Gun here.
Just slowly marching toward their tournament exit. Barring a turn on the round, still do have these sheriffs in hand. They have their work cut out from Tripwire to go ahead and intercept. Camo in position over at Alley.
He's gonna have a great angle for a relay bolt off that trip.
Have a crossfire set up here with Serial. Looks for the reposition, clears the dart. Gets the ping reveal, a couple shots gonna go flying out as wall gets raised. But
This trip.
Being broken down. Lobbing on the shock dart, forces him forward. It will be the start. Eventually does manage to find his prize.
What an absolute round from Kiko this is.
Just the one casualty found. Team Liquid 3 for 3 in pistols.
Yeah, I mean, this is devastating. We've seen this a lot here in Toronto, that teams just can't win pistols and can't win maps because of it. And PRX has been struggling in that department since their very first match. Everybody struggled against Gen G, sure. If you're against Team Liquid, you're getting shut out in the pistol round department. These are some of the most important rounds you have in Valorant.
I told you.
And you know, they just tried to challenge Kiko again, and he's just too hot right now.
Has Liquid lost a pistol in this tourney?
Confidence still there for PRX,
yeah, they won't get in pistol against Billy, right? I'm pretty sure that should have been 0-4 or something like that. They lost quite a few pistols against Billy. But I think since Nats has come back, maybe they're 7-0 in pistols.
Is the only purchase to speak of here, as they're going to try to work the way around the map, try to find some extra orbs potentially, and get on through, if they can, towards A. Look who it is. Keep going on already.
Let's talk a little bit about what PRX are doing. So default wall, in theory, vision block, so that you can create a timing either side over towards here.
They'd really like to get through and get this plant
I think
going.
in theory it's okay. I think it's easier to counter than the smoke. But obviously you get to keep your smoke. Oh, what an absolute shot that is. Wait, hold up.
Just barreling forward into PattyTech's open arms. Eventually does end up falling.
Patty's been shooting though.
Connects and Camo gets the cleanup.
It's over.
2 kills found, minor damage dealt. Team Liquid start things off
2-0.
Yeah, they're just playing bend but don't break there on this hold. There's a little bit of extra space. That smoke's blooming. Able to find one, but they come barreling through, trying to see if they can overwhelm that angle. But man, oh man, PattyTech has been really firm in some of those holds. He has shut down early parts of the round for PRX sometimes just on his own angles that he's taking, finding tons of value. Nats is even going to scoop up an Odin here? Going out. Oh my god.
Right?
Hefty investment in the bonus. The one that could
Maybe if they
certainly
head
pay
over
off.
towards site. Okay, either way, the bonus is pretty good.
Caught, scraping across the site.
Yeah, and the fact that no one shot instantly after that trip gives them a little bit of info. Got kill trip over towards site, but again, no one in position. Still no info over towards side, so they haven't actually cleared side. Patman looks like he's about to have an incredible timing at middle. Does he even check behind him though? Yeah, I was gonna say, do you even check this?
Now we'll look to try to start a flank. The rest of the team pushing forward. Paranoia going to be sent, but cleaned up as they work their way through the one-way.
Jing with the kills gets his ult into the next round as well, so Camo has enough money if he wants to opt into this one as
PRX
well.
not allowing for a bonus conversion off the rip like we saw on Split. Get themselves on the board.
Yeah, you can see so much of PRX
Stage
game
wall.
plan here is to try to
Oh yeah, because they do the hit where they hit over towards site close to Sage wall. Yeah, you're right.
finding Camo out in the open right before they make contact with the trip.
Your tactics fail.
And Jing gets up on
Yeah,
that
so
box.
they wanted to Odin because normally when their site hit, they do a wall like this, right?
Cheeky walls as well.
Which means that they can just get the plant and then play heavy over
Players in the
towards
spots you're not
half the
ready
plant.
for with that Sage. This time, Team Liquid understanding PRX
I'm Blitz.
game plan,
Thank you
gonna
so much
make
for
a
the prime,
change.
dude. Thank you, thank you.
Relay bolt dissuades
Appreciate the 5 months, man.
PRX
Good to see you as well.
committing. I think that's wise. You gotta
Okay,
know there's
smoke
some
top
kind of
mid,
layers
recon over
behind that
towards middle.
defensive
It
setup.
doesn't go beyond the wall though,
That's
so I don't know if the wall was
right
up. It might have
outside of
actually
AB.
been a chance for someone to be middle.
Take a little bit of space
Razor's
in
the
the
big
mid,
one
a
here.
little bit of
We
map
got
control
1,
for
2,
yourself.
3. Sure. The 3 that can't buy next and 1 that can't buy
B.
next.
Looking for the crosses, seeing if anybody changes sides of the map. They're going to use a smoke there at mid. PattyTech has to go and check.
Why in the
see what's
bonus? I
going
mean,
on
it's trying to snowball.
in
I think it's fine.
response, and
It's not like they got wrecked money-wise by it.
Something sat here. If you're looking to try to sell a bit of a fake, the rest of the team to try to strike off of.
Deploying drone.
Okay, here's the trip close as well, so we can shock this.
Liquid not really biting on this bait.
It's kind of nice though. I'm looking at Serial here, and Serial insta held the angle to break the drone, and he's kind of just cleared all the info behind it. So they do have an early rotate, and again they don't really clear alley. Oh, and that is just straight through smoke from Forsaken. Oh, they go for this one. Yeah, dude, this was what was this? 2023 off season or something? I can't remember.
PRX classic. Something about Sage with this team. They always try to break the maps. Team Liquid going to be going for a save. PRX, flawless fashion, will tie us up at 2-2.
yeah, it's really important for PRX to get a good start here on this attacker's side. Going to be very, very key to their mental stability.
Doing this,
and
I think they do it a lot
nature
second,
of
to
the
be
map
honest.
itself.
It's like they used to play this comp all the time.
Hold on.
They are going on the hunt. They're coming out on top. Lose a player.
Like,
but
honestly,
take
they probably do it
everything
like
out
1
of
in
the hands
4
of
after
Team Liquid.
plans.
Much better way to go 2-2.
Absolutely worth. Goodbye. He's going to have a res as well coming into this next round. Great entry by Jing, great paranoia, and a slow orb to set him up. Very nicely handled. Yep, there you go.
One enemy
Can you blame Sideshow if PRX lose this map? Oh, I'm for sure blaming Sideshow if PRX go out.
Up there, TPing on top of it, Jing Blast packing up with it.
I've got a tweet in mind ready. Don't worry about that.
Guardian for padded tech, Sheriffs otherwise. It's now a mid.
As soon as he asked for that ticket, we should have realized if he's believing, something's wrong.
Spot anything, so should get a read pretty quickly, but do potentially
Okay, nice gamble on this one.
opportunity to punish
Doesn't pay off.
Who is alone on this side of the map, slowly creeping forward. Or maybe he'll be able to find a backstab here. It's all going to come down to these timings. Turned around, faced in towards B main.
They change up their wall. I don't know if they've been doing this wall because of the changes. 'Cause I haven't seen them play since like they obviously changed this bit over towards B. But this wall makes more sense. They can actually like clear more angles and create a lot of pressure without having to worry about here.
Smoke going to be cycled in. They're actually going to backpedal a little bit. Now starting to register that they're
Definitely think if I'm Liquid. Obviously they had the Odin idea to try break the wall over towards here, but I think as well like the old 10 spot on top of this should be pretty strong.
Recon just hang out into one. Forsaken swung into a triple face last map. Doesn't want to do it again. This time is able to go ahead and back away. Vandal potentially here for the catches. Jing going to go sprinting forward. Doesn't clear the corner though. They will retain their weapons.
Forsaken's like, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me again, well then it's definitely my fault, but he avoids disaster there. It's PRX, 3 in a row.
The wall shouldn't be coming back, Ali. You're looking too like deep over towards the wall. The main thing of the wall is this. Right, so you trying to vision block over towards there is like the full process. So you put it up and in theory you could take a timing either way, unless they go to this one angle. It's a little bit like the Haven wall, where you pop it up and in theory you take a timing each time. But again, I personally think the stuff that Liquid does is a bit better, but they're investing the smoke and the wall, so it's obviously a lot more of an investment. If PRX are doing this, they do eventually have to actually like push the person off of this angle though.
Sight is opened up here for the taking. Spike coming through.
This is the pit.
Really got to retake this one. Patty's ult.
Like you said, the pit going to be invested immediately.
We've got a res on this one.
Trying to make this nigh impossible for Team Liquid.
Dude, this so raw could be everything.
Just sending out a dart, hoping to find a hit, but comes up shy. Fury now committed to try to flush him out. Batman, he's the first one to fall. Camo's able to find that kill.
That's
Attack
it.
Forsaken forces him back, and he cannot hold his ground. That finds that. Jing looking for a little bit more, but they're all falling to the wayside as something's the last one standing.
Okay, nicely handled.
There's the shot.
Nicely handled. Maybe PRX have to take a little bit more space than that.
And somehow only lose one player.
This is brutal for PRX and a
clean,
great
yeah.
retake for
Molly,
Team
Recon,
Liquid.
Sova
Love the
ult,
Hunter's
send it.
Fury into that pit. We've got some really good ideas of where they're going to be tucked in. And they're able to punish them so quickly, right? Using that Hunter's Fury as an entry tool. Kind of keep PRX moving, keep them guessing, and flush them into the encroaching Team Liquid members. Beautifully set up, beautifully thought out. Now PRX gonna have to rethink things a bit. Do have the overdrive for Camo.
TP forward into the smoke there at mid. Forsaken. About to be
But they pit spawn. I mean, they don't have the map. They don't have the control.
Heard the maneuver. Just managed to find that kill. Turn over the top there and mark it.
Uh-oh, something might be in trouble.
Try to peek through. We'll be able to slide forward.
Hey, drone over towards middle, doesn't spot Patman.
On this linger here at mid. Seeing if he can intercept anybody.
Yeah, but once this wall breaks.
Strafe maybe into position here where the punish can be found, but
damn, that's nice though.
From Camo, escorting him forward.
Yeah, a little bit of a change up from PRX. They kind of realized after this round that just happened they need to get a little bit more space to actually take back a site on this one.
Go ahead and take out one, but falling to the wayside at the same time.
Yeah, all Paddy needs to do is stay alive here.
To hold this back, Paranoia crashes across, finding the Sage. Serial swings around. Comes up with that kill defuse being held.
Ah, this is nice from them though.
Will be punished.
I like this from Liquid. You can see a timeout from PRX.
It's getting a little scary.
Calm, yeah, they look really calm in these runs.
Starting to fall a little, trying to get a little too tricky, to be honest. you know, with this teleport from Forsaken, you're not fooling Nats. You're not fooling him. He is one of the smartest players on the planet.
One enemy remaining.
Game sense is incredible, and they still haven't found an opportunity to use the res on some of these holds. They're really just kind of trying to take fights, trying to be proactive on some of these defenses, and Patman is getting just destroyed on these lurks.
Jadam, thank you so much for the prime, dude. Appreciate the
All
18
of
months.
this is
Thank you for
really making it difficult for PRX. It is why the bricks are crumbling, why the tracks not getting laid anymore.
Still have an economy. They're trying to put together a buy, but we'll see what the call ends up being here for PRX. Hunter's Fury and the aforementioned res is still available for them. So it might just be slow play, contact in, try to get these orbs handed over the Jing.
Was Liquid always this good?
Having a showstopper online.
I mean, yeah, they've always been pretty decent.
So much that Team Liquid does well. You know, they stack up.
Their coaching stuff's really good this year, and I think something that's really helping them out as well is they're like not scared to do some
you're not winning your 1v1s either.
ball plays.
Out in the open,
like even just the 6-person into
PRX had some good ideas to start.
like late in this tournament. Once Nats is actually here, it's pretty bold from them.
Timeout that, you know, what was working early on for PRX was A hits.
And they're very together as well.
Overstack that angle.
It's something that I was spotting when they were playing MIBR. Like, even just their swings and everything. Like, their team plays pretty legit.
Quick rotation over by a couple members.
Like, middle was a good example, right? Camo going out with the swing at the back.
Looking for a little bit of a trap at top mid of their own.
Like, their micro fights are very good.
Just gonna say tucked there into the smoke, see if they can find anything with the drone.
Ooh, tried to... Oh, he did actually pick up the trip before the shock went off. That was nice. Instant reaction to losing over towards B main, pop up the wall so they can get a heavier, faster rotate over towards market and...
Still gonna be here at backside though. Put up some damage, but getting ping revealed.
Oh boy.
He's just completely contained into the corner, and Jing is able to collect. They look for a little bit
Jing
more.
has
The wall
ult.
gonna be raised here in their faces. Camo quickly tries to break down one of the segments, and that forces Forsaken to not be able to push
what?
forward. Rocket doesn't find the kill. Gets a good amount of damage, but
I thought for sure that was a kill.
Still alive. Still able to find some impact here. Spike gets planted. PRX should be favored in this position.
Dude, where are we?
They're going to look to try to reroute that script, but Camo and Nat swiftly are going to be dealt with here through the smokes. Not able to find one.
Player standing.
Looking for a little bit more here, and
Pat, you're
we'll
shooting
make
pretty
it
heavy.
still a bit costly as two players die. And PRX, the back of the timeout, tie things up.
Oh, yeah, I really
mean,
thought
a
that
lot
was a
of this
kill.
to me just looks like they're shoring up these post plants.
Again, ever since that Viper round,
everyone knows what their job is here.
PRX are doing a good job of actually like taking back over towards site. I think something that Liquid could really focus on is probably adjusting to that as well. Like they got the Viper wall to actually like be able to hold back a site, and then they can actually hold a little heavier there.
Kills on the entry. And now
like instead of putting their trips over towards B main aggro, I think like trips in these areas could be super strong as well.
Have the neural theft and of course Camo's lightning fingers, but
because their retake looks so good when they had control of backside.
Or finds his moment, hasn't opted to pop him just yet, but Camo's been doing a great job being bait for his team.
Looking for the camera, this time situated just up above. Simply drone not quite going to spot that out.
He's pushing in.
And yeah, he's pushing in. And
yeah, you hear the sound these days. Oh, you're in trouble, mate.
Snake bite to try to flush him out into the open, and it works a treat. Serial able to collect. Hard angles, the crossfire setup.
Absolute shutdown.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
What a response.
It's an instant reset of the money, but they had so many people surviving round before that they can buy into this one. But it's an important round.
For Liquid is if you deny A to PRX, the only flash they have is Forsaken's Paranoia. That's it. So clearing these corners is going to be an absolute nightmare. I mean, you can do weird stuff like maybe use the wall to block off one side, but you know, it's just
dude, he revved it up.
Infuriating, I'm sure. But you know, PRX just
There's a lot of straight up sight hits, and that's it.
You know, unless they can win these early scrums, he's ahead of it.
Managed to find the opening kill. Kiko quickly backpedaling here since the smoke is going to be paranoid.
Well, maybe that's all they need to do.
A little bit so he can gain some vision, but Saken's still able to find the shots.
One enemy remaining.
Epic dead on the flank. This is going to be Serial slowly making his way through. So PRX looking to match aggression with aggression here. Trade back around, double face forward. Right, nearly connecting and getting transferred
Nice
there.
swing on this one.
Vi manages to close it out, keep things very tight-knit.
Okay, now their money's low for this.
Yeah, this time PRX just disrespects this a-hole. They're using that toxic screen. They get ahead of the relay.
Save Jaw? Yeah, but it's like, it's hard to find an opportunity.
Coming their way. They were just on point as well with the shooting. Just bullying their way forward. That's classic PRX style. Patty Tech back into another Hunter's Fury though. Devi still no real opportunity to use the res. He's just been sitting on it.
Because he's been so scrappy and fast-paced.
And with the shock to break the trip as well. A little bit more of a passive trip on this one. Rotate goes in, they pick the right side. Sova all over towards Marcus. Not going to be getting anyone, and that is really bold on this. It's a no trade.
Into the corner, keeps himself alive. Jing at the same time, off-screen going to be taken down as Nats finds that kill.
Camera spots the one out. Saken gets out of there.
Oh, second spare.
Got insta-cancelled.
Gets canceled, and he's immediately right back into his demise.
That's so funny.
The wheels coming off a bit here, it would seem.
Drone didn't see him.
Available. Would love to get that. Oh, there it is. Okay, finally does go through.
Timing was just off. Needed the other players to already be in position.
All set up. Camo, 20 HP, pops the overdrive, but catches a stray to the skull.
Wall to get info here as well, so they don't have to worry about this, but they spot this. Nice shot. Does he expect the second? No, and they're not ready on the second at all, right?
Serial's going to be the one to take him out of the equation. Pulls back, though. He's worried about a deep wraparound through the backside of the A side.
The ult was questionable. The ult was fine. He just fast clicked it instead of maybe going for somewhere safer.
Playing in front of the toxic screen. It will fall.
Oh, man.
It's perfectly poised. Serial clipped there in the skull.
Yeah, nicely handled. They're not great on money for this one.
The rest of the round. 6-5. PRX in the lead for the moment. Given the back and forth between these teams, this could absolutely end up.
Unless you're talking about the Sova ult.
The fact that Patman survived there.
About the camo ult. Honestly, there were 3 different ults you could be talking about.
Patman comes up with another huge kill, shutting down the overdrive.
Let's go, boys!
Forsaken. Trying to get him hyped, trying to get him back
didn't ult that round either. Mate, it's not like his fault. He doesn't have an opportunity. Unless like they're all gonna disrespect the smoke here and he's full baiting. It's like the only way. Like this might be the round where they get to use it.
He does have a Bucky though. And on a Neon, you already say, okay, probably favor you there.
This ult's kind of nice though. If they got this ult down earlier.
I like those odds.
Yeah, honestly, ult with like a... I mean, I guess they have the trip here. But ult where you can hide on site and it covers all of this is pretty cool. Should have some Cypher.
Just shy of being able to find that kill. The push forward fight does end up getting him, and Jinx going to be taken down as they get the ping reveal. Wall committed. Try to go ahead and get the res through.
No way.
Counter spam. Finds Patty Tech. Camo gets the spot out on the one.
Had a Bucky.
The Bucky here.
Oh boy.
In their faces, but Devi is doing God's
kind
work
of
right now
really
for the
crumbled
team.
apart. It's an absolute round from Devi. That's a shame. I like the idea from Liquid. I think this Viper ult's really nice. I would just change up maybe some of the Cypher util.
Arriving to try to retake.
Oops.
Stop PRX from halving the lead at the half. Devi works
HP's
lower
kind
and
of
lower,
low.
down to 25.
Doesn't get healed to 11.
It's back around. A Serial will be noted and dealt with. Kiko with everything to do. 3 players around the corner. All of them very low.
That's a great wide swing. It's a really nice round from Devi.
Devi gets a 4K.
5. So they have a very strong attack, but I think the Sage, as long as PRX start doing early wall on A, play on top, one-way smoke, punish, I think they'll be okay.
Across the lobby, 7-5, PRX in the lead at the half, but Pistols have not been kind to them.
There were no pistol. No, it's really good. But they're a very good. Sorry, chat. They're a very good Sunset team. They always have been.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the
money flows, the Veto's a little bit weird. In my opinion, they picked each other's best map.
12 episodes packed with insight.
I guess you don't 100% know because we haven't seen PRX for a while, but
of competitive gaming.
the stats on their sunset's
Stay tuned
crazy.
for what's next.
You won't want to miss it.
Let me mute this. What do I think about both teams on Lotus? Mate, I have no idea what Liquid are going to play on Lotus. But PRX had kind of, they kind of sussed out the Lotus a little bit. Like they used the double duelist with something playing Yoru. Actually, he looks pretty comfy on it. But I have no idea where Liquid's going to go. But historically, it hasn't been a great map for Liquid. If we get there, of course. Waylay? Oh yeah, no, that's true. They kind of sorted it out, right? They had the Waylay deadlock. You're right, and they probably will stick with that because they didn't use the Teo. No, you're right. They actually did sort out their Lotus near the end.
In the lead for the moment. Team Liquid going to be looking to turn that around.
After Bangkok, right?
Take
yeah.
a look at the Coinbase econ report.
And he will fix it. No, I actually think
Camo
Serial player.
actually just a bit ahead of Patty Tech, but I wanted to take a look at Patty Tech. Some of the impact that he was having with that Hunter Spear. You can see
Serial's
some
got
of
a
those
nice
slight
deadlock
bumps
on
there.
it.
From maybe the ult, getting a lot of damage in there, but also holding the line really nicely early on in that half.
Teo? Yeah, they might just switch a fade out for the Teo.
Kills.
Yeah, I forgot about that comp Philly.
Really, really powerful, really potent for Team Liquid to kind of shut the PRX train down and to keep the coal from being put into the furnace.
Which player impressed you the most this tournament?
If they're ever going to win a pistol,
I might have to say
now would be the time. They need it desperately.
It might be someone
coming
from
into the defender
Wolves,
side of
man.
Sunset.
Certainly do. Team Liquid
Have to be Spring.
able to do the lion's share of their
I feel like
damage.
GC's been
7-5 on
playing
their
pretty good.
attack last time they played this map. See how they fare.
Verno? I've always been a big Verno
Full
fan though.
kit here for Devi.
So it's not like
It's just going to be the classic in hand.
my expectations were already very high.
Couple ghosts
3-0 for pistols.
Forsaken his half armor. Serial under pressure.
Really aggressive paranoia going to be sent out. Doesn't connect onto the Cypher, but space taken
Dude,
here.
PRX don't do a 4-1 pistol.
Liquid's gonna
Oh
take
my
space right
goodness.
back.
This might be the first time
Already,
in
Camo arriving here at Boba, misses the timing, though they get the spot out, and as he tries to
this
send
might be
out
the
relay
first time in
bolt,
about
Forsaken at range for the
100
classic.
games where they haven't done a
Managed to find
4-1
the kill.
pistol.
Something pretty much back. Jing finding Kiko. Snats able to avoid the dart, but just has one more player. Trying to
shot.
make a go of this now by himself.
Nicely done.
swooping
Okay, they're
from
on the board with a
side.
pistol, 3-1. Might be
PRX
easy on
will
this
find
one.
their first pistol
I am
winning of
expecting
the
to
series.
see
Stretch that
Sage
lead
start
by 3
more over
rounds.
towards A once we get into the buy rounds, but we'll see.
Well, we wanted to see it get a bit weird, and this round certainly did. Forsaken there, catching Camo, trying to go for the relay bolt in the air.
One enemy
Pretty good mechanics. Oh my god,
Jesus, that fadeaway is outrageous.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And they needed that, and that's got them on their feet.
Jing on his feet, not something that we see very often. Minor prayer there from Alex as well. Sheriff in hand for
Okay,
Kiko.
Sheriff, Ghost.
PRX not going to be a full commitment here to the
Yeah, a
first
little bit of a
time,
lie to
Bill just
buy.
have the ghost.
Liquid go fast with the wall over towards here, over towards middle. 1v1 on top mid as well at the same time. Damn, nice hand from Jing.
From behind, slide across, something eating an immense amount of damage, but eventually he finds the headshot. So they're gonna
Okay,
look this
cleaned it up well. It got
Alex is
close
about
with a
as
couple of
flawless
these
as they
duels,
can.
especially over towards
One casualty.
A.
PRX overall themselves a very clean anti-eco.
That's
Did they pick up a gun in the enter? I didn't even look.
for PRX's momentum,
Yeah,
for
they
their
did.
confidence. That's 5 in a row now. Going back to the other half. It's that crossfire. It's going to be tricky for both teams to deal with it. Liquid does have the addition of the relay bolt to try to clear
Hey,
these
he's even
angles.
pinging to make sure he can throw over the gun. That was nice.
Both of them are going to have to find their timings. Be really
Bonus
sharp
is
on those
decent.
entry shots.
Bonus is
Liquid's
decent.
turn to try to make
Okay,
a go of
for
that.
their way of dealing with
They want
the
to fight, they want to try to
Viper
get this
util,
orb here for Jing. One away from
play in
Showstopper
front,
now.
shot.
And he's got a
This
phantom.
won't work long term.
He's one of the ones with a rifle. So certainly doable. They're stacking through mid. They're taking
3-person swing on mid against a 4-person swing on mid.
Walking through here. Just heavy presence in mid.
It's sick. It's an A-ram.
Advantage ends up winning out. Dead.
Wait,
what? Recovered from Forsaken off screen. He
What's he done there?
Behind, works his way across towards tiles. Tucks into the
Whoa, that's a big play. That's a big play.
Spike down mid.
No idea what hit him.
Yeah, dude, I got to see that. I was too busy looking at the minimap duel over towards mid. Or what's he done here?
Can barely even exit B main. PRX.
Dude, that second TP play as well is so strong though.
He lurks and they're just not ready for it.
Yeah, TP'd over the trip, I think.
And then he TP's into the corner after getting stunned by the relay bolt. Camo.
Oh man,
no
that play is sick.
Too late. Unbelievable.
Player standing.
He TP'd past the
trip TP'd past the trip.
So that he didn't reveal his presence. And that is going to bring out an immediate timeout from Team Liquid after they lose the bonus on their attacker side. What in the world was that?
For every chaotic,
I'm so noisy with the prime thanks so much to the 4 months, dude.
Forsaken goes for that push up, that TP into his smoke at top mid. You get the opposite, you get the masterclass, the gorgeous read. Which is something that Liquid haven't really been able to find quite just yet here. A solid start to this map, but haven't been able to find a round win since round 9. Timeout called, first one that they're investing here.
This timeout song is so vibey. Do you know the name? Mate, I'll be able to give you the name in about 20 minutes when I get copyright strikes by it. I think this one's got me before, to be honest with you. I'll find it out for you in a bit.
This round, okay, cool, great. And then it's all just bait. It's all just to buy attention.
When they take all the money for the VOD, I'll let you know.
Forsaken. It's something no other team on the planet you would even consider. And
this is the PRX classic. 3-person hold over towards middle to wait for a swing. Ken, thanks so much for doing that, bro. I appreciate you doing that.
Just really want to shut down these mid plays for Team Liquid, force them into the extremities of the map.
Let's take a timing, but they hit 3 over towards middle, and this is so common from PRX that you must know it.
That's going to be put up at the front of B. I'm out of here. Patman's there.
Fix my hair, man. I needed a haircut like a month ago, man. You're a month too late with that comment.
Has to play back. Stingers on the opposite side.
Spike planted.
Will prove deadly at this range. TP forward. Hiko not getting the read. And Patman, he can't see him. It doesn't even matter.
What?
His mind's
man.
opens. He massacres them here, denying any opportunity for the half.
Feels like we're going low. No, it's just an eco, but.
Flawless.
I was like, man, this might be a little tricky for PRX. You know, they've got stingers. They're getting into the post plant. No, forget it.
Spike planted.
The Batman makes his presence known.
Wow.
Just insane stuff.
Yeah, gifted almost.
Incredible. And just TPs right into it, trying to catch him a bit off guard. Maybe
Yeah, this Omen swing play was.
A little further back.
Stands
might
up.
have been derailed with Sliggy's grand betrayal in this series, but
What?
there's plenty of room in the Patmobile.
That's right.
Why am I getting called out on broadcast? Players are calling me out, casters are calling me out.
Usually it holds 2.
Forsaken pushing forward into the smoke once again. It
they're
goes
nuts, aren't they? Look at them.
Straight here onto the Omen, but they're just losing on
They kind of
all
use Liquid's
fronts.
wall against them. We're calling you out too, dude. I haven't put the hat on.
Oh, okay, Nats.
I haven't.
Good for the kill on the divide.
Haven't given a choo-choo. Haven't tooted the horn.
Don't wanna poke and prod at this sleeping
Seen this one
giant for too
before.
long.
7
Something
chances.
does put him back to bed.
Match point.
It's PRX storming their way to map point as they look to take this the distance.
Dude, FNS comes back to streaming. Sunset comes back in. 12-5, obviously. And Billy's at the first LAN.
Classic
Kinda
PRX.
sick.
Just go for the scraps, go for the plays, go for the confidence. They're gonna get
Like
the
his legacy all
here.
in one.
Another
all
option
in
that
one
they will
event.
run sometimes when something is on the initiators.
People really got some ammo here.
Jing having another stellar map. Divide. Impact found so many different ways. Now let's see if he can get it done with the
It's
op.
poetry.
Yep, he can.
And he can. Looks for the readjust. Downward flick not going to come through.
Wait,
Showstopper.
respect though.
Jing will get sniped out of the sky by Kiko, but still is able to find a kill. 3v3 now.
What's going on there?
takes
Flank getting scooped up. Drunk from something. Check into mid.
Okay, but if someone's swinging so early like this, you think this guy bottom and middle can hear this? I know he's in this corner. I know someone's in this corner or this corner after that.
Value is Forsaken, slowly drifting back.
I think they messed up. They didn't put it together here.
Some space.
PRX isn't really reading this. They weren't aware that there were two players.
This reaction I like though, pushing over towards B main.
Liquid.
It's gonna fall on Patman once again.
He was so good last time.
Cutting their way in to the B site. They haven't seen him. They have to suspect that he's gonna be the one playing on this side of the map, trying to play around that Viper wall. Serial about to make first contact. He gets dropped. Spike now on the floor. Quick TP over into B main. Patman still going to get flushed out though.
Yeah, they have no idea where the Omen ult went. Viper ult goes in. They can kind of get a plant behind. They now know where the Omen is. 20 seconds to plant. They still haven't got the spike. And something still has a recon.
Small little corner of safety.
Dude, 15 seconds would be really hard to plan this.
Try to just pass this over to Kiko.
Surely the recon tech. Yeah, might be it.
10 seconds left.
Reads it perfectly.
Hey, dude, absolute slaughter. Yeah,
13 to 5.
a little bit rough from Liquid to pick their best map in my opinion, but I said the same thing about PRX for the first map and they nearly won that.
We get a map 3. We get Lotus.
A flawless defender side for PRX.
So I guess they hadn't kind of seen it, so maybe that.
Devastating OT loss on split. They're back.
Looking back, Lotus still needs to be played. This is not over yet. One of these teams is sticking around. The other's going home.
Lotus.
We're gonna find out which one it is when we come
Yeah,
back
so Liquid
from the
would
break.
be keeping Serial, you would imagine, and I reckon they just changed their Teo out for a Fade. I wonder how much it impacts it. Quite a bit. Might get our fast Waylay here.
Hey, please.
Mute, it's fine. The main VOD's always dead, man. Trying to salvage the baby VODs, map VODs. There's no Waylay. They have pretty good success rate with it. It's really good on defense. It's actually not too bad on Lotus. Like you have like relatively safe pathing from the times that you need to use like a dash or exec. I still don't like it, but. Yeah, I was trying to work out how important it is for that. Bacon, it might be quite a bit. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Please mute the music. Yeah, dude, what is this? Okay, I'll be back in a bit. You guys can suffer.
What a response from PRX. We will be going to a map 3 after that performance on Sunset. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here once again and joined by Koala Noob and Ender. That was a crazy comeback after what happened on map 1. You gotta give it to PRX to keep their composure.
Yeah, it seemed very clear that they meant business in this game. Map 1, it felt like it got stolen away from them, losing pistols, losing to a Euroclone at the end. But in this map, strong first half and lights out second.
Yeah, I mean, this could have literally just been a 2-0 for PRX. Like, they're playing insane right now. I mean, like, everybody's hitting shots. Like, they're not scared to fight into Liquid.
And you were very excited about the stage. Was the usage of the stage what you expected?
Actually, no. I thought the stage was going to be a lot more leaning towards A, trying to like stop the Neon because Neons love to like take A space. But it actually was just like bunkering into the B site, and PRX just doing what they do best. They're just fighting, getting in your face. They're not scared to make these like crazy plays against you.
Yeah, we did go back to beta a little bit, or the first time PRX ran this comp, drawing the heart up there.
Oh my God.
But yeah, playing some of those fun boost angles where you can see the rotates coming in, the players from shop. We also had Divide boosting up on as well in mid on the defensive side with the operator in his hands. And I think overall, he just played a phenomenal game, even outside of the stage stuff, just gunplay.
Yeah, I mean, he was just hitting shots. Like, the walls were just so annoying. Like, it just... It's a character that's just not really taken into account on a map like this, and I feel like Liquid really felt that this game.
And this round especially, it's the end of the first half, it's what gives them the advantage. Even though they'd lost a player early, he's there for the res, and then just fearlessly taking and winning every single fight.
And you can see maybe a degree, Koala, of uncomfortability from Liquid, right? They couldn't find an answer to this.
Yeah, I think Liquid were approaching it really wrong. Like, they noticed that they were fighting A every round, but like, you gotta take some mid control. You have to like make the rotates happen because they start top mid, PRX very heavy, and then they just rotate and refight you. And when you're fighting into them right away, which is exactly what they want, like it's just gonna be worse for you. So try to like make them over rotate, try to make them like tax like a lot of util out. Like, it just wasn't happening, and they just looked really lost, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we also ended up seeing PRX, once they moved on to defense, just winning out the important rounds. I'm thinking round 15, which is their bonus. They were in an aggro piece. They went into that fight. Then round 17 as well. It's the first time it's rifle v rifle, and it goes the other way. This is round 15, and it's PRX getting a huge walk up outside of A while their mid players were distracting with the early fight, and Forsaken just plays it beautifully. It looks like Camo didn't even know where he was.
Yeah, I mean, this was beautiful by Forsaken. Like, he didn't he walk through the one-way as well? Yeah. Like, just full confidence. Like, it's just, this stuff you can't take into account when you're facing a team like this. And if you don't, like, this is exactly what happens. They're just going to punish you. And it just continued to happen. And it was beautiful by them.
I think we also saw the other day when Team Liquid were playing this map, they got a lot of free A space because Nats is throwing down that Viper orb that breaks the typical one-way there. We're able to get these consistent walk-ups. But whether it was the duo hold, sort of holding that 180, locking down Team Liquid players, or refighting like we just saw there at the end of the clip, PRX had a very clear game plan at countering out what Nats was trying to do.
But it's a game plan that everybody is familiar with, right? They don't respect you. They're going to play like they don't respect you. And Koala, maybe we're going to talk about it in a second, but moving on to another map, the third one, they got to learn from that. They got to understand to not play into PRX's game.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus is up next. It's a map that we maybe don't know what Liquid's going to even pull out because they used to run the Teho. Teho's nerfed. It can be a completely different comp, but PRX, I feel like they always just stick to their style and it just works for them. So I'm just really wondering, like, what's Liquid going to do to approach this? Because it just didn't work.
Yeah, and I would love to, at some point, see a Waylay. We haven't seen a Waylay in this tournament yet. If it's
I don't want to see the Waylay still. I'm not a believer at all.
Why are you such a hater?
Because there's other agents that just do Waylay things better.
You don't believe in the Wayslay, you know, Wayslaying on the global stage?
I believe in winning, and Waylay is not doing that for you right now.
Well, if it's somebody that can help Team Liquid turn things around as we go to map 3, it's gonna be Nat. So let's hear from him about his Masters experience so far in this Omen player moment.
Hello, my name is Ayaz Nat. I'm at IGL for Team Liquid. I'm feeling good. Jet lag is a bit taking over. I'm already wanna go to sleep a bit, but I mean, honestly, it's good. I came to airport, straight to hotel, spoke, went to sleep, practice day, went to sleep, instantly match against MIBR.
Sova has not been able to recover a decent weapon. He's ice cold.
He's just got enough time to find the plant. Gets it in. Will be spotted out by Vernon with time to fight. Vernon was 35, very low, but he has the drop on Nats, who's watching the other corner. Ring around the rosy, but Nats now is convinced that this is the line he's looking for.
I'm happy to be on the stage. I'm happy to perform with the team. And I mean, that's amazing feelings. It was awkward and weird to watch them from the distance. But at the same time, it was good to see what's the issues and gaps we have in the team. And what do we need to work on, because watching from the different perspective is always good. I was a bit stressed when they were playing, especially the rounds that was not secured from time to time. but it was different feelings from being on the stage and watching.
Team Liquid, they are running a 6-man roster, and as we go to Lotus, I can confirm Serial will not be playing this map, and Penny is coming in. Koala, you know Penny, right? You played against him in the past. Tell us a little bit about him.
Yeah, I mean, I faced Penny in challengers. I faced him in scrims. Like, he is a very aggressive, he's a very good, confident player, and this makes me wonder. They're going to Lotus. They ran the Deadlock Cypher Waylay with Teho. But Penny's coming in, so I'm wondering if he's going to go on the duelist, and maybe Camo's going to go on to like maybe a chamber.
Yeah,
because that'd be possible.
On Icebox, that's what they were doing, right? Penny, Jet, Chamber of Camo. The other world we could live in is a double duelist look. You know, I mean, we've seen like teams like T1 playing the ISO and things like that, but
Sebby Vibes, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you.
TL was playing on this map.
Yeah, but if Nats is going to play Viper,
strange, and we could maybe just see it flip the complete other direction in terms of aggro.
And is that the best use of Penny? You think?
Then who goes into
Sentinel?
I mean, he's had a little bit of off rolls on other teams like G2.
Put Camo on Chamber? Yeah, they honestly might.
To be honest, like,
they
he's
might
a very good duelist. He's one of the better duelists that I remember facing in challengers back then. I think he's going to get a lot of impact with it. And if they go this double duelist route, PRX, they like to play the double duelist also. So this is going to be a very,
played
very
Chamber in Lotus
high,
last night.
It's
actually a thing.
It's going to be awesome to watch.
Yeah, they played Chamber.
It's also just such a wild world we're living in right now, where Team Liquid
we
played all of stage
got the
1
ranked
with their
leagues.
5-player roster, right? Coming to Masters, Penny is in the team as a 6-man, playing for Nats initially, then swapping around between him and Serial. But we are now in a do-or-die situation.
Your opinion will
make
good
out of the
game
tournament,
sense on a
and you're
player?
moving on.
I mean, when
out
you're
of Swiss
using your
towards
util is
playoffs,
pretty much
and
the main
it's coming
thing.
down to the new guy for this team to step in at this critical moment.
And how big of a risk
It's not like
is
a
that,
10-second
though? Like you said,
answer,
they have
sadly.
Serial. They played with Serial on Lotus too. They've never played with Penny on
goes
Lotus,
Viper.
and we even heard from them from interviews with Lohan even saying they didn't even scrim.
That's it.
Nats and Penny have
Nats
scrimmed
Viper.
together once. One time.
Kiko
Yeah, and
Omen.
was it a Lotus map? I don't think so. There is a very
Penny
real world where this is one of
Raze.
the first times these 5
Chamber.
players are ever
Hammer.
playing this map at all,
At
let alone on
Fade.
stage.
What would you do if you were Penny? You know, how would you be feeling in that scenario?
To be honest, like, all he needs to do is not let the pressure get to him. I think everybody that has watched him knows he's an incredible player, and the biggest enemy is himself. If he can push through this this pressure and just realize, okay, like, they wanted me here, like, they want me to play for this 3rd map, do or die, like, they really have this trust in me, and like that should be like a very good like confidence boost for him to just really like take over the game, and like this could be a very close series.
And he's been on the master stage before, right? The pressure, I don't think, is going to get to this guy way back in the day with version 1, but now for everything for his new team to try and advance.
Yeah, and of course, if you're Serial, you're it's a helpless moment.
see the
now.
Chamber
you've
against,
done what you can do on map 1,
Chamber
2.
against
He's going to have to watch the rest behind the scenes.
their
And
comp
for
might be
Nats
alright.
too, we've spoken of him so highly, and after
the Yori
that,
might cause a lot of
performance on
issues,
Sunday,
we'll
you're
see.
familiar with the Nats speeches. We need a Nats speech more than ever.
Yeah, I mean, Nats, like, he had a very slow start. To be honest, I don't think it was fully his fault.
Waiso, thank you so much for the
Liquid were
Prime,
kinda
dude.
playing
Appreciate
into
that.
the
Thank you,
PRX
thank you.
way. He couldn't really get like the lurks going that he's known for, like these hyper aggro like timings. Like, he really needs to do this in this Lotus for Liquid to be like the team that everybody kind of knows them as, because that's really like what Nats is known for.
Yeah, there's so much pressure on him individually to find those lurks, as you're saying. Also to call the map, also to bring in a player that's been sitting out the last 2 maps.
Wait, they
That's the
locked
other
in
thing.
a Waylay.
Hasn't been with he's been with the team between games, but hasn't been with them on stage. He also hasn't been, you know, actually playing, so he's got to stay warm.
Oh, Waylay Raze.
With it.
Wow.
They played no Viper.
Yeah.
Wait, how do you
Do we like
replay
it? How do we
A?
feel?
It's really
Cypher?
interesting.
Okay, yeah,
it's
Cypher.
not the like worst thing in the world just because of the PRX comp. It's kind of like almost a mirror matchup, but it's just like what's their plan with this? Like, I feel like does the Waylay, does the Raze work well together? Like, are they just gonna do like heavy
Waylay
executes?
Raze.
Like, I'm very curious to see how they play around this, especially since it's running attack.
I think versus the Vise in particular, you have 3 different agents that can jump past the wall, jump past the thorns, right, and overwhelm the site. Especially C-Site, I feel like is going to be an area they're going to try to exploit with the Omen teleports, with Penny and Camo jumping up and over the wall. You can even have a guy like Patty like bait out the wall, get through it, and then have 3 other guys jump over it.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing with this comp, right? Like, I think what you want to do is kind of like bait all this Vise util and try to like limit your util as little as possible. Like, if you get into a post plan and and you can save a lot of this util, like, it's going to do wonders against the
PRX, I mean, if PRX go aggro over towards A on defense, you get that Yoru TP on C. I feel like Liquid will have a really rough time.
Gotta win this first waylay, I think, of the tournament.
7 there's re-clear over towards A isn't going to be good.
It's going to be nuts.
And there's only 2 people that are going to be more excited than us, of course. One last time today, Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you, Yinsu. Here we go, a waylay at long last seen here at Masters Toronto. The first time, maybe even the last. The Team Liquid calling Penny back into the roster, back onto the stage, trusting in this player, trusting in his previous experiences on a Masters stage to be able to close out this series versus PRX.
Another interesting thing for Team Liquid here is the tremendous amount of mobility they're going to have. Are they going to be able to have that coordinated well enough with bringing Penny back in?
The Vice get countered by Waylay? Nah, not really.
To put together with him and Nats in the same lineup.
I get the full process, but
so much
I don't think it like counters it in any way, really.
Map, with the Waylay, with the Rays,
it can be
with
okay
the
to trigger the wall, but
some really good options
going up against a team that okay, PRX on defense, Liquid on attack, 3-1 on the pistols at the moment.
The cam there. As we get into the map, push out here for PRX.
Yeah, PRX have done this pistol before. It's interesting that again they normally go for 4-1s, but they go for a 1-3-1 again. Mix up the pistols a little bit. Dude, what on earth is this that keeps them coming up?
Get spotted by it. Added presence still going to be known. Tap on the door does force PRX back in towards the B site. Warning pings down. Bit of a fake there on the TP. Let's get the thorns to pop.
The Waylay bug.
Got one of them. Still another to go.
Pressure over towards, dude, look at the minimap. Pressure over towards C, and as we can see, they fall left over towards B. They kind of walk in. Lose one, walk in, they still got the lock over towards C as well. Definitely need to keep an eye on Kiko on this one. There is a flash for them to try and get info at one point if he is still lurking here. Oh, the flash is absolutely incredible. It's Forsaken overstep, no. And they spotted the lag. Oh, right? Damn, really nicely done from PRX on this one. Doubling up their pistols, 2-3.
Felt a little disjointed here from Team
yeah, Forsaken did great.
Flash was
awesome.
Good read that somebody was going to be alone in the pillars area
Honestly,
outside of
thank
B.
you so much for the primate. Appreciate the 4 months. Thank you for doing that, dude.
No hope for him there.
Dude, 3-person
Great
flash.
paranoia from Forsaken, playing that angle so well. Something with the perfect timing. The haunt reveal onto Patty Tech. The chase down by Forsaken. And the outduel of Kiko by Jing. PRX finds another crucial pistol round win. All classics here for Team Liquid. No buy-up to speak of at all. A couple Guardians, a Bulldog, a Stinger, and a Sheriff. And already a kill for Patman. Looking for more. He's got 2.
Yeah, entry coming through. Camo does manage to get on top of Patman to find that elimination, but it has just been a firing squad. Opened up here from PRX.
Oh.
The corner here is Nats.
Very funny, he's in the smoke. Yeah, they actually got a gun out of them. Armor rebuy. Oh no, it's yeah,
that's
one
okay
armor
though
rebuy.
for PRX. You're able to keep over the 3 big guns that you'd really like to. The Guardians and the Bulldog. Outside of that, let's see what they want to buy up into. Patman holding the line nicely. Something swinging through the door. Like the proactivity here from the Yoru. He's already found a couple opportunistic flanks in the pistol and the follow-up for his team. Now they're just here at A. It's the whole PRX squad.
And it's a hell of a read.
Okay, late wall on the door, they go aggro over towards A. Every single pass them, but this makes a lot of sense again because this comp the Liquid has, in my opinion, can't re-clear over towards A if you actually get people set up. Or it becomes a little bit too obvious. Yeah, honestly, Judge, Odin, anything over towards here is good. They get the fast rotate with the Yoru, and this is a good sign for PRX. They have a good understanding of how to beat this comp, in my opinion. A very good sign for the first big buy, around 5 pass in here. Can do it because the Yoru, there's no instant reaction.
Point coming in is going to be heard as the wraparound comes through there from Patman, but something in the headshot. Pico take it down. Nats trying to fight.
What did I just watch? And how has Forsaken done that? 17 HP. They got a free A site. Thorns are going to slow them down. They still get the info of the wall as well.
The wall is set up. It's popped. Quick little blast pack forward. Get this plant down ASAP.
It's nice from Patman. How late does he play on this?
Shoulders of Penny, you would suspect, given the camo does just have 17 health remaining. Patman making some noise. Rushing forward, back, turn, the swing, the buy.
17 HP. Oh, and it marked him.
And as he swings back
yeah, very nice from PRX. I think Liquid are going to struggle.
A 3K form for
it's a really good sign for PRX on this one. Just a good understanding.
This is
But
just
again,
such a
I
great
don't
read
think
off the
this
rip.
comp can retake A easy.
Completely stacking up A to make sure that Rebel control can't be taken so they can set up for this judge.
Obviously, if
Even
that
though
happens,
it
then
doesn't
sure.
get a kill, a little bit jumpy there by Forsaken. That's okay. That's the info. That's damage done. And that opens up the rest of the map for them to play good defense, hold the line with those Guardians, find those kills, find those trades. And then they're able to make those rotations through and open up the flank angle for Patman.
It's an early timeout.
It is really
So
hot start
the
for
timeout
Paper
either
Rex.
says,
Going back to the
guys,
previous
we
map,
have to
they haven't
force
dropped
out of
a round in
A,
a
else we're
while.
wrecked.
And an
Prove to
early
them we can
timeout
go
has to be
A,
called by Team
or
Liquid
they go
to
aggro
figure
A
this
and they need
out
to
and figure it
insta-force
out
over
now.
towards C. That's it. I feel like that's the
One
only
account from the
options.
previous map
Unless on
has
the low
been
buy
12
they want
rounds
to do some
consecutively.
kind of force over towards B, which is also fine.
Early timeout call.
I feel like they
Gonna be
only
a 14
really
Liquid.
kind of have two options.
Try to bounce back in. Is it going to be the full save? Is it going to be a half buy? A couple players have a bit of money to work with, so likely to see some Stingers and Sheriffs.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got enough to swing that together. And you never know with those Stingers. You just have those hot rounds. You can get those ecos to
Yeah,
go
so
your
my
way.
guess on this one is they fast
PRX, of
in
course, gonna have
reaction
the
go
full
over
rifle buy this
towards
time.
B.
Have a little bit of
And
economy
then
behind it.
maybe they want to try
Nobody's super close
fight
to any ults.
A
Jinga-
next round in the buy.
Patman, 2 away from
That
theirs.
would be my guess.
2 away from
Let's
Camo's
see.
convergent path.
3
so
people ready to react fast B, it looks like.
a few things to consider maybe in the ult department for
4
this
stingers.
round. Just depends if we get there or not. PRX again.
They will
Gonna make a play for a Rebel, but
Yeah,
it's looking
here the
like more of a
util
B
into
sided
group
hit where
send.
the Vice wall is.
Rebel control firmly
Yeah.
into the hands of PRX.
Insta group send. I mean, it's a good idea, but I like this from PRX as well. They kind of clear this early by holding over towards C.
All of Team Liquid.
And once this happens now, Liquid need to kind of go back over
Rush
towards here,
forward.
create pressure.
This side saturation not going to hit. Goes up and over the top. Patman, however, finds the punish before the
Ooh,
refract can
hold
come
up.
through. Penny on the entry. Does get on top of Jing. Utilizes the stinger.
Yeah, I mean, the
enemy
vice
race,
wall
fully
here,
blinded
putting a
up
vice wall
paranoid.
here from PRX is really good.
Quickly dispatches him.
Saved them a little bit here.
Team Liquid now scrambling a bit.
It might be too obvious.
Figure out where they
They're
can
definitely
pivot
going
to.
aggro A next round as well.
Trying
All
to
the insta-react on C, like
Open
we
up the
said.
map, trying to create a little bit of confusion.
Man was so
PRX
blind.
was
On
matching
site here,
their
I do the A
every
everything.
Step. Now something gonna slide over towards stairs. He's gonna be the first point of contact here against this Team Liquid A push, but the spike's still all the way over at Mound, so this just maybe trying to pull players of PRX away to open up the C site there for Patty Tech to get in.
Sees the cam go off. Swings to the opposite side just in case a pixel would be out of place.
30 seconds left.
The silent swing forward here. Noise made. Clears the trip. The reface from Nats dealt with. Pico now pinned in. Flushed out.
You died last.
Okay,
Three
and now
players
we're going to see a
surviving.
fast A or a
4-0 to
1-4
start.
ready to
This is
react
a
C.
rejuvenated PRX after that win on Sunset. I can see the comms. You can see the way they're maneuvering on the map. It is so much cleaner, so much crisper than what we saw on Split. Good reaction here by Patman. Not letting the waylay dash fool him too much. And then they have that Vice wall to completely stall out the attack. Great paranoia to set Forsaken up for a good kill. Gets away from the Nightfall. Something there. Playing aggressive into that smoke. Sensing they weren't going to make that A hit.
Yeah, 4-person ready to react over towards C.
Go for the kill on the nap.
PRX go aggro on this one. Beta is incredible over the top. We have an Omen flash on top of it to make sure they can see this as well. With the kill, Jin gets ult. Only used 1 satchel so far. PRX are a little bit ahead at the moment in these rounds.
Still staying stacked in position. Paint shell still available.
Heather's good, huh?
He's going to be locked in. Patman finds a headshot.
Damn,
and
bro.
Jing finds 2.
It's an insanely nice round from PRX. They're kind of reading them in like a book, but this was a little
Continue on their
obvious.
merry way.
These are incredible reads that we're seeing from PRX. They are just one step ahead of Team Liquid at every twist and turn right now. beautiful,
Why did Liquid go for 6-person roster? It's just they were dealt a rough card, man, with the visa stuff going in, so they're trying to make the best out of it. Kind of had 2 days to work out what they want to do on 7 maps.
Hard to draw it up any better than that.
They wanted to keep some of the stuff they've been practicing with Penny. It was like 3 days of prac.
Critical ultimates about the cycle in here for Team Liquid.
It wasn't a bad idea for them, I'm telling you.
Quick little exit.
This is probably the only comp that kind of fundamentally struggles at a lot of things from what I've seen.
Dead on the floor. That's like spamming. Fish back anything that he could possibly get. Find some advantage.
Jing. Wait. Yeah, thank you.
Read and Jing backs away. A rare sight indeed.
He was thinking about it.
Up on top of the tree, finds one. Penny will be able to trade it out. 4v2. Just a Guardian and a Singer, and all that the Boombot confirms is yes, they are still on the other side of this smoke. The pinch getting ready to come through from behind. They try to get an angle. Nats cleans up too. Since that neural theft. Devi immediately going to be backing away. 48 HP.
Well, it is Nats. He has already shown us a couple highlight reel clips.
Flash over, like the idea, flash over towards heaven. And walk here in case there's some kind of reaction like this, him trying to dodge you.
Nats swings around over towards drop, checks in on that side.
Get another flash as well. Are you going to double up or are you going to one make sound, one go silent? 40 HP for now.
One of the greats. Never make it onto an international stage, looking to try to get this clutch to keep his team in this series, in this map. Swings in, but something is just a little bit faster. Nats cannot work his magic.
Now we saw some discipline from Jing.
PRX have the counter curse.
I was worried. I was really worried. He started going. He started going.
It's just the PRX way there. Just fight.
Yeah, they got a fast react, just 4C. You just got to 4C every round, I think.
Opener from Patman is a belter. Jing keeps pressing.
Can they not fight A with a Waylay? Can not go out into the open. They got nade.
They get outdone by Nats.
Camera.
Something crisp at the end, and Liquid already into their second timeout here. 6 rounds in.
Players on their feet.
Nah, I didn't bake him. What is it?
The timeout call. Desperate measures here for Team Liquid. Losing in this one-sided of a fashion, starting on your attack with double duelist. Certainly not something that they were going to see coming.
Second half is over.
No, for sure. And
yeah, double timeout in one half's pretty rough here.
The hard part about this coming into this
I don't know, they're kind of out of options, man. They've either got to show that they can fast A,
PRX's 3 best maps, Pearl excluded. So you're going to have a really tough time here.
So they can fast A here or just insta-react 4C. That's it.
Man, oh man. PRX is flying. The train has wings. And now you've got a lot of ults.
They got a lot of ults. Okay, so the call is to show that they can go fast A. And again, with ults you should be able to do it, but also I think without ults you should be able to do it. Dump Waylay util here. You have Omen late, flash past left, right?
This is going to be a titanic clash. Ults here on the side of Liquid as the showstopper going to be sent down the blind, connecting. Rocket gets set, but Jing striking, able to find one, Penny trades it back. So we go Waylay for Raze, the Nightfall going forward, gets the tag on to Devi. They're trying to flush him out, he gets the spot. Finishes off the enemy Raze.
Ooh, that's a big jaw. Win the ranks of that.
Taking down Forsaken at the door. Patman trying to play it slow, play it close. Finds the first, nearly has him line up.
He's here very early, but it's a Yoru as well, so they should expect that.
Arrived. Cage blocks, finds the first, makes it damn close. But Team Liquid
can they repeat that without also? That's the question.
But you're kind of okay with that as PRX. You do a ton of damage still. A bunch of ults had to be used. Everything but the convergent paths and Kiko's ult. And you still make it oh so close. If Forsaken could win that battle against Kiko,
but I think that's a contract thing.
Probably goes the other way.
I think they have to do that.
But now,
those are the rules.
You're going to be facing a similar situation here as Team Liquid. With a ton of ults.
You heard it right there from the coach. We're back in the game. Could just be
A lot of ults for PRX and it would be a straight up reset. So I like this from Liquid though. They prove they can go over towards Ace. They insta head over towards C. Just try force it with the ult. Ult doesn't hit anyone.
Immediately pushing forward. Forward into the smoke. Nothing going to be spotted. How long does he want to stick around?
He's got a call. Oh no!
Finds a headshot. Something taken down. Nightfall now.
Fatal goes in. It's not a great Fatal, right? Oh, that's a good Prowler though.
Go ahead and equalize player count, but Kiko trades it back into the
shot.
Jing, however, another showstopper built
Dude,
up.
another one. Oh my goodness, with the damage down to the Fatal. You saw the trail as well to the close right. Holy. I take it all back. The Fatal was incredible. They got so much for it. They got Prowler to give him first kill and then the info on the other two. Liquid insta reset. They won one with one person surviving, no one can buy. Yuki, the 7 gifted. I wonder what's coming next. Thank you so much for that.
On top with the frag, but look at Patman. He nails a beautiful Nightfall here. He has 11 assists on this map in 8 rounds. His fade play right now is fueling PRX.
The dimensional drift still online.
Yeah, they get the Odin on as well. As soon as this Odin comes out as well, it's pretty much done also.
Looking to be as big of a pain in the neck as he possibly can be. He has already
okay. Dude, look at the HPs from the Odin though. 58, 20, 79, 32. I'm pretty sure some of them had armors as well. Push goes behind. You could satchel over the top of this.
Forsaken still gets a kill.
Spammed out.
Yeah, they heard it though.
Over the top of it. Seems like it was heard. There's not much that they can do. They're trying to dissuade it.
It's like the double. Yeah, that's nice.
The cleanup comes in. The pain continues. 8-1.
Are they doing some smart things?
It's every round on their feet for PRX. There's nothing but confidence right now.
Yuki, there it is, the one. I missed it. 7-1 with the gifted. Thank you for doing that, Yuki. I appreciate you.
Right decisions at the right time. Forsaken doing a great job here. Jing pressing the advantage. Just when Team
Odin, yeah, looked like he did a fair amount.
Patman strikes from behind. You want to brawl? You want to run double duelist against PRX? They're down.
Well, Jing clearly not getting the memo on that entry from Camo. Forsaken does manage to find a bit of
the
a
Omen looks good though.
Kiko.
Everyone's dead, yeah. Anthony, as soon as this Odin came out, it was so done.
Finds the first kill, but Forsaken has just already massacred the entire rest of his team.
Spikes down.
Cover going out. Pick up the Odin, try to counter spam out, but they're more than ready for that. As Liquid can just not catch a break. From this point, Kiko would love to try to save the weapon, but has to suspect that he's going to be surrounded pretty much on all sides.
Okay.
We'll confirm his position. TP in the smoke, pushes out. He will get taken down, makes a solid go of it to be able to find the second elimination.
I don't even know what they can do.
Is far from a round win.
Can you lower the speed of the stream? Yeah, there's some fast rounds. What are we at, 17 minutes at the moment?
Oh my word. Oh, Nas just walks into it.
I think this is GG. It's kind of GG with the comp, to be honest. But again, they have to try something.
Dimensional drift hasn't really had an opportunity to use it because the
hello,
rounds are basically
Yumpy.
over in the first 10 seconds.
Unless he's there for the initial contact.
Yeah.
Yeah, just force over towards BC now. A's not working.
Over the top, no spot out there. The fract used from Camo.
Checking to see if Patman was waiting around the corner there. They're actually stacking behind the wall.
Top of the door, Penny out into the open. Devi able to collect. 2 players trying to stay.
Damn, look how together they are though. So nice.
Last very long. Flash out off the clone Devi with another 3K. Camo, the only one left alive, and it cannot nail the target.
From Devi. It's rough to see him go out like this. But yeah, there's just nothing you can do with this comp, really.
Looking unbelievably dominant as we go into the last round of this half.
This is absolutely just a massacre. They are swarming.
Wonder how many times you flame Priest and it's actually someone else. Only like 20%.
From a bunch of different angles.
Actually, maybe like 30.
They are swarming Team Liquid.
You'd be surprised how much he's responsible for.
They're trying to get in their heads. Trying to let them know Team Liquid
Bacon, stop trying to get me fired. What are you doing?
And a hero vandal.
Dude, chat, someone ban Bacon.
We found one.
Couple ultimates dangerously close to being online here for Team Liquid.
I have the spike.
So look to try to get themselves at least a 10-2. Spot out. Forsaken backpedaling. Tries to cycle another smoke. It's a tiny little gap left in this one. Clear out. Push forward.
Like that, yeah.
Able to find the headshot. Eats a decent amount of damage, but still comes away with the kill. Convergent paths at the ready.
Oh, I do feel like something is... Okay.
It's better of it.
What is going to do something different now?
Waits for a little bit longer now. Sends it out. Jing going to be taken down. Dimensional drip. Scouting him forward. Gonna bounce up from Penny as the Vi hits the transfer.
Oh god, the kills get to Visor as well. Oh dude, imagine they lost this round. No guns for a little bit.
2v2 without their weapons as something hits the self swing as Patty takes position is known. Full HP, looking for the headshots. Spots out the Vi, the flash, flying, and
man,
once
a
again,
3v5 into that.
Escorts them forward.
A 3v5 as well. Yeah, it's done, chat.
PRX.
It is done. Damn, dude. Look at that sign. It was nuts.
The train has not left the station in Toronto yet, folks. Oh my.
It is
A
still
high quality poster, it really was, man.
Need to pull off the miracle to end all miracles to run this back. Otherwise, we will be seeing PRX in the playoffs. We'll take a quick break and see you on the other side of halftime.
Wait, chill. Come to me.
Yeah, let me mute this. Draw? Yeah, the draw show will be straight after this. Not the third 13-1. I mean, maybe they can get a pistol. Corgi, thank you so much for the bits, man. Thank you. You need to get Sideshow off the train, dude. Sideshow is not on the train. You don't have to worry about that. First of all, he wouldn't be led on. Second of all, there's no way this guy can run fast enough to catch up with the train. He was refused it ages ago. Guy will be out of breath. Absolutely gassed out after 100 meters.
Now back for the second half. There's PRX.
Garmos, thanks so much for the prime. Thank you.
To start off here onto this Lotus. 11-1 the scoreline as we go back in. Some smiles here still from the Team Liquid camp.
Gassed after 10.
As we'll go ahead and take a zoom in on the Coinbase Econ report. And unsurprisingly, PRX numbers are quite high.
Devi, he's only died twice, so he's able to get some extra value out of that Econ rating. He has just been
You're an enemy coach. Do you worry about playing
Once we got past Split,
PRX on Lotus? They've been a good Lotus team for a little bit.
And he got destructive. You can see Jing there.
I would definitely want to play him on
coasting through that
Ascent,
high rating.
mainly from what I've seen.
It was all PRX all the time, other than that one round after the
Respectfully,
second
they tried their
timeout
best.
that Team Liquid took.
Liquid? Dude, I think they
It has to be
I still think they did a really cool thing with the 6-person. I know it like kind of backfired here.
He's been a tremendous leader this year. You can
I
hear
still think
in
it
his
was
voice comms.
the right idea.
here
This is
gets
like the only
PRX.
comp they had, which was maybe a little bit questionable.
This is a team that
But I imagine they tried their original comp with Alteo with like a fade or Sova, and it didn't work well.
found that extra gear that we saw at the beginning of the tournament.
They got dealt a really rough
away
card this tournament.
from delivering
Visa issues, less
I
time.
think would be the third 13-1 scoreline of the tournament.
Got PRX instead of any of the Chinese teams also.
The fact that that could be true. All right, well, it's a 5-man push. There's a
3-2 on the pistols, right?
Trip right at the front door.
Logic Valor, thank you so much for the 29 months, dude. Thank you. What have I just seen you type? Dude, Kiko with the Sheriff is kind of unreal, though. They could maybe adopt that double Sheriff pistol. Dude, look at him go. Ooh.
Finds the hit onto the
Wait, that was nuts, bro.
That
was actually nuts. Imagine he got the last on this as well. That was sick from him. Dude, honestly, from what I'm seeing from him here, I'm probably going forward with Sheriff every pistol for him.
Just gets a little bit of help from some friends too.
What is that?
Okay, that one is
just off audio.
That is crazy. 4 HP here. You know, the Paper X players are busy
No
trying
way,
to
what a
clear
fade
out
eye from Patsy as well, though.
encroaching players, and they never deal with them. Yeah, that's
4-2. Hence 4-2 on the pistols.
Couple sheriffs here. Yeah, a couple sheriffs though for Paper X.
Oh, certainly a chance to do some damage.
As much as the comp struggles on attack, pretty much does everything on a defense that you want, so...
Checking for some of that Cypher util.
Let's see what they can do.
Clear out whatever they can, but camera's gonna be
the only thing that I think it really struggles out, in my opinion, is maybe like B holds.
To clear it safely.
Nothing to block here.
2-2-1.
Oh, chat, I'm not saying they can come back. I'm just saying that the comp works on defense.
He's got a Sheriff in hand. Oh, he doesn't have any blast packs. Never mind.
Spam from Penny. Rewarded with a kill. The peek from Pat Attack. Absolutely monstrous.
Spike down B.
Devi able to find one. Pain Shell not quite getting the full deep bounce that they were looking for to finish the job, but Penny's Guardian will certainly suffice. 3K for him to try to catch up towards that showstopper. Team Liquid cleanly close out the anti-eco.
Okay.
What's wrong with this tack on a comp? I'm confused.
It's a start for Liquid.
Look at... Okay. Imagine Paper X goes aggro A, and they put... Okay. They put one on rubble, or one person holding over towards A.
One round at a time.
How do they...
Absolutely. Has to be the mindset.
How do they push him off an angle?
I think Paper X is just
if I got an Odin here, or I'm
here.
playing here, how are you pushing me off when you're here? Prowler doesn't reach me. Fade down the floor's gonna get shot. They got no vision point. Block all going for a small choke.
Boombot does get some damage, but how are you meant to push into this? They all fall to the wayside as a bonus conversion. Looks like it is not on the cards. Team Liquid.
Everyone's going for it.
There is no masked hero on horseback coming to save them.
Dude, they love the judge buys recently as well, bringing it out on Pearl.
Patman will rotate around.
Okay, 9 chances.
Matt's down. Match point locked in for Paper X.
I mean, they just had a plan. It's just clear the trip and then let Jing do his thing. They love these judges.
I think they called it well with knowing that they were going to go fast over towards A here.
Caught sleeping outside of that door. They're just not quite ready for Jing to be there. It's one of those things about Paper X. They're so fast, and now Jing is a showstopper already. And they are looking to line up over towards C, apparently.
Just the Marshall in half armor here for Pat Attack. Shots are going to have to be insane, but instantly the push at C is swept aside. Camo able to find one, a backstab getting ready to come through over here at B main. Penny getting the read, turns, finds it, clears it out. Showstopper value not going to be found. As the plant comes in, Jing down to 36 health. Forsaken catching a glimpse. We'll see Patty there as the shots go whizzing past.
Dynamic duo. It's a really nice idea for Jing here. Low HP, goes for the push all the way around, clears the info at least, goes good timing on one.
Hasn't cleared him, notes him now.
Big nade for this.
Finds a shot, another paint shell going to be built up. The Prowler doesn't note him somehow.
Whoa.
This might lead Patrick to think that he rewrapped, but no, the Jiggle Peak does spot him out, and he will find the headshot to keep Team Liquid in this game.
Close.
Oh boy, this one, I think a 3v5 at some point for Team Liquid. Hard to say with how fast those kills come through. Yeah, off the rip there. They're still able to fight back. Goodness something. What a flick. Or Forsaken, excuse me. Unbelievable. It looked like maybe, but that angle by Camo not dealt with fast enough. Penny there. Just Forsaken trying to get away from Patty Tech. Now you're onto a bit of a weaker
Does look like Liquid have pretty good read at the moment.
4 rifles, a Sheriff.
Another punish over towards C.
And one away from a convergence path and a Nightfall.
It's almost 5 a.m. PRX, please. Jesus. Mad respect to the people staying up to like 5, 6, 4 a.m.
A little bit of a util dump. Jane dead. Camo, he's swung all the way out.
Jesus, mate, Prius, what are you doing? Another round where he's sleeping.
He's gonna go dashing forward. He wants this ace. Divide to try and deny it away. We'll be able to do so, but my goodness,
Dude, give me the replay on this.
What
big buy rounds.
To so quickly shut things down and keep PRX still away from the playoffs.
Did he just sticks?
The rotate there from PRX, and they are not ready for it at all. And by the time they are, he's already scoped in. He's got the heads on lock, and he's ripping them off. All right. Starting to get it going. Still hanging on to a couple of those
Baki, but this time they go over towards C.
PRX getting close to a Nightfall and a Steel Garden of their own.
A rare double Bucky round here for PRX.
Yeah.
Cover going out. Brothers in arms here, it would seem. Jing bouncing forward, dealt with immediately as the headshot comes in. Penny not wanting to take any chances. Sends it with a showstopper. Able to find a kill off the back
I wonder when Alex scores the timeout. I reckon he gives him another go at it.
Widely, Team Liquid just go ahead and overwhelm, conquer these players. Nats will eventually be able to find the target. Patman going to be taken down. Some decent damage dealt. But PRX still not getting the victory. 6 more chances. Team Liquid are building momentum, and Alex has had enough. The timeout's going to be
He calls timeout now.
This is absolutely
the
right
I
call
was thinking
here
it
by
might happen.
Alex. You know, PRX was happy to just try to take this game into their own hands.
I paused the replay, was sick.
Right as Jing was bouncing in. The timing. That's here.
I don't know, what can I do?
Advantage.
What can I say?
Liquid fight A with his comp? Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, let's see if he's going to be able to get them to cut it out. It's going to be another buy coming through here for PRX, but Kami's still not in the best position. Some half armors here on 4 of the players, one of them being regen. They do have a Steel Garden as well as a Nightfall of their own to try to utilize and bring this to an end, but definitely have to start getting concerned about this run back for Team Liquid.
Yeah, for sure.
Augusto in the YouTube chat, thank you for that, bro.
First couple
Appreciate you,
rounds, now you got to tighten up. Now you got to stop the waterfall here.
This is a nice spot.
And they have an opportunity. They've got the ults. Just got to find the right game plan.
This goes here.
Maybe another B hit.
That
was the one round that went
Yeah,
for
they
them
got a lot
so
of
far
ults on this one.
attacker's side.
Got 1 for after plant, 1 for entry. Could use it either way.
I see them playing a little bit of ISO at the start.
Looks like Liquid might want to go a little bit aggro, try to get that pick early. Patty gets the op out, holding it towards A. He's maybe had it earlier.
So
I've seen him holding this line. I don't know if he had it earlier.
He's going to be holding that stairs angle. Doesn't convert.
Here's it immediately though as he takes a shot over at something. Now they know that it's in play. Batman just poking and prodding, trying to see if he can find anything. Smoke out.
Okay, as we can see,
full
full clear A site. So this pressure over towards here, once they start creating question marks, is gonna cause a big rotate. I didn't think it would be this big. 5.
Team Liquid is bought at hook, line, and sinker.
Still going to be nearby enough that they can quickly try to get on top of this one, but Jing
Spots 2 extra on this one. Fossil Flood retake. Yeah, Omen all insta over towards Rubble. They still have no like sight to go in here.
Something's got caught up. That gives a player advantage now to the side of Team Liquid.
It's a really weird rounds. Patty holding the line or not? No.
Forsaken just got to re-wrap through the baby door. Cut noise. Try to instill some doubt here. Smoke cycled onto upper once again. Basically tell the story. Mike gets planted.
Kind of up to the fade util for the retake.
Down towards Forsaken here. He's going to be caught in transit and he cannot escape.
Be right back.
Camo with another massive multi-kill round. 3 at the moment. Potentially beyond for the ace. Flash out to buy. Only going to be good for 1. It's another 4K.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be way worse. Damn, nicely done from Camo. Man's really popping off.
Team Liquid continue to run this back. The timeout not resulting in the conclusion of this series.
Nice, doing good, man. He's doing really good.
In this round, it forced PRX off this comfortable plant. And then Camo just...
Dude, they got a couple more on attack here. Hey, this is one of those comps, I think, where like
he is having
they weren't going to pick it. They were waiting for it to get picked against them, maybe, so they would have like an okay defense.
This momentum that Team Liquid is building. They've got 3 stingers, a sheriff, and a rifle for Paper Rex.
Richard, did they get to pick sides or not on this?
3 ultimates still available for Liquid.
Yep.
Okay, 5 chances, down from 9.
Making some noise. Plays off the back of that Prowler and does put Penny down to 12 HP, but Camo unscouted. Going to look to try to swing out, but won't be able to
Dude, this mate, Camo is doing so much. Insta re-clear with the pressure over towards B.
Continue to push forward, but yeah, no tripwires obviously with his setup.
Hello?
Here's Devi, about to be knives out, dead to rights. Camo finds the kill. Everybody
Liquid pick side. Damn, really?
Go for a flood, retake his Jing's head, gonna be spotted. TP up and
Wait.
over the top, a slide down. Jing does find one, but Penny with that paint shell, able to go ahead and trade it out. Taking good for one, Nats trading it back. Patman flushed out of drop. The spike still not planted now. Dead at drop.
Okay, they did nice damage. Okay, this is where it probably ends. They got too many ones. This is the overwhelm. The overwhelm round.
5 rounds consecutively, and Alex has to be wondering
Paper Extra side. Okay, yeah, that makes way more
when do I
sense.
pull the trigger on that second timeout?
I think maybe you give him one more chance here with the ultimates in cycle. Got 3 big ones available for Paper Rex. But now Team Liquid is just matching Paper Rex's intensity, matching their pace, matching their movements.
So he's gonna ass pass on us.
You just have to find that explosive moment here for Paper Rex. And they've got a wide open A site if they can suss this out.
Time to jump.
Here goes the ult. It's gonna reveal an early free takeover towards A, and they're in position to fast flood this. The problem is they got to deal with Jinx ult, so they kind of need to bait it out, make it look like they're fast flooding. It's a weird one. Wait, have we not popped a Razor yet? Oh, and are they still gonna Visor?
Wheels continuing to come out.
Oh god, they still Visor this.
Patman is only able to find one before getting taken down. It's all on Devi. Too many targets. All lined up, all pushing forward, looking to try to hunt him down. Finds the first. Can they allow him to divide and conquer? The defuse is being held, and Kiko's got the kill. Team Liquid. Unthinkably,
You have to eco.
are 3
Do they use 3 ults into this one?
Into another overtime.
This is madness. Team
No,
Liquid.
that was the round. And how's Penny done this one? Sticks in the smoke.
They're on a train of their own.
Oh,
The destination,
boy.
they want it to be playoffs. Just crazy stuff from them. They shut down the ult. They're just not ready for the player to be blast packed up on top of the box.
Nice, Eric. Yo, I don't know how you did that.
You got to take another time out here as Paper Rex.
Yeah, it's last time out for them.
Got to figure this out. You know, something's dimensional drift there. Doesn't really see much. He just guesses that they're going to be at the top of A, and they're just not ready for Penny to be there. So just need to find that
After
momentum,
2
find that
dies
energy
Devi,
again here for
yeah,
Paper
you
Rex.
probably don't order. But I think at that point it's like
Liquid is
we've
just
invested so much.
Frying, just frying.
Do they feel like they have
And
to?
it's been a lot of camo on that waylay. Starting to really find the value there. He's going to be one away from another ult. We've already seen that ult be mega annoying. Penny's going to have a showstopper. Things are going to be tricky here for the next couple rounds for Paper Rex.
That it is. I mean, the timeout call is coming through on. Will be close to a thrifty attempt.
Fake, what are you trying?
Paper Rex. Phantom going to be in the mix here. Bucky for Jing once again to try to see if he can get some value off of it where he failed previously. But Penny, with those kills, builds up for a showstopper.
Outlaw comes out, everyone can get one shot. Still weak over towards A, but Patty
Have the
might
strats
have
from the timeout
3
call be
shots.
implemented into the next round, but that doesn't work. We're looking at Team Liquid 1 away from an OT. Right now, the tenacity that's being put on display by this EMEA squad is absolutely astounding.
It is a free side though. There's a big luck over towards B, but The info should be here.
Off the rip.
Oh, tap of the spike. They know that they're over rotating. Oh, this actually might work out alright. Omen Flash looks good. Holy dude, that could have been really deadly if that Omen Flash went a little bit more left.
Getting taken down. Penny here around the corner. Spots him. Something's just dead.
Wait, what?
He's just standing there, offering himself up, and Penny says, yes, thank you very much. By once again to try to see if he can
That's funny.
finds the one, but nothing more.
A Gov on the YouTube chat.
Team Liquid.
Holy
here
bro.
at 10.
Govo, thank you so much in the YouTube chat for doing that, man. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much, dude.
Team Liquid, and it's going to be OT.
You're a beast, bro. Thank you for that.
It didn't the bonus for PRX in this second half. Something trying to go for the setup, but somehow getting lost in the sauce, not realizing.
Dude, Alex is gonna lose his mind soon. A desk is gonna get it.
He should have heard the blast pack. Not sure what was going on.
Yeah, it might have been some comm stuff. 9 chances down to 2.
Virgin Pounce at the ready here.
And Camo has ult. Pac-Man 1 away from ult as well. They go for a BC default to make sure that they can safely get the orb over towards here. Especially when they've kind of been fighting over towards here. Makes a lot of sense. Big Joe.
Close and Camo just inching wider and wider on the peak. Finds the kill.
Big nade.
Getting some value.
Oh, kind of used his order too early.
The opposite side as the conversion paths does get invested. Swings in, finds one, tries to get the
Great trade. God, that looks scary.
He stays alive, maintains the player advantage for Team Liquid. Go reposition. Clear on the haunt from Nats. Disguises this.
They fake run and then go back, but honestly, no one even budged on this again. Prowler's in clear close left.
He's looking up, he's looking for the camera!
No back-to-back rounds.
Hadman tucked in behind the box.
30 seconds left.
PRX. I think they have to just call to save these two weapons.
Yeah, they've actually got to save Fatal, Omenal. But they're up against no ults for Liquid. 9 chances, down to 1 last chance. Oh, crazy last map at the moment.
Absolutely should be.
8 rounds in a row, 10 in the half. Team Liquid are 1 round away from doing the unthinkable. 1 more to take this into overtime.
Dude, look at Camo's confidence though. Camo's everywhere.
And think about the comps that these two teams are running. They're both running double duelists, and neither of them can play an attack side. Absolutely insane.
We've lost the match. We've lost the match.
Oh damn.
It's not over yet, but Alex is frustrated. You have a Nightfall to work with. Gonna need Patman to come
Team goes fast on this one. They could just side hit with the fade on.
Just can't believe how this has gotten away from them.
Use this double satchels also hard for him to get over towards site. Omen Flash hits 2. They still got. This is a cool TP from Forsaken though. Yeah, this guy's not going to hear him because of the fade on. And he gets out of there as well. Good smoke in 4. No plan on this one. Fast Flood with 2.
They still have not gotten this fight down, and something ends up getting picked off. Came out good for the kill. The haunt cleared out as Forsaken turns. He gets distracted and picked apart. Some shots in, a tag out. Camo still alive.
Holy bro, Camo is fragging so heavy. At 9 in a row.
12 to 12. We get OT.
Oh my god.
You've never seen anything like it.
It's absolute madness. For the last map.
Come back, the unthinkable happens.
How? Bro, Camo is playing insane, dude.
Has found another life, has found another chance. And PRX has thrown away what seemed like an unlosable match. It seemed like it was their game to take.
And they are immediately
well, it's all about who can get the attack round.
before we see any play, it's a timeout call to try to get this round win on the attack.
Yeah.
Coaching staff going to be feeling if we can get this one done,
right,
the 14-12 is very possible. Alex with an opportunity once again to talk to the players.
Mind Freak, now you're seeing the stress.
Yeah, I can see the stress.
Usually the Iceman is cold, but right now it has got to be sweltering inside that coach's booth.
I can't believe that I'm asking this question once again, but Toronto, are you ready for another OT?
Jesus.
Damn right you are.
That was so insane, that half. Okay, they get the Odin out. Dude, it's going to be half. What's the call for Liquid on this one?
Want to pull off the biggest heist that we have ever seen.
On the defender side of Lotus, both of these teams were doing all the damage. It's just mind-bending, the way that this all played out. And a chance here to do the unthinkable.
Vice wall over towards C.
They've ran it back so far.
Maybe ending towards B.
Forsaken. Team Liquid looking very well aware of this and now having their suspicions confirmed as Prowlers is going to be exchanged here outside of B. Sees Nate at the ready. One goes before the other, however.
They tried to do the combo, and normally you got to do the Fade Tether earlier than that.
Catman tucked into the corner. Clears this out, but now he's very much stuck in position.
They see him?
Team Liquid being very cautious.
That's inching
forward. Boy, saw him. Great trade though.
Saturation not going to connect.
A lot of damage done on this one. Omen Flash goes out. Yoru TP to get the fast rotate. Fawns to make sure they can't get in. Got to deal with the wall, but they might go back over towards B. Two people got through the wall.
Blind out something. Managing to find 2 quick kills as Penny and Kika both going to be taken down. Forsaken arriving with the Odin.
Holy, what a 1v1 this is. Fatal.
Nightfall at the ready. As he will have his suspicions confirmed. Forsaken has repositioned. But to where?
It's a guessing game.
When does Forsaken get a smoke?
He knows he can come back and play this angle.
No smoke for 15 seconds, but a safe defuse spot here for Forsaken. Drifts out, shot,
oh my God.
How to take down the 10.
Oh.
Goes to the fight, and Forsaken
Jesus, that is... that is a
He's on his feet before
insanely close round. Something did really good on site here.
Once again,
my goodness.
With match point in their control.
Oh man, something was
he panicked, yeah. If he committed here, he got him.
PRX, but he comes up with 2 huge kills.
Thing is, he did good to get into this situation.
Ride the wall. And he makes him have a bit of a fall.
Holy Patty.
Frustration being shown, slamming the desk. Had an opportunity.
Can't fault him for it at all.
No.
To get this close and then have PRX take the opening round after you've committed your timeout.
Bacon desk. Actually was the
like
bacon. The bacon slam.
May just have some resets.
This is something remembering that Patty Tech was playing that stairs angle. Trying to see if he can catch him with a spam. Patty Tech.
Okay, and honestly, look at the minimap really with this one. And I was looking at how something was playing this. And they're pretty on top of the actual setup going into these rounds.
See if they can maybe get Jing a couple kills. Get him a showstopper.
Question mark created over towards C. And as we can see in the minimap, it is looking like a B end. But they find the trip here, so let's see.
Do get the clear on the trip wire.
Okay, they're grouping over towards A. As we can see on the minimap, it's a pretty good call on this one. What do these two want to do? Right side or...
Backing away, Thorn set up
boy, it's a hard retake for Liquid.
PRX.
Gotta keep an eye on Jing. He picked up an orb.
He
got the plant. He's 1 kill away from all.
Take us the distance and then some.
They go 3 tree.
Everyone in position, drop down into the site. Some spam across.
Dude, they still have Omen Flash. That's such a hard retake, man.
Something holds back here. The paint shells buy some time. The push is coming in. Forsaken collecting 2. Divide finding another. Nats has fallen, and it's all on Kiko's shoulders. The 1v3.
Oh, what a crazy game this was. Oh man, they made everyone sweat. Everyone sweat for that one. Absolute mad game. I feel bad for Liquid, man. They gave that a good shot.
PRX are going to playoffs.
Damn, dude. That was an absolute brawl. Yeah, that was a sick game. Such a sick game. The resilience from Liquid to make that go to overtime, though. Kemo played really good.
They were running low on coal, but I think Mini got some people back in the furnaces. They're in overtime.
We actually said Mini got people back in the furnaces on the live broadcast.
To wait for Nats, to have him fly over after getting his visa, to make it this far, and to nearly pull off the biggest comeback that we would have ever seen in VCT history. All the credit goes to them.
And a huge shout out to Penny. What a step in he was for this event.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
fantastic.
for sure. I played good.
PRX can breathe a sigh of relief for a brief moment, but for now, we're going to get ready to send it down. The Jen will be standing by with the Verizon post-match interview. We'll go ahead and hear what they have to say after this crazy game.
Give it up for PRX! Because the train ain't stopping. Now, Jing, I'm gonna need you for the interview. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, first of all, let's talk about how stressful that game was, especially on the Lotus. I mean, Jason literally almost passed out.
I mean, it was like 11-1, so we kind of wanted to make it close, so the fans here have like a good show, so yeah.
I mean, even Split slipped through your fingers. And even on Lotus, things started to get too tough, right? You know...
Chat, we got the draw show after this, by the way.
It's just amazing how you guys were
Stick
able
around.
to pick things up and course correct, especially in that OT as well. So what allowed you guys to do that? You know, was it the experience? Was it the talks? Or, you know, was it the hunger to be #1?
I think it's like a little bit of everything, but I mean, we're all really experienced, so I think we know how to reset properly. So yeah, I think that was the main thing that helped us.
Speaking of experience, I mean, Team Liquid doubling down on aggression with Raze and Waylay. I mean, you guys have tried Waylay back in Pacific. Would you say that experience kind of helped you guys out today?
Wait, sorry, again?
Waylay, what was your reaction? And do you think your experience of running the Waylay back in Pacific for a little bit helped you guys?
I think not really, because there was really long ago, so we kind of like forgot how to play with Waylay. But yeah, I mean, we just adapted, and yeah, that's it.
Right, 11-1
Don't
in
do
the first
this.
half. Somehow OT. What was going on in the comms?
I mean, we told each other like it's not over yet, just focus. But then I think we were just having too much fun, so we went into OT.
All right, lastly now, we're about to draw for the playoffs. We have coaches from the first seed teams up on the stage. Is there anything you would like to say to any of them? You know, please pick us or please don't pick us.
I think it doesn't matter who picks us. We're just going to focus on our game and just improve from here. So I think anyone that picks us, we are gonna win them.
Oh, okay, you're gonna beat them. All right, thank you very much, Jay. Congratulations.
When we find out the
once
matches
again.
right now, man.
Thank you.
Should be right here. All right. That was Jing with PRX in the playoffs. It's time to throw it over to the stage where Vansily
this
is
is
on
big.
standby.
Thank you so much, Jen. Toronto, one more time. Give it up for PRX and Team Liquid. What a game!
Dude, it was a sick game. It really was.
And after 4 days of group stages, it's time to kick up the competition a notch. We do have the
Toot.
first seed
You guys
of
are crazy.
each region now having
a
a
sad
chance
toot,
to
maybe?
pick their
Small one?
opponent for their first opening matches of the playoffs
So you
between
get in.
Sentinels, Genji,
It's the most
Wolves,
effort you guys
and
are
now
getting.
PRX. So going through from my left to the right, we
Please
do
don't
have
fire
our
me.
#1 seed representative from EMEA. It is Fanatics Milan. And for Americas, we have Josh RT from G2. On my right, we have XLG Huya representing China. And finally, last but not least, for Pacific, we have Coach Ewok representing RRQ. And also we're joined by our lovely Victoria that's going to give us the lowdown of the draw show in case we forgot how it works.
Yeah, we did the same thing in Masters Shanghai last year.
Okay,
this
who
is
gets
fun
the
one.
first pick?
So I'm going to pick the order of the teams in which they're going to go, and they're literally going to pick their opponents off of this. So the fate is quite literally in your hands. We're going to start clean. I'm going to go with this top match. Second team drawn goes here. Third, we're alternating. All right, and I think it's super simple.
Ozzy,
but
thank you so
again,
much for the
it's all up
5 months,
to you
dude. Thank you,
So
thank
free
you.
for all, just to make sure regional matches are good.
Free for all.
There's no riot script. Now it's in the hands of the coaches. So without further ado,
Okay, they're done.
let's go ahead and pick up the first seed.
Yeah,
And
but
the
I
first
mean-
team, they'll get to choose.
Who gets to pick? If this is G2, I'm losing my mind.
We have
XLG.
Okay, honestly,
XLG.
nice. Who on earth do
All
they
right,
pick?
Hoya, who do we have here? Who do we think we're going to go for?
Do they go for Sentinels? Get redemption?
want Sentinels?
Oh, they get redemption on the Chinese teams.
Oh,
Wait, that's kind of sick.
okay.
That's a cool
why
move.
Sentinels, you want the clout?
I think that's for the audience, definitely. I want everyone to see the XLG playing Sentinels. I think that's going to be banger.
I'm sure the Chinese fans and also the North American
Holy.
fans will be
Big
looking forward to
Sentinels
that.
first
Please,
3
Victoria,
games, only the
let's go ahead
Chinese
and pick our
teams.
second team.
RRQ.
Sure.
RRQ, Coach
Think
Ewok.
they pick
By
Wolves.
the way, Toronto, it is also Ewok's birthday, so let's wish him a happy birthday. Happy
Nice,
birthday,
happy
Ewok!
birthday.
So an early birthday gift, you get to choose your team. You weren't going to go for PRX?
No Pacific for us.
Yeah,
So who
Wolves.
did you pick? Who did you pick? I didn't even look.
Happy with that.
Wolves is our.
Wolves, okay.
Wolves
Are you
RRQ. Are
confident
they on the
about
other
that
side
one?
of
Because remember,
the...
there's a
Okay,
lot
at
of,
least they're on the
fans
other side,
here that
though.
play-
Chinese teams are
remember in,
separated.
Bangkok, when we actually played a team like T1 at the last seed, they ended up winning the whole thing.
Yeah, for sure. It's not like I'm disrespecting them. I'm just saying I'm not playing Pacific right now. We came all this way. We'll take on Wolves.
Respect. So it's a teamwork right now for Pacific. Victoria, please, let's go on with now our last two. But before we do that, I'll invite here Coach Milan to stand in front of me on this side and Coach Josh RT. So we can do a showdown.
Yeah, you can stare into each other's eyes.
Who gets to the last
All right,
pick?
so third.
Dude, G2 are going to pick Paper X, aren't they, if they get it?
So who do we have?
G2 Paper X.
Wait. Is this going to repeat again?
Fnatic
Josh
Gen
RT, what are we
G.
going for here? I remember a conversation with Jonah P. He said that if we wanted to make this fun, it'll have to be Paper X. I don't want to sway it. Paper X!
Just for safety.
Toronto! Do we want the G2 versus Paper X? And Coach Milan.
Fnatic Gen G. But
History
who
repeats
goes lower bracket? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dude, we might get a... You might get
we
a
were
Sentinels
talking
G2.
about it. I think it's written in the stars. Gen G, Fnatic, first round of playoffs, but I know Colin's around here somewhere. I'm sure he's having flashbacks to last year in Shanghai, but all I'm going to say is different Fnatic.
Yeah, different Fnatic,
Okay.
for sure. You guys
Dude,
came out with a lot of
it's
firepower.
a rough game for
Let me just have you
Fnatic.
stand back with Josh RT here. I'm going to ask
At least
one
they got a
question
couple
as
of
we go down.
demos.
Sorry about that. We want to go here with, start things off with Huya. XLG, this is the first time here that you guys qualified for an international stage. And you also went through the route of Ascension.
Paper X are gonna
Very
play
similar
G2.
to Josh RT with the guard/G2. Tell the fans over in China how your run is going to be better than G2's run on their opening season.
I want to stay humble. Same time.
I'm trying to instigate here.
Same time, we want to try our best to achieve the greatness, and we just come here to follow our goals. So, Josh is our goat, so we'll try to repeat whatever he done before.
So everybody's still so far between the coaches. G2 is the team to beat?
Maybe.
Okay. Coach Ewok, I want to go here with RRQ. This is actually the first international that you've qualified as well outside of lock-in where you had the automatic invitation. So what does this mean for RRQ right now to step on the stage, and how and why
Chat,
will RRQ
what's the best
win
chance of the groups
everything here in
winning?
Toronto?
Gen G?
For us, it's been a long journey, and we're just trying to
Sentinels?
improve a lot. I
Big
feel like
team.
we're really confident right now, and we're pretty confident to take on any team here. So we're just happy to be here, and also happy to compete, and hopefully we can win the whole thing.
This is awesome. Also, chat, I was expecting, and chat, because I am talking to the camera, I was expecting for this to be more of a trash talk, but everybody's so humble and nice. Is it because of Canada so far? Josh RT, do you have any bad words to say?
None at all. I think this is an insane matchup. I mean, obviously everyone knows that PRX picked us back in Shanghai, and that kind of kicked off our run in international. Hopefully, the story doesn't close there, and that we just keep it going.
So track by track, but it will stop with G2 to start in the playoffs.
Yeah, pretty much.
And Coach Milan, you just talked about it a little bit more, but
Dude, Milan's gutted to get Gen G.
The Gen G matchup, sorry.
I mean, I think some of the boys, they have history with this team in the first round, so
Is that lower bracket?
I see it
Yeah,
more as
double
a
them.
fun challenge. I think if you want to be the best, you got to be able to beat everyone anyway. So I'm not too worried about it.
Awesome. And Victoria, now as you've shown the bracket here, what do we have coming up? What's the schedule going to look like?
We don't know yet, but these two matches will be on the same day. These two matches will be on the same day to keep it competitively even. As far as which one's which day, that's going to be decided in the next little bit. So just keep out for socials, all that fun stuff. But either way, it's going to be 2 days of amazing Masters.
Exactly. As Victoria was mentioning, make sure you follow here the VALORANT Esports social because the action will resume.
We still get some pretty sick games here, though.
Friday the 13th to start the playoffs. So make sure that if you're attending here in Toronto, you are bringing your lucky charms to break
It could have been a lot worse, I
curses.
think. I
But
think this could have
until
been way worse.
Enjoy the day off, and we'll see you on Friday.
EMEA in despair? Yeah, EMEA might have a rough run here. What's the rule about 6-man?
Boy, oh boy, we've seen some of these matchups in past global events before. I'm back on the desk here with Ender.
I think Ender said it earlier anyway.
Forsaken from PRX.
Okay, cool teams
we're
though,
just
cool
gonna
teams.
jump right into this because Forsaken, no matter what happened on that stage, you have history with every
What's he gonna say about G2?
C1 team. But it will be the rematch against G2. How are you feeling?
I mean, I think I kind of expected to be G2 again, but this time they pick us, so maybe we're gonna revenge them, you know?
Yeah. Wait, so the last time it was
last
whoever.
Time we picked them,
yeah, you picked them and then they won. So now it's reversed.
Oh, reverse maybe?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. What did you make of some of these picks? Because you were saying that, you know, for teams like XLG, going first here is a huge advantage.
Yeah, I think XLG getting the first pick was probably the best thing that can happen for them. Not that I think that they're a weak team. I just think like when you look at like Gen G, the form that they're in right now, G2, like
Dude, G Live picking Sentinels of
like,
Wolves was bold.
Easier, maybe not matchups.
Yeah, going
I like
last
it
is
though.
the unluckiest position to be in, I think, with how strong Gen G were looking. But I'm actually curious, Forsaken, if
That's
you've
wild.
been, like,
yeah, I kind of respect it.
year, like,
I wouldn't be
how many
doing
of
it,
their
but I
games
respect
you've
it.
been watching, or how closely?
Oh, but yeah, I mean, they're so great team. Their teamwork is insane right now, and all of the players can shoot, you know. But I still believe in my team, so yeah.
I think you've kind of manifested this because I saw the video of you and Trent, the little social videos. Like you're wearing each other's jerseys. Like I think he was like sitting on your knee. You were like sitting on him and stuff like that. So how are the vibes between you guys? You friendly? This is a friendly matchup?
I mean, I'm not really close to Trent, to be honest. Maybe Jogemo.
He sat on your knee now. I feel like that's a connection.
Yeah, maybe now we're close now, yeah?
Yeah, no,
but
it's quite intimate, yeah.
I hope you don't wreck me, you know?
Okay, but what about Jo? What's your history with Jogemo? You respect him?
Jogemo, I mean, we met him in LA and he's kind of fun
Let me get
as a person, so yeah.
How are you reacting post that final map there? Because it felt like completely you had crushed, and then somehow you wind up in overtime. What happened?
I mean, it was 11-1, right?
Yeah.
I was like this all the time. I was like, can't breathe, and I was like shaking, but somehow we almost shocked again, guys. But hopefully we just shock here, you know.
Oh yeah, this is
no more
okay,
in
now
playoff.
you got it out of the way. You got it out of the way.
We do pick'ems? Yeah, I'll upload it tomorrow.
And I think you're probably the best player / team to haven't yet win a trophy globally. Now, like you said, you got the choke out of the way. You're in form. You're looking kind of scary. You got G2 coming up. How confident are you that you can get this trophy now?
I'm 100% confident because I mean every time we learn a lot of things. Even with Batman, now I think our role is good. And yeah, I think as a team now we're kind of vibing. We try to like hype as a team and try to like always being positive when we're playing. So yeah, hopefully in playoff we can wreck all the teams here.
Believe in the train more than G2? Nah, PRX are gonna struggle there, man. It's a detour again. I'm telling you, that's a lower bracket vibe.
To, like, make the style of play work against like different regions who have like different styles of like.
Sometimes you just gotta go the long route, chat.
Everything. You guys just always seem to like find that consistency and it just works. How?
Well, actually, I mean our team actually, we just like we don't like really think too much about how they play. I mean our team actually.
Maintenance stuff, yeah, do maintenance on that one. I'm expecting most of the teams that are ready through playoffs to have like really good stuff, like first time win maps.
And our team gameplay, how we can make it better, and like maybe for like strat and stuff, we kind of like anti-strat, but like not that much. So we just believe, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? You made it now through the Swiss stage. But now that you've been able to play against some of the teams here in Swiss stage, you know the #1 seeds are coming out. Like, who do you think are the top dogs in the tournament, apart from yourselves? Like, has Gen G been able to impress you enough to go ahead of some of the first seeds?
Are you thinking Gen G's legit. That nobody wanted to pick Gen G? Did you? Are they
might
that
have to
good
pick Gen G over Fnatic, we'll see.
I think right now they're that good because I don't know, somehow even Genji, they have new player, right? And last time in Pacific, they also almost like choked, but they are somehow always improving, you know? So I think they're really looking form right now, and yeah.
Are they better than the G2, Fnatic, XLG, and RRQ in the tournament?
I believe in Pacific, but I think Genji or RRQ, both all good.
Oh, Genji RRQ.
So he doesn't want to.
I love that.
I mean, 3 seeds all made it through. Pacific, best region? Sounds like it.
I mean, Pacific, I think are definitively the best region here. But the Sen pick, right? You had XLG, they have the advantage, they can pick whoever they want, and they pick Sentinels. Does that surprise you at all?
A little surprised, to be honest. I thought it would be between Sen and Wolves, but I mean, Sen I guess showed a little bit of a weaker like group stage. Maybe these teams think that they can like find something to like stop them and like shut them down. So to me, it kind of makes sense. I didn't expect any like regional matchups because I just feel like it doesn't make sense. But yeah, I think Sen was like the correct pick.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what's going to happen there. Okay. But unfortunately, of course, with the results today, we've had to say goodbye
I'm for sure
to
picking Wolves there, but
Billy and
maybe they didn't like some of the stuff for how they played.
What a day we've had. I really didn't
Amp, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you.
It completely turned it on its head. But honestly, I think Billy Gaming, unfortunate for them, they had the regional matchup up against Wolves, a matchup that they had been winning if you look historically, but maybe
they don't want to choose a Chinese team. Yeah, I mean, you also have like 3 internationals, so you kind of want to play against other teams. I don't know. I always think you should try to give yourself the best chance.
I mean, Team Liquid too. Forsaken, you just played against them. You just eliminated them.
Yeah, you at least make a lot of people happy as well.
I guess I will look forward to Split 2 and also Champs eventually. How do you think Liquid can do? Were they difficult to play against today on the server?
I mean, they have Nat, so they shouldn't be worried because Nat is like a really good leader. I see all of the clip. He's like always like cheering up the team with like a lot of like motivation words, you know. I think for me, I think he's the best leader right now. I feel
he can bounce back, right?
He can bounce back. I believe
best leader, yeah. I think.
Yeah, he's also going to probably want a rematch against you.
If he isn't yet, I think he will be.
But for now, let's take a look at the bracket because the draw is set.
ASAP, thank you so much. Thank you.
Just to remind you guys, the schedule is not set yet. After we take a look
Camo
at the
clips, dude. Camo had an absolutely great best of 3. That's still fake Euro clone was still incredible, man.
But yes, we can see here, Sen made it through, Gen G made it through, Wars made it through, PRX made it through. They will be going up against our first seeds who've been waiting, watching, anticipating. And I think the other interesting thing is that the way the bracket goes, right? Because Forsaken, if you beat G2, you're going to face the winner of Sen here up against, not Billy, unfortunately. They didn't make it. They did not make it out here. So how do you feel about potentially going up against XLG or Sen?
I mean, I think the top bracket actually is good for us because even if XLG win, we know how they play, and I think Sentinel, I don't know, but I think
let's be honest. So I would probably say G2.
And Koala, do you think there's necessarily a bracket of death?
Dude, I still don't know Fnatic, Gen G.
One with a PRX G2 or Gen G Fnatic at the bottom?
I mean, to be honest,
no, I think
there's no death. I think G2 is
even.
I think it's pretty balanced. I think like G2 PRX is a crazy match. Then you have Fnatic, Gen G at the bottom. Like there's really strong.
I think they did pretty good.
Side, and like there's other teams that like maybe we didn't expect for them to even make it here. And look at now they're in playoffs. Like there can be so many like potential storylines for these teams, and just I love all the matches that I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, because while all the #1 seeds, those are the expected favorites coming in. We also have not seen them play on the new patch without Tejo. We've also seen all of our other teams.
Yeah, all these teams have had a lot of time as well. They should be coming up with pretty cool stuff.
And get ready for the event.
Okay, chat, we're pretty much wrapping it up. So give me a stream at 2
We will have a break, a one-day break before we come back for playoffs. But just give you guys something to stew over in case you needed another reason to come back. Jason, would you like to sell your game? Why should the fans tune in for playoffs to watch you versus
Pick'ems, I'll do Pick'ems tomorrow.
I hope you guys keep supporting us, and I hope today's match not gonna make you guys feeling loose.
I think if anything, you've given them a reason today.
Yeah, I just want to make the game exciting, you know, for the fans. So yeah, see you guys in playoff, and just keep believing us, guys. The train will keep going on, guys.
Track by track. Yes, track by track. But with that, I guess we're going to close things off. Thank you very much, Koala, for joining me. Thank you, Forsaken. Congratulations once again. Thank you, Ender. We're going to miss you. We're definitely going to miss you. And thank you to you guys for watching.
So,
we're going to be back
I said I would talk a little bit about something as well before I left.
To kick everything off with playoffs.
So I'm a six-man... I'm a six-man roster hater, but apparently Riot at these events have a rule where the day before your game, bear in mind you do the veto about 30 minutes to an hour before your game, by 10 PM you have to say who your starting 5 are. So if the other team is this, and they can pick the fast map whether they ban or veto fast, they could literally look at the 5 you have and pick a map that you don't normally play on that 5. Just because of this rule, I don't think six person is without knowing the maps. It's really dumb. Yeah, I guess it's because they want to get graphics and stuff sorted for the broadcast, but it kind of means that 6-person rosters, in my opinion, aren't viable at all. I didn't realize this. This was a rule. So yeah, Liquid kind of got a little bit lucky because obviously they got split and they just played their normal comp here, but there was a world where PRX really could have wrecked them. So it's a weird way to do it. It's a really weird way of doing it. Okay, chat, who do we decide on? Shazam. Yeah, we can do that. Let's, yeah, who do you want? Shazam? Okay, sure. Alright, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you all staying today. Thank you so much. Day off tomorrow, but follow my YouTube. I'll do pick'ems tomorrow so you guys can... No, yeah, Sonia, I messed up. I think I loaded it back onto the other one, though. Again, yeah, follow my YouTube. They've got VOD channel if you miss any games. You want to just watch a singular VOD. And also, I will be doing pick'ems tomorrow on the main channel, so subscribe if you can. Thank you. I appreciate you all being here. Hope you have a good day off as well. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Yeah, and appreciate everyone being here. Thank you so much. I had a lot of fun today. And hopefully playoffs will be a absolute banger. How do I see the raid thing? Okay, there it is. It was live for like 5 minutes. Wait, really, Sonia? Wait, did I put it live? Dude, I'm just autopiloting so much. Okay, appreciate everyone. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for sticking around as well. All right, I'll see you all soon. Thank you so much, guys. Bye. YouTube chat, thank you so much as well, guys. Thank you. Subscribe if you can. I appreciate everyone being here. Thank you, guys. Bye. Have a good rest of your day.